Of course, we had a couple of guys in here yesterday that they didn't walk away from the podium mic either. They were just that loud. She kept demanding that her computer be used, and of course it screws up the entire system.
Yep.
And then there was our fault.
That's why I had to fix one of the screens like 3 times yesterday.
Oh, our room's not good enough for you guys.
Do we need to use the Black Magic anymore?
Possibly. Personally, I'd rather be using that one because you don't have to do a whole lot with it. Why am I not getting any music on this? Oh. Some jolly joker went and turned down the name. Test 1, 2, test, test, test. Okay, that sounds good. I think this guy needs. Test 1, 2, test, 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 test 1, 2, test, test, test. Test, test, test. Sounds good to me. While you're up there, go ahead and say something. Make sure the button on the mic, make sure it's lit, like there's a little area you can push.
1, 2, 1, 2, check.
There we go.
Check. 1, 2.
Okay.
Awesome.
Somebody muted it. That's okay.
Any laser pointers at half battery? Do you have any AAAs?
One of these should have a AAA in there. I don't know how many it takes, but they only gave me one.
That's fine. I think they'll probably be okay.
Well, is there gap tape in here?
Yes. Tool bag right there.
What's up, John?
So,
Thank you.
All right, the clicker's good. I have a question. Are we using the Black Magic still? I know we unplugged it, and if we are, how do I reattach it without fucking something up?
I got to take it down. Figure that out first.
Okay.
Let me send one, try to think about it.
Yeah, ponder that, think it over. Let me know your thoughts.
you gotta think it's starting to thin it out.
Yeah.
This is going into the switcher, so actually how it continues. So. like 4K or high def, it scales it up. Or you want to come out of, in the perfect world, you'd be coming out of the computer and because the computer doesn't have an SDI output, you have to use API. So you're coming out of the computer, and you become out of the SDI. It just converts it so that it can run from one cable. And then you want to
Thank you.
Yeah, no worries, thank you.
want to go into the switcher, and because we only have a single screen here, you come out of the switcher and into the projector. In other cases, though, you might have two screens. You might have a monitor. If that's the case, you're going to go into a DA, which equally splits the signal. That way, before you ask, yes, you can move out of a projector into something else, another display device. The only problem is the signal weakens each time you do it. That's why you use a DA, so that the signal quality is equal.
The DA, what's DA stand?
Distribution. You can see this is the SDI, which is running all the way from the podium into the switcher. Of course, the crazy thing is, I believe, because we actually are going into other devices, this is running to the projector. We just used a USB link. So the projector runs into here. This runs into a DA. And then the DA splits out. It just gets crazy.
Huh.
Except we do not have SDI. So.
That's maybe pretty much just necessary amount of those, right?
No. You could run a MacBook on here, people can do it all.
Does the MacBook come? Yep, you're good.
Go ahead and test it.
Switched over.
Don't have any other repeats from yesterday. Okay.
Looking good.
Always go for the simplest solution unless you have to use the hard.
Yeah.
I'd at least call us in at 7.
Missed call?
No, why they can't call us in at 7.
Oh, wait, I can't, sorry, there's someone talking about it. Yeah, that would be nice. I don't mind a little extra time to kind of get all set.
These assholes aren't even showing up until 10 minutes before the fucking session anyway.
Let's see if we have any today is 23rd.
I already put your shit up.
Oh, thank you. So if I have any presentations that are pre-recorded, it would be in this folder, right?
Possibly, they didn't mention that.
No, this is that.
That's what that guy dropped off.
Yeah.
I imagine they'd bring them to us.
I thought they said that it would be on the computer, but we haven't really had one. Well, we had one, but he ended up presenting virtually. All right.
These aren't on, none of these are on a network, so.
Oh, yeah. Should we test out the Zoom component? Or should I wait till he gets back and then just do it with him?
We'll ask him when he gets back, but I mean, I don't even know if there is any Zoom. Everything in here is either in person or not available.
Yeah, I noticed that. Oh, wow, we have the whole presiders the entire day. How we doing?
Well, it's kind of concerning. I took a dump, then I drank that coffee and I had to take another dump. And it's like, wait a minute. I just did one.
Never ending poop.
My stomach is like, oh. Anyway, sorry. Sorry, my personal information here. Wholly not available. Everything. Wow. I'll look at that in a second.
I think everything's good to go, by the way.
Okay.
We should probably test out the Zoom just to be safe, but
Okay. Fuck, I was so pissed off. Or not pissed off, Reed. I had to spend fucking $800 yesterday.
on what?
I'm like, well, there goes that day. It's money. On I'm doing a vacation here after May in Austin.
Oh, that's gonna be cool. That'll be worth
Austin
it.
was expensive, dude. I didn't realize how goddamn much money those damn freaking keep Austin weird people want, dude.
Yeah, man, it's like the Portland of the South.
God, right?
Cool, but it.
You been there?
Oh yeah, yeah. I've
Okay.
been through Texas a bunch.
Okay. No, see, yeah, I've done San Antonio. I've done Corpus Christi.
Yeah.
I did that little that beach city down there in the Gulf. I forgot what it was called. It's like a long fucking 7-mile beach.
I thought it was Corpus Christi.
Whatever you made on the weekend should be more than enough to cover your hotel.
That's my hope, but that's a lot, dude. 800. I'm so spoiled because I always go down to Mexico and for like $100, I get like all you can eat, drink, and a beach spot in the sand. Like, you know what I mean?
love that.
For $100, like hearing 800, it's like, go!
Yeah.
I'd poop myself a little bit. So,
It's hard.
yeah. Join without video.
How we doing? So far, so good.
Hey there.
So it doesn't say anyone's a virtual presenter yet. A lot of not availables that are probably going to switch to virtual, but
Right. Claim host 406-226.
Good news, we're gonna cut it close.
Wait,
Because we're here till noon.
yeah.
So no nice
7,
long
2, 5
lunch
to
break
2.
today.
Wait, would you say we're only here till noon?
No,
Oh,
this upcoming session goes until noon.
oh shit.
If it's anything like the other sessions, it's going to go over.
We're listed as having an intermission as 8, but they'll probably talk through the whole thing like they usually do.
Okay. Wake up. Yeah. Whew.
Well, yesterday's session, they kept handing that one old dude, I guess he was the one they were honoring, the microphone. You could barely hear him. Like, I can't turn it up any louder. I'm like,
Oh, how many girls do we have? Because I feel like.
I'm sure this guy's special, but please quit handing him the mic.
Okay, so we have an Allison. She's questionable. Mary Ann. These are people we might want to mic. Oh God, we have 2 papers. Oh boy. I like our room. Fabio. How do you feel about that name? You know, it's so hard to tell every person to do this. You know what I mean? But then I feel like that's kind of rude. It doesn't look like polite. Like if we could think about a way to, I like it. Just like how can we make it better? You know what I mean? That or what I'm thinking is here. Hold on, let me just log in here and let's talk about this. 415. I'm thinking. I feel like we should maybe mic the girls, dude, today.
We only had 2 of them that were an issue.
Yeah, and it looks like we only have 3, 4, 5 girls out of the 15 people. So 1/3 of them are girls. And well, I don't know who Guang Dong is. Photos. Okay. Oh God. Okay, so do I have any virtuals that say virtual? I don't. Dude, this would be the greatest day I've ever heard. Please, dude, what are the odds? Jesus loves me today. Come on.
Here, I'm gonna write, please stand close to Mike, and then I'll write a separate piece underneath it. Online audience wants to hear you, or something. Like, is that rude or is that better?
No, I think what we should do is
We will explain to them as they come in.
I think we'll explain to them, but I still think
Here's the thing.
any small framed girl that we think that can't
Anyone
project
that strikes us
is gonna get it right here.
We can't force it on them. Doesn't matter how small they are, we can't force it on them.
Yeah,
And a lot of them don't like to be mic'd up, and they don't want to do it themselves.
this is true.
We will simply ask them, and if they don't, we'll deal with it.
Yeah,
That's fair.
I like that.
It sucks, but I've been doing this long enough to know how it works.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
guys don't want a fucking sexual harassment rap on you, because they
Oh,
usually
listen.
won't work you again.
Yo, so dude, one time when I was trying to mic somebody, listen to this, dude. This is a real story. And he's telling me the truth right now. Just listen. So one time, I know, so like I make sure I say this, like I try to explain to them, hey, you can wear the mic however you'd like. You can put it on the outside or inside of your shirt. Just make sure you tuck this piece right here. It's got a little clip where you can put it in your pocket. Blah blah blah, right? And then when it comes time to do this, they usually can't do it because you can't really like see it and put it on right. It's like you ask, hey, would you like help putting on your mic right here?
Right.
You ask, and they'll tell you yes or no. You know what I mean? And so I did that once, right? And then I was like, hey, would you like me to like put this your mic on for you? And she's like, no, you just want to fucking touch me. Not even fucking like, that's the face I made. Like, whoa, what the fuck did that come from? Like, that came out of left field. I'm just trying to help you.
Yeah.
Like, tell me, like, this is like within the first minute of meeting this girl, right? And like, so I could just feel the energy coming off this girl was like funny. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I'm sitting here like, I have my wedding ring on, and I'm like looking at her like, dude, you're fucking out of your mind, dude. I don't want to touch you. Like, fucking no. Like, dream on.
Yeah.
Bitch. Like, but no, that's what I wanted to say. You know what I mean?
Okay. That's really good to know.
Yeah.
I was
He's right. You really got to like read the energy of that person.
absolutely, yeah.
Do you remember?
Appreciate that
Do you remember
advice.
that speaker? Like the first girl, she didn't speak very well. Right?
Yeah.
She just sucked. Just no projection. Like that would be great. So but then remember that one girl, the one that kept saying and her computer messed up.
Yeah, the
she
one that
wasn't
set
ready.
the whole thing up and was like
Yeah.
bitchy.
You could just see her attitude was just like poor as fuck, right?
Yeah,
Like,
when I went up there to help her switch over the computer, she like snapped at me and I was just like,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah, and then I told her to get out of my screen because she was standing in front of my freaking thing. I'm the next speaker, okay, but you're blocking everybody else's thing on my. It doesn't matter that you're the next speaker.
Yeah.
You're blocking my live stream picture. You need to just sit down or not stand right in front of my camera. You know what I mean? And maybe it started with that because I didn't know she was a speaker and I asked her to sit down.
Yeah.
And she didn't take that well. But I said, excuse me, miss. You're right in front of the camera shot. Can I please have you sit down over here to the side?
Yeah.
I'm the next speaker. I was like, whoa, okay. Like, but hey, just
Yeah.
know that happened to me once. It's like I'm always really cautious with it afterwards because I
Yeah.
realize it doesn't matter about me.
Yeah.
It's about them and their attitude. It's not me, because me is always we're always gonna remain professional. It's
Yeah.
about their fucking attitude, right?
That's true. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Okay. Well, that's terrifying and good to know.
It is a little bit because so, and the funny part is there was a coach in there that day because it was like for ACS like many years ago.
Yeah.
And there's a coach telling him how to speak. Hey, project yourself and invite the audience. And she's like a thing to help people speak, right? They like ACS like hired these people to like go through and like help people present, right?
Right.
So that ums don't happen and you don't walk away from the stage. And so like they would do, one of the days was like a dead day and it was just like practice. We're getting paid for it. But yeah, dude, you gotta watch out for that shit, dude. They're powerful, oh, did I delete Zoom yesterday? I don't remember. Oh, stoked, dude. Freaking. One of the stewards who's part of the e-board, Lanu. I didn't know Lanu was part of the e-board, but he is.
Yeah.
And he's like, yeah, you got my vote. I was like, fuck, dude, that makes me feel a little easy.
Did it
Like my
actually
less
join?
stress, you know what I mean? Yeah. So I was like, I've got one. I think I know I've got two. Like I know that I've got two.
How many do you need?
I have no idea. I think you need more than three, right?
I don't remember, but I mean, it's very rare when they don't vote somebody in. So.
Yeah.
What's the other? There's another member of the e-board that I talked to yesterday on my way out.
Shannon. Oh yeah, Shannon. But he doesn't really know me. I don't really know him. Like the only thing I was like, yeah, like only time I've ever really talked to you was like in 2017 when I built you a fucking camera riser that was like fucking 10 feet in the air. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And we were talking about camera that day, and he's like, yeah, I don't really know you. I was like, I don't really know you either. I've seen you around, but like, we never talked. So.
Is that like pretty common with this gig? Like you recognize people, but you don't really know them. Like you get.
Yeah, there's guys I've been working with for almost 20 years now that I've never actually spoken to.
Yeah, it is very common. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah,
Like me and John have worked a bunch, but we don't talk all the time.
This is probably the most conversation we've ever actually had.
Exactly.
But it's nothing personal. We just don't work that together that often.
Yeah.
I never take it personally. might not know me too well. There's a million fucking people.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's like what, 1,400 people in one V2?
No.
There's only two reasons.
300 or 350? What is there now?
Our
Members.
Our numbers are probably considerably less now, but
Ooh, really?
Once
Less than
upon-
300?
once upon a time, we definitely had about that many, but a lot of people didn't come back from COVID.
So what do you think we're at now?
I don't know, probably less than 200, given how we've been struggling to hold shit together. But
Why did people not come back after
COVID and age and masks and fucking
There was a-
retirements and
there were a lot of-
annuities.
we probably have more extras than anything else. And they had to get jobs. They had to find some way to support themselves.
Yeah.
So they, in 18 months, you could become the manager at a Home Depot and make halfway decent money.
Yeah.
That's steady. I like this job, but let's not kid ourselves. It is not steady by any means. The only reason it is right now is because, they came back like a goddamn freight train. Whether, how long will that actually last post-COVID, who knows? So I say fucking save your money.
Yeah.
Don't fucking go blow it off for his chance to get it.
So, kind of from March to September is our season,
Yeah.
and then from
October's usually pretty busy.
October can be okay. You can put that in there too.
2018 was
But-
a bit of an anomaly, but
November, December, January, February.
That's when it's dead. They wouldn't even call me
February-
back when I was
February
usually when it
sometimes.
kicks off.
Yeah. it
January,
starts dead.
yeah,
Dead,
you pretty
dude.
much will
December,
count on.
maybe.
I don't even think we have Cabby anymore, but you can pretty much count on nothing until the end of January.
Yeah. So there's a couple dead months right there.
I lucked out in December that I got a bunch of work in the middle of the month, so it all paid at just the right time, and I would have had more, but my fucking knee hadn't have done. It got to a point where I couldn't bend my leg.
What'd you do to your knee, dude?
When I was a much younger man, I blew it out.
How?
I jumped off of a staircase for a stunt. And
Okay, that'll do
it
it.
was only 3 steps,
Oh.
and I landed wrong. It was for a student film because you got to wear many hats when you're a student filmmaker. And I blew out my
Are you
knee.
doing a karate kick off a 3-stair and landed wrong, or what?
I don't even remember at this point, but it was, it pissed me off because I used to be a martial artist. I knew the proper way to land, and instead of going, foot at a time, I landed both and just blew out my knee. It was almost like Kevin Nash every time he tried to fucking make a WWE comeback. Take a step and blow out his damn knee. But no, at first it wasn't too bad, but Thane being the generous soul that he was, all he would ever do was give me truck loading calls. And after about 5 years of that shit, the only thing that happened, or closer to 8 years of that shit, the only thing that happened was my knee and my back, which I also blew out, got worse.
Seriously.
Last October, I went to Knott's Berry Farms. I wanted to see the fucking Halloween shit. They say they always have a really cool one.
Not Scary
how-
Farm.
I didn't go to
And?
Scary Farm because I was just working too much, so I couldn't get any solid time off where I could at least sleep in the next morning.
Yeah.
So, but they still do it up pretty cool for the day. I've done the one that they do at Disneyland. I've done Fright Fest at Magic Mountain.
Yeah.
I've
Which
never,
one's better?
I would say as far as between Disney and Magic, I'd
Yeah.
say Fright Fest is definitely a better one because it's meant for teens and older.
Good. I like those.
It's meant to
things.
be scary, and it's
Yeah.
not just nighttime. They got shit going on all day.
I still can't decide what's my favorite holiday between July 4th and Halloween, but definitely those two are my
The one
favorite.
at Disney is cool, because it's fun. Anybody who likes decorating for Halloween, they got all sorts of cool shit. They got all
Yeah.
this seasonal food, but it's meant for little kids.
My girlfriend's
Yeah.
obsessed with it. She doesn't seem to care.
Yeah.
I think
but
if you guys have ever been to the Universal Horror Nights,
I've wanted to go to that. That's another one I've never been.
that was really good actually.
Thing is, they started that whole thing, and to this day people say they're the best. And after a whole year off, 2021. So after a whole year off, they came out swinging, and everybody was just like, "Holy shit!" Like they fucking hit it out of the park. But it was still pretty cool. And I was crouching down at a gift shop, looking at something, and I just heard my knee get popped. I was like, "Fuck." And I was walking with a limp, but I could still bend it and shit. And then as weeks went on, it's not getting any better. Insurance is kind of iffy at this point. And then it just seized up to the point where I couldn't bend it, and I couldn't go see it because they did cancel my insurance and never bothered telling me. Like I didn't get the letter saying, hey, you need to pay to keep your insurance going. And I'm just thinking, you know, since August I've made like 15 grand. How is that not enough to keep my insurance for a few months?
That's what I was saying too, dude.
But
I lost mine.
Apparently everybody needed to be making 15 grand.
I think it was
man.
January or something. We had a really shitty month.
It was,
And
and
our fucking coverage died.
I didn't get a letter about it this month, so I must have been able
I
to
just got it yesterday, by the way.
the bill.
No, that letter.
Oh,
I just got it yesterday.
the
In the
letter.
mail.
I got a letter the other day saying that everything was cool again as far as the local and all that shit, but it's like, oh, that's good. Does this mean that I'm okay for the foreseeable future? You know,
Mhm.
because like I said, they'll send me the bill or the invoice, and it'll be like the day before it's due, and it's like, what the fuck, asshole?
Yeah.
You know, don't send me the bill in the self-addressed envelope the day before it's fucking due.
You seem to have some knowledge about this. I mean, pick your brain, dude, for a sec. Fuck, so I need to wake up so I can get my brain activated. So I lost mine, right? Because whatever, it was some kind of slow month or something or whatever, and I didn't meet the $400 contribution.
Yeah.
So I'm just kind of curious how it works a little bit, so because I'm not understanding the dynamic of it. So it takes out health and welfare out of our check. When I'm a steward, there's health and welfare that comes out of our check, right?
Right.
Okay, so there needs to be $400 of that health and welfare that comes out basically that the employer pays. It's not coming out of my check. It's really coming out of the employer because it's added at the end of my rate, right? On the steward report. So it's $400.
It's I believe it's combined from all the various employers in a month.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but that's only what I think it might be.
Okay.
I'm also pretty sure it's less than 400 because I was talking to one of the stewards about that yesterday.
I would ask Robert Morales or Dave Lanoux. Morales would probably know more because he's been around longer and he's more ingrained with that shit.
Who's the guy with the little goatee and the earrings? One of the stewards. His wife is on the board of health. And
Oh,
something.
Pete Macarucci.
Yeah, he'd be a good guy to talk
He'd be
to.
another good guy to ask. Except Pete can kind of be a bit of a wise ass.
Well, Kat's actually the one who called me last. So here's another thing. Kat called me last year. She said, "Hey, your shit's about to run out, but you have a card that has money on it. Do you want to throw that money over to keep your rolling continuous coverage?"
You can, which is what I did. I had to do that.
Do we get those cards anymore? I
I
used it all before the pandemic. That was like 2 years ago.
maybe at some point they might send you more. They might just reload it. I think
That's my question. Yeah. Does
they
it?
send me a letter with two of them in there, and it's like one had half of it and the other had the other half.
When?
This is years ago.
Yeah,
And
right. I haven't seen it since
They
years
said
ago.
you're supposed to use them on your doctor's visits, and I'm like,
Yeah, dude, I use them for my chiropractor visits. And I also can use them to buy COVID tests at Rite Aid.
I used
Weird shit. I didn't know I could use them for all this stuff.
Yeah, use it for medical.
Yeah.
I used it just to pay my bills and shit.
Yeah.
Make sure that everything. And then they did grant the extension or whatever, you know, for insurance.
Yeah.
And then then that all expired somehow. But seems to be good now. But in my case, I couldn't go get it checked out, so I had to Google the symptoms and be like, okay, whichever one says, don't look at the WebMD shit because it's just gonna say it's cancer. Because that's always WebMD's go to. It's like,
Dude.
it's like I got.
So my friend did that and he diagnosed himself and he started telling everybody that he had cancer. And then he self-diagnosed. I'm like, you're not a fucking doctor. You can't self-diagnose yourself, bro, by reading these shit. So, sadly, he ended up having a blood disease. I felt bad for him, but that wrong diagnosis, and yeah, it was fucked up.
Well, it's the thing. It's like I got this really weird pain in my toe. You type it into WebMD. It's like there are several possibilities, but it could be cancer.
Yeah.
You know, it's always the case. It's like, oh damn, I got a mosquito bite. You know, what's a good remedy for that?
Yeah.
Could be cancer. You sure it's just not cancer? You know, that's what WebMD's everything. So I looked it up, and the symptoms were all like runner's knee or jogger's knee, and I'm like, runner's knee? Seriously? Like, look at me. But at the time, I was probably putting in like 7 or 8 miles a day on the job because they were fucking running me ragged here for a few months. Like, okay, that makes sense, especially since I already fucked up my knee and was working on top of it. So I did the stretches, and that made it so that I could bend it again. But there was still some kind of damage in my knee, and I still haven't gotten it checked out. I've just barely gone back to work to make money and get my insurance back, but I can't get a fucking day off to go get it checked out. And if you tell this to the hall, be like, hey, I'm trying to fucking take care of myself so I could be strong in the future, they give you the fucking third degree. You know, they specifically went out of their way to say in letters and meetings and shit, you know, we will no longer be, you know, pulling this, take one for the team and work hurt or work sick shit because we need to start taking care of ourselves. They'll say that. But they'll still pull, the whole, we need you so bad shit when you know you're hurt or sick. We had a guy at the Hotel Del a couple weeks ago he didn't have COVID, but he had a very bad cold and it turned into the flu because he was trying to work through it. And I'm very thankful that he kept his mask on at least. But at the same time, this guy's like, 3 people away from me. And he's hacking and sneezing all over the place. And he keeps turning around and saying, no, I had 2 different tests today. Neither one of them was COVID. And I'm like,
That's so funny.
I don't care if it's not COVID. Colds and flus are not much better. Like, that's still going to knock me out of a money call. Like, go home, motherfucker. And do say that it's COVID because they have to pay you. It's a fucking state law now. If you miss work due to COVID, your employers have to fucking pay you for time missed.
Is that only if you're scheduled?
Hard to
Okay.
say. I would imagine if you had to leave a call early, yeah.
Even if you're scheduled and it's sent out, I would hope that you would get paid.
That would probably be a good one to ask Morales
Dispatch.
as well. But I'm almost certain that if you were on a call and you had to leave because of COVID-related issues, they have to pay you because that's California state law.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw that we have vacation pay again. I have a couple hours vacation pay in my Encore shit. I saw it when I logged in the other day. Like, oh shit, I got 4 hours vacation pay.
I've never understood how vacation pay works, but I just save up for my vacations.
Fair enough. What's that?
Chances are it's probably not that much anyway. So.
4 hours.
They probably take like $3 for every hour and throw that towards your vacation. So might be enough to buy you a meal.
Well, our overtime just ended. Back on regular time again. I don't like how it's 40 regular hours. I mean, even though we probably have like 10 hours of overtime we've already accrued. So bullshit.
I'm trying to remember. Tomorrow's 6th day, but with Encore, I think 6th day starts once you hit past 40 hours.
That's what I was hoping.
How many hours are we at now, do you think?
Well, I think we did 14, 11, 11, 11, right?
On Saturday.
Because we took 2 hour, we took
was-
2 lunches the first day, so
It was
wasn't
12
16.
Hours. It was 12 hours. We went from 8 to 10
And we went from 6 to 10.
on Saturday.
No, on the first day.
Yeah,
Or was it 8 to 10? Actually?
Saturday was 8 to 10.
Okay, so I have that number wrong then.
It was 12 hours. We did 10 and a half, 11 and a half. I think we did 11 yesterday.
Yeah, so it should be right there.
Yeah, we're definitely past 40 hours at this point.
Oh, yeah. The first 2, I don't think were from here. That was from the hall and the sports arena.
What was the EDU?
The education? Oh, it's my orientation seminar.
Oh, they have that? They do that now?
That's what they did for me. I hadn't heard anything from IATSE for
I haven't
months.
heard
after I
anybody
applied.
doing orientation. You're the first person to tell me about that.
Yeah, it was weird. They hit me up for an orientation, and then the next day, who was it? One of the booking guys called me, and he was like, "Okay, so we have a call for you. You're gonna go to the Comic-Con, blah blah blah." And just starts talking, and I was just like, "Whoa, hold on, you're the first person that has actually gotten back to me. I don't know what the hell is going on with IATSE or whatever, but I don't know what you guys even want me to do. You told me to go to orientation tomorrow, and now you're trying to book me for a week's worth of work. I don't know what I do. What is happening?" But he just told me to show up. He was like, "Trust me, it'll be worth it." And I was like, "Okay."
You gotta
It was worth it, and trust me.
you gotta remember to ask questions.
Yeah. I straight up I ditched my other job to come work here.
And you want to log in your Zoom? This is how.
Yeah.
Yeah, you better, dude. Fucking 15 and tips. Suck it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You guys can go call the next guy on the list. Dude. That shit. Then we got Morocco over here. Fuck, I hope you don't have any iPads today that need fucking 4K fucking decimators.
I love that guy was being all pissy about his iPad and then didn't even actually need it to do any presentation. He was like, I'm not presenting, I just wanted to be able to connect it. It's like, what the fuck is wrong with you, bro?
Let's announce that, please. Ah, coffee's hitting.
Okay, you want me to join this video?
Yeah. We'll test the handheld and shit, make sure we communicate with you. Stand by, hold on. Okay, he's in waiting room 1. Now assign him to the live stage. Move to 1.
Check 1, 2. Can you guys hear me? Are you even there?
Stand by. Mouse is dirty. I can tell. It's Will. Stand by. Oh, you're making me do a video on that. Okay, hold on. And unmute the handhelds. Boom, we are unmuted.
Check, check.
Hold on, let me take this, right?
Check, 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 check.
We can hear you. Can you hear us?
Now I can. Yeah, you're coming through my speaker perfectly.
Did they say no?
Was that a no or a yes?
That's a yes. I can hear you perfectly if you can hear me.
I can totally hear you.
All right. Yeah, you sound good. All right, cool.
Okay, gonna call this a win.
Mute that again, so I gotta remember I muted it, so I have to unmute it if we don't hear anything.
Let's put this techno gym music back up. Okay, so apparently a presenter got booted out of here yesterday for being racist.
What?
I don't know the details, but I guess he called people monkeys or something and they threw him out of the conference.
What?
Wow.
When,
Greg,
What room was that one?
I don't know, Greg Ells was saying it.
He might get fired from his shit.
It was one of the presenters. Somebody on their end. Believe it or not, I've never seen anybody throwing it. Actually, I did. Just one of their, this is years ago, some asshole put his fingers on, or he poked my chest, and it happened right in front of the head of the association. And the guy, like, he flipped out because he thought I was gonna like sue the company. But I looked at the guy who's. So they had these projectors come in at the last minute. It was just supposed to be audio.
Yeah.
And we're trying to focus shit, you know.
How we doing?
Good, how are you guys? Hey,
I just tested everything, we're looking good.
turn on at least one of each microphone, please. I don't care if it's loud or no. Engage both of your frequencies, please. You don't have to. No, don't worry about. She's looking to scan frequencies, so just make sure one or the other's on.
Thank you.
Good. Not too bad. My turn. What's up? I'm just checking in.
Test the
Everybody good?
frequencies, yeah.
Sure. Yeah, sounds great. Whatever.
Pretty much. So you're from San Diego, where are you coming from?
I'm in Texas. Sorry.
Oh, where?
Dallas. I'm West Virginia originally. Everybody's
I've been there once. Been to Clarksburg.
drove straight the fuck through it. Yeah, I get you, man.
No, my aunt and uncle went there because my aunt, she has family, and they invited me to come along. Beautiful country.
Clarksburg's pretty, man.
Only time in my life I've ever walked around without a shirt on for more than an hour and didn't get sunburned.
Oh, that's the only way to not get arrested.
Yeah, apparently West Virginia still has their ozone layer.
I guess, man.
We were walking around the whole
Near the
time.
mountains, the coast, what?
Well, no, West Virginia's like deep in the Appalachian Mountains.
Yeah.
I grew up on the border with Ohio, on the Ohio River, which is it's like a little less mountainous. But I lived in Clarksburg for a period of time.
Yeah.
Did you get some pepperoni rolls when you were there, man?
I did.
Hell yeah,
They were
dog.
fucking delicious.
All right, dude.
My Annette makes them.
That's my man.
What were you talking about, dough with a piece of pepperoni in it? Or what?
Basically. But that's what I think culinary expert. That's what West Virginia's got.
It's literally a roll with some pepperoni sticks inside of it. They're
Maybe
fucking
some
amazing.
cheese
Oh, okay.
or spicy cheese.
They're fucking.
I could
delicious.
actually see like the juice from that going into the bread and it being really good.
That's exactly it, man. The oil leaks out.
My aunt used
Yeah.
to claim that it was illegal to make them out of state, and I thought she was just trying to screw with me until I saw something on Food Network that confirmed it, and I'm like, holy shit,
Shit, I gotta research that,
that's
man.
legit.
Pepperoni rolls, dude.
Hey,
They're great.
what's up with did some people get kicked out yesterday?
I did. I heard that a presenter somewhere,
Yeah,
like they had some sort of audio or video issue.
he called somebody a monkey or
He
something.
called them like monkey clowns or something. And I just heard about it way late in the afternoon. I was like, "What did people in there?" They were like, "Yeah." And I was like, "God damn."
Even without it,
It's still, yeah,
that's
it's rough.
That's still
That's crazy,
unprofessional.
yeah.
But it's still extra rough knowing that. Because I guess, yeah, Rachel was in there. But yeah, so they got a hold of like the client and they just fucking walked him off the property, dude.
Yeah.
Which is crazy. I wish I knew the full story. I don't, but I just happened to hear that last night. I was like, God damn.
How did it go the day before with the president guy all upset about people getting dismissed? So fill me in because it's all
is this
hearsay
that-
for me right now. What I heard was
The
is,
all-call.
what I heard was
yeah.
is the ACS guy told the Encore guy that these rooms are done and they're ready to clear, and so the Encore guy cleared the union guys to go, and then something happened later where it wasn't the case, and then how did that trickle down?
Dude, so we were just chilling. We got the all call.
Uh-huh.
And they're like, 32 Bravo, where's the crew at in here? And like, I'd already been here and I'd shut the pearls down and everything because like at noon, they only had an AM session.
Yeah,
So all those guys got cut at noon.
yeah.
And then like at 2 o'clock, our senior producer, Brad, he's the tall, bald guy in the Blazers. You see him walking around.
Yeah.
And like, he fucking pops off if anything goes wrong. But anyway, he's like, where are these guys at? And they're like, well, we cut them 2 hours ago. And
What
they're
do you
like,
mean?
no, this is a VIP session. We have the client in here. And like, it was all the bigwigs or whatever.
Oh,
And nobody knew about it. And they've been doing this to us all week.
yeah.
And I don't know if he's known about it. And it's just, I don't know. But
Yeah.
anyway, so like the floaters had to come in and sit the session, man.
Yeah.
And they weren't streaming or anything, but they wanted like, you know, the tens. They wanted everything.
Surprised you guys aren't running a speaker ready on this. Usually on shows this huge.
We do. We have a speaker ready, but it's kind of like a
Yeah.
halfsy speaker ready. It's
We
not
have
really.
people. Yesterday, everything was going fine until the last session. All these people brought in their own laptops. It's like, well, we have a thumb drive, so we could transfer it.
No, it
But
was
that's
the
not gonna
iPad that had to be switched to 4K and
That's
needed
not
a
gonna work for-
decimator.
and there was that
was a
too.
nightmare.
They just kept like, was had this one lady.
And then he
that
didn't use
just-
the iPad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Yeah. Hi there, welcome.
Hi, Mike Zadella.
Hi, Mike. Pleasure to meet you.
Nice to meet
Awesome.
you guys.
I'm Devin.
Hi, Devin.
Mike, here, Mike. Let me ask you a couple questions here.
Right. I didn't know we had the option to be virtual, so everybody is either in person or video, or pre-recorded. No video, right? No virtual. Yes, it will be Susanna Stotts. Yep, I have a video for her. Well, actually, my co-organizer has her video, and then Fabio. Yeah, he's the last speaker. I have Fabio's video. Susanna's is like a gigabyte in size, and I couldn't fit it on my flash drive, so my co-organizer has Suzanne's. Okay, we could do that. And I have a bunch of the other talks on my flash drive, but some of the people didn't have their talks ready, so, we're just gonna try to get them on there when they're here. And I think a few of them are bringing Macs, so we might have to do a plug switcheroo. I know that's discouraged.
We would highly recommend having them on a flash drive and putting them on the desktop, only because
It goes a lot smoother. There's that dead time, there's kind of a dead time change And it just makes it makes our audience kind of stay in tune and the virtual audience stay in tune. But
I didn't know there was gonna be a virtual audience. This,
Oh, yeah, you're gonna have a live, you're in a hybrid room here, and you're broadcasting all over the world here.
oh, okay, because the schedule shows this is just an in-person one.
Yeah.
It still gets broadcast?
Well, it's in person, but it's hybrid, but if you did have any virtuals, you could have done it.
Okay,
You had that.
okay, yeah.
And then, one other thing I want to go over with you, Michael, is that, so as you being the moderator today, right?
Right, I'll be moderator for the first half anyway.
Okay,
First half of
and
the morning.
who's the second half?
Elon Eisen is my co-organizer. He's also on the schedule. Elon, yeah. Yeah, second, yeah, so he'll moderate after the intermission. Then in the afternoon, we'll do the same thing. I'll go first and he'll go second.
I'm sorry, there's 2 intermissions, which one do you think it's gonna be?
Right, so I'll go here, he'll go there, I'll go here, he'll go there.
Okay, then we'll figure that out. And then, so.
I'm what?
Yeah, no, they're gonna switch back and forth twice. Last question, or last, piece of advice, if you will. So my recommendation is that, we have a handheld mic here that we're gonna give the moderator for the Q&As at the end. Just make sure that that you walk up to the person and they actually get the mic, so that it's important because we need the audio feed to go through our stream.
Yeah.
And everybody's asking, oh, because there was that question you had.
Yeah. Definitely, one of the,
Yeah, that's pretty important. And one more, sorry. I know.
That's okay, no, it's fine, it's fine.
It's also kind of very important, I'm trying to get everybody to stay into the camera shots right here on the podium. Kind of one of the things that watching a lot of speakers do is they kind of want to like pace back and forth. I kind of have the camera set because I'm doing the live stream. It's fine, I try to follow it as best as I can, but it's best because we have the lights. I kind of turn down the room and kind of really highlight the podium. That's for a speaker.
Okay.
So it's best if the speaker stays behind the podium and even beyond that. That's where the mic is.
Yeah.
So when they walk over here, it's down my volume.
Yeah, we can make an announcement to remind them to stay.
Hello, Elon, you're our other half moderator. I'm Daniel. Pleasure to meet you. Hey, I was just talking. I am Michael Adams. Yeah, sorry. No, my name is Daniel. That's my badge in my background. Here, we'll just ignore that. I'll stay positive. But Elon, I just kind of wanted to reiterate what I just told Michael. So a couple different things. We have a handheld mic for Q&As that go on after your session. Okay. So if you could please just walk up to the person who has the question, hand the mic so our live streamers can hear the question. Okay. And then secondly, I'm trying to get all the speakers at some point to let them know to stay behind the podium here, to stay in our shot for the live stream when they're presenting. And also that's one, important for the camera, and two, it's also important for the audio because I have a podium mic there. But if we have anybody that does want to walk around and kind of do, doesn't like to stand still, we do have a.
Okay.
John is our A1 audio.
Just gotta make sure to flip it to your color and turn it on. A lot of people keep forgetting about it.
Yeah.
Right here.
All right.
And because some kind person decided to take the clip, you gotta put it in.
But I recommend not for the speaker, but I recommend it to you guys as the moderator to use that.
Okay.
Okay. Got it.
Any questions at all?
So, there was a question about loading, was it PowerPoint?
Yeah, so we have, I think, most of the PowerPoints.
Fabio and Susan have our video.
But there's a couple of people who emailed me and they said, I use a Mac, I don't want to use another computer, I'd rather.
That's fine, we have our video on that, we're here today.
Okay.
Devin will take care of it.
So I think you can check that out now, we can see if that was.
Yeah.
Sure, of course. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate your
I'm
help.
not Michael, I'm Daniel.
You're Daniel, I remember because I'm Michael and my brother's Daniel, so I can figure it out.
There we go.
You're all right, Monty? I did. You are.
You can switch to SDR, please, so I can see what you guys are.
HDMI's in now?
You know what it took out?
What?
USBs. This thing doesn't have a USB.
Oh my gosh. What do you do? How do you survive?
I have to buy an adapter. Wasn't it?
Oh,
It worked.
Oh, it worked? Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, it's good. Oh.
If this Mac has an HDMI on there, it's probably an older one, so
Yeah,
it might, it's probably why it worked.
Yeah.
It's nice that it's there. I didn't know they even had them. I just thought that they had everything was proprietary.
What's her name? Elon? Here, toss it under here a little more.
Yeah, I'm working on it.
Yeah. How you doing this morning?
Yeah. Doing the thing.
Yeah. Dude, you gotta move your hair. You can't see your face, dude. There you go. Yeah, that looks better. More professional. I'm like, I can only see half your face right now. Or not even that. I can only see one eye, dude, out of your whole face. What were you saying though?
I don't remember.
Jesus. I do that all the time.
I am a body
Yeah.
inhabited by something.
Oh, dude, yesterday all I was thinking about was getting a massage for my neck. All good? Right on? What about that giant gig? He says. Awesome. You gonna have any questions for them or anything?
Make sure they plug the old computer back in.
Oh, these dudes out. I think they got it.
That's one of the things that bugs me the most about the other rooms.
What?
They don't plug their laptops back in. After they're done with all their presentations, they
Yeah.
don't plug the laptop back in. So I walk into the room and the projector's turned off.
Right?
So I said I would have liked to have opted one of those rooms because that would have been really fucking easy, just sitting next to the mixer.
Yeah.
No, it's not even opping.
Yeah, I know.
Like, there's nobody in there. I'm just out here floating. And it's all right. Like, I'm not complaining.
Oh man. Okay.
What you guys got in here this morning?
When we switch from Mac to PC, I don't think
Anything interesting?
Normally no until they actually start. I mean, yesterday, you know, the whole first session was just a bunch of people talking about with marijuana.
Yeah. I mean, I find that interesting.
And then at some point afterwards, I guess they busted into it because it started to smell like weed in here.
It was pretty cool. Okay, we're all set. Ah, shit.
Oh my God, that got me so good. Read this, John. Oh, dude, this is my homie. I thought that was real for a second. Hold on. This will make you laugh. Just read this. So, it got me, dude. Oh God, and then I realized what it was. Oh. You know OB, right? Sounds like this. Right? Gotcha. That made me laugh too, dude. I thought that was pretty funny. Oh shit. Oh wait. You know OB?
Yeah.
Yeah. Gas prices right now.
Oh gosh, right. All in person.
Anybody's in any of my rooms and causing a ruckus.
Right on. Did I show you that? You want to read it?
Was that? Yeah. I was
Actually, made me laugh, dude.
Is this the guy that? Never mind. Thought that was the guy that lost his finger for a second. First of all, let me look at.
Oh man.
Yeah, always. I'm in Philadelphia.
Yeah, I'm around it.
Thank you. This is my first time.
Is it really?
It is. I've been to all the other big cities in California. Are you from here originally?
Yeah. Make sure you guys, emergency response.
I've had it once, and it was mind blowing. Best tacos I ever had, hands down. What's the best place to go? I went to this Baja something, this rockin' Baja. Yeah.
I want you to kind of try to set the check it out.
Yeah, for sure. So what is it called? LOLA. Lola 55. Okay. I'll check it.
It's easy. If you go back to Rocky Mile, I'll sure get the short rib tacos.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. I had the Tres Amigos, which is
Those are also, yeah.
a shrimp, steak, and lobster.
That's interesting.
Your Catholic or Greek Orthodox is good because you can only have fish on Friday.
Right, yeah, well, I
Oh,
used
because of that, because of what it is.
to be Catholic.
I'll never claim to be a good Catholic. In fact, I'm pretty damn terrible at it.
Yeah.
I try to follow at least some of the.
I followed my wife's dark side. Yeah, well, there's that also. But nobody gets a choice about being on Friday.
Oh, okay.
Well, you're like me and you like tradition.
Well, my problem was just that I can't remember things. So I'd be like, what's Friday?
It's probably been about almost 8 years since I last slipped up. I had a man I had to take my dad to go to police.
Oh, this is the greatest day. I don't do shit overtime.
Fingers crossed, yeah, good news. I have a good feeling about it. These guys seem competent, even if they use their laptops, their MacBooks.
Yeah.
It seems like they've got ones that work okay.
I think we should push John into miking up the girls, dude. Today.
I'll let him.
Or at least ask.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea to offer them. Because again, I never know what to do when they're like so quiet in the middle of their speech. I can't walk up and be like, speak the fuck up.
Oh, I can't do this right now. Fuck. It's starting to hurt my neck, actually, dude. My ears are hurting. Yeah, dude, it pulls back like this.
You should just wear one of those little shitty.
I'm about to, but I don't have another one right now.
They got them down in.
Yeah, I might go down there. I think that'd be nice right now. When that one dude walks around, I'll ask him for one.
Yeah. Plus, I really see.
Come on. No. Oh man. Oh man. 5 hours of sleep every night, dude. I'm surprised I'm like this. Day 4.
I've been doing okay.
You know? Time I've been going to bed. I'm trying to get in bed right like 9:50, right before 10.
Yeah,
And go to sleep by 10:15, 10:20.
the old 9 to 5. Yeah,
Mhm.
I've been waking up at 4:30 each day so I can get here like 30 minutes early,
Yeah.
which is ridiculous and unnecessary, but they seem to like it.
It's super important to the stewards.
Yeah.
If you want to be in good standing relations with the stewards,
Yeah.
And you want to get calls back when they need you for big gigs like this,
Yeah.
that's what they look at first. If you're not fucking on time, they don't want you. They don't want you to be the guy that gets these big paying gigs. They don't think you deserve it, which is true.
Yeah.
You know?
I've been here 30 early each day, and I hope they noticed.
Yeah, it's important. Yeah, when we're breaking all this down, I kind of want to that's like the one thing I wish I would have done a little bit better. Is the networking of all this. I mean, I kind of just did like the shit I knew basically, and it was like I know the programming and how to do all that, but like the cables and just like the networking side of it, as in like fucking here to that to decimator this to freaking screen that. No, we need to flip the HDMI's back, like the whole. I get it, but I want to be immersed in it and get it, not like rough get it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm just glad I'm starting to learn everything. You guys have been, again, very, very, very helpful, and I'm super stoked to be working with you too. Like,
Cool, man.
on my first big gig like this.
Yeah, maybe you'll be around here a long time from now. I'll be like, yeah, you remember that day, your first real gig? Yeah.
Do you know how far in advance do we know about like big gigs? Because I know I'll be back for like.
So we gotta talk to the steward.
Yeah, I'm gonna talk to the steward. I'll be gone April and like half of May, and then I'll be back. I think like half of May and most of June. Do you think there's jobs in between then? Okay.
Totally.
That'd be cool.
There's always gigs. Not exactly like this though. Maybe 5 8-hour gigs.
I could do that.
Oh, massage sounds so good.
What's that? I wonder if they have Minesweeper on.
It's Minesweeper. She's way down there, third, fourth.
We switched it over. He was watching porn. It's like, oh yeah, that's good.
That's really bad. Some people are on their 7th day right now. I'm so jealous.
7th day?
How did I not get that first day call? Why didn't they give it to me? John, when did you become a member?
2009.
Oh fuck, you've been one forever. So you paid like thousands of dollars.
Yeah.
You think about it, right? That's a lot. I'm sorry. So it's 240 times 12, and the fees and your things. You're probably like 5. No wait, I'm sorry. Let me do my math here. 240.
I think the dues
You're at about like $6,000 since then that you put in, and not even dues. That's just stamps and initiation, and journeyman tests.
Probably more than that even, but I mean, you have to.
And then in
I
dues, you're
was-
probably about 10 grand.
Yeah, I was lucky in that I came in at a point where you could still make payments, and I was able to get I only had to pay like the 500 up front and then the 500 when I passed my journeyman's test. But these days,
850 now, you know that, right?
I don't know. I don't even remember how much it truly was when I did it so damn long ago, but
Yeah.
it used to be that you can make payments, and they stopped that because one member just plain wouldn't pay. And he eventually paid, but it was just one of those.
Who was it?
It was Adam Day.
Really, Adam?
Yeah. He's cleaned up a lot. I'm happy for him.
Yeah.
But way back when, you could not count on that fucker for any damn thing. And he had a problem. It was obvious.
Yeah.
He had problems. And hell, he got one of the lowest scores you could ever get on the journeyman's test and only barely passed it the second time around.
Yeah.
But he cleaned up. But, he burned the hall, and because of him, they won't, it's one of those, nobody's allowed to make payments anymore. And it's like, why would you do that, though? Like, why would you fuck everybody else who is reliable over one person?
What's the deal? Up to 1 or 2 years to take that test?
You have between 2.5 and 3 years. And I would highly
So I
recommend.
have plenty of time to fucking
Yeah,
study for
I would highly recommend taking it at the 2.5 year mark, so that way, if you fail, you have that extra
half a
ring.
year.
You still have time to make it up.
Okay.
Because if you take it at 3 years, you only get one shot.
I'll probably wait to do that. Or actually, I'll figure it out. I'll see how I feel about it.
I took I had 3 months to spare before my 3-year deadline, and the only reason that happened was because they were working me so much that summer, I just didn't have time.
Yeah.
Lauren, he was one of the guys in charge at the time. They're like, John, you realize you're coming up on 3 years, right? And I'm like, Lauren, I need a damn break. Like, how can I take my test when I'm working every day? I'm trying to study for this. Like, I would literally be in the back of a room or be floating the hallway, and I'd have my flashcards with me so I could study in between checking things out. But I passed on the first try, and personally, I think I did better than they graded me for, but I was like, you know what, I passed. That's all I
that
wanted.
matters, yeah.
I passed, and I did better than Evan, which is what my brother said I needed to do, so. Evan Page.
Him?
No, down,
Oh, okay.
maybe he's upstairs, I don't know where he's
The
at.
bald head?
Bald-headed guy,
Yeah.
about yay tall.
He didn't get a good one or what?
I think he got a 74.
Okay.
But the thing was,
What's 70 passing?
I think you need a 71 to pass. Might be 69 point. I think you need a 69.7, like, because they break it up into points.
Okay.
I got the equivalent of a college B minus, so I'll fucking take it. It's all I wanted to do was pass, and I actually did better than a couple of prominent people.
Okay.
The real irony, I let some friends, use my flashcards, and they got better scores than I did. But I'm a shitty test taker. So.
Well, damn, give that shit to me.
I don't know what I did with the cards. Every time I thought I had them back, I'd go to the hall and they'd be like, "Oh, here are your flashcards. They want to thank you again." I'm like, "Didn't I already have these?" Yeah. Plus, this was 10 years or 13 years ago. I'm sure information has changed since then. At least it better have, because the friggin'
Ask if there's any cancellations. That's the one thing I didn't ask them.
Shit. I'll go ask right now.
Right? There's plenty of time.
Yeah. What do we got? 25 minutes? Hey, did your radio on? You didn't turn it on accident? You didn't turn it on accident by bumping that, did you?
You did at the top.
Oh, my neck.
It does seem weird that there aren't more people here yet.
Oh, yeah. Oh, we got. Switch it. Go ahead, try the video. It's on. We did it.
We have to switch to the screen when it's
Back
not.
here. He's got it. It's on.
actually prefer that they try the video, because I need to test the audio.
Yeah. Yeah, we want to test the audio too on it, the video. Because you might have to change it to speakers on there, up on the laptop. Hold on, we're testing the audio. Let it play for a sec. I got nothing on live.
Made it.
Hey, Larry.
Hi there, welcome.
Good morning.
Hey,
Welcome.
Good morning.
Morning. Welcome.
Okay. I got a good seat. I thought it was 20.
Oh,
I couldn't find
how far?
20.
That's like the opposite
I
side.
ran into it, I couldn't find 20. I found money. But it's 30.
You got your exercise.
Yeah, I did.
Okay, go ahead and play it. It's not very loud. And I got no, is mine dead?
What?
Does mine need to be turned up too?
It should.
I got nothing coming out. Maybe it's there. Maybe it's downstairs end. I don't know. Got nothing coming out over here. It's so light. Yeah, we got to get that louder.
Plenty of time.
Plenty of time. Yeah.
Got it. Yeah. Cat.
Okay, it's coming in on live now. Awesome.
Yeah, some junker keeps on hugging. And because it's in a spot where there's a million cables, it looks like it's plugged in.
Okay, good shit. Let's go. All right.
Everything should be okay.
I'm Harry Gray.
Yeah, man. Yeah, totally. Definitely. What just happened?
What?
What just happened? Oh, that monitor died.
There's gotta be a way to set this damn Mac to not go to sleep.
So the people on the live stream are hearing that music too, right? Or is it someone else doing that?
I believe they're hearing the music.
Okay.
You know, I have fader control to it, so somebody, it should be going over.
Cool.
I've got an uncharacteristically large amount of videos in my talk.
I kind of like it a little bit darker. The light on the podium kind of pronounces itself a little bit more. No?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of up to them what they want.
Morning, how are you? Good morning, Shirley, how are you? He's a musician, doing music. That was way back when she was just a 1 year old, I think. We were at the Silverman house. He was like 10 months old. Anyway, we have a nice function this morning, under Monday, award. So we're in Mary Ann's going to talk about our code. So we're getting ready for Mary Ann. I told Monty he's got to, say what a great talk that was, Mary Ann. Anyway, I'm checking in. You have a great day, okay? Okay. Good hearing you, boys.
That's wrong, man. I've been staring at my phone too long. My neck hurts. Dude, I have to like hold it back. Wow, this is a really horrible time for me to ask for membership. Considering I'm going to San Antonio and then I'm going to Austin. Like, what the fuck? You're not accountable.
I don't know, man.
I'll be like, dude, sorry.
When I talked to, what's the guy with the earrings name again? Fucking Doug? Is it Doug?
Yeah.
Yeah, when I talked to Doug yesterday, I told him, like, hey, man, I'm going to be gone a lot. Is, like, membership even going to be something I can do? And he was like, well, if you're going a lot doing the same thing, like, obviously that doesn't count towards your hours, but definitely mention that if you ever talk to the e-board, like, maybe it'll get you in early, but I don't know. So
What did he say? What did he mention what? They even...
I want to join the union eventually, same thing. So I was talking to him about, like, you know, I got my card signed at the end of the day yesterday.
Yeah.
And, I told him it's going to take me a while to get the required amount of hours since I'm gone so often on tour. So I asked, since I play a lot of venues that are staffed by IATSE and I'm doing backline, even though I'm not particularly there with IATSE, could I count those hours towards my membership? And he said no. But he did say that just keep track of what all I'm doing and stuff, and maybe approach the e-board like later on, like halfway through, and talk to them about it and see if they'll consider me because I've spent all this extra time doing it on my own too. He said no promises, but maybe. He also said I won't qualify for health insurance.
Oh, sucks. Oh, dude, I just want a massage so bad. Fuck. My neck.
Yo, how you doing?
Good. Did we get the frequency thing figured out? Is it all good now?
I didn't hear anything about it. I think so.
Okay, so it's good.
That was
Nobody
like
came
an hour
back.
ago, right? I think.
Yeah, I know we came back.
Do you guys remember why the decimator is at the lectern but not plugged in?
Yes, because
Didn't work or something?
no, yesterday, or I'm sorry, my understanding there was an iPad that needed 4K ability and had to have a decimator hooked up to it.
And it worked with the decimator?
No,
It
didn't work.
It
Oh,
did
okay.
not work with the decimator, and he did not actually end up using the iPad.
Oh, okay.
So, giant waste of time.
Yeah.
Now we have it there because we were expecting a few more necks to be rolling through
Right,
today.
right.
So in case there are any issues, I'd like to have it on hand.
Yeah, on the city side, I have all the rooms I had them replaced to a decimator at the lecture. But right now we're cutting it short on time, so I'd rather just do that later on when you have free time.
Yeah.
Just use the decimator in there, just in case they do have Macs. It might work better.
Okay.
We'll see. But so far the plan's the same. Like if they have a Mac, try to convince them to use a PC. If they're very stubborn, then try it. But
We already tried. They said no.
yeah. Some people are really stubborn, but it is what it is. But yeah, whenever you get a chance, with enough free time, you just hook up the decimator. And
You know what? Can I actually drag you up there real quick?
Yeah,
So,
that's fine. no big deal. Like if it's working fine with the others, that's the max. Oh, yeah, yeah, the max.
Moderators say different.
Sweet. All right, cool. Thank you. Good day. You too.
Not for right now, it's the only one that works. Because when I tried to hook that thing up into the decimator, it wouldn't.
Yeah.
Then your balance group. Micro, you are all women. I don't have a single.
Is that right?
Male micro issue. It's the best group I've ever. One of my jobs was not even one. One talked yesterday.
How big is your group?
Great. I went.
It's got.
You need outside.
Yeah, it's 60. With undergrads. With undergrads. No, but Connor's not part of this. That's why it's. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Oh, yeah. Ask him what else.
You guys get posted.
Yeah, we got a lot of talks. Well, we can talk about competition.
You guys were out last night.
Yeah, no, let's just, take it off.
You're not driving down every day, are you? You're staying. 5 hours. Oh, we got traffic. That's the end of the year. Wow. How many tickets did you get? Hey, Alex. How are you? Oh, you have your stuff ready. Wonderful.
Game time. Yes, sir. Cool. Thanks, guys. You got it.
What's his name? Michael? Awesome. Is Michael here? Michael,
Is it possible to display the sponsors I have up on the screen as people come in, or do you have to keep that?
Gotcha.
Oh, my
yeah,
gosh.
of course we can. Is Michael, we got 4 minutes? Is Michael here?
He is I.
Oh, I'm sorry. You are the first speaker.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Excuse
Yes,
me.
I gave
You're right.
myself the worst slot, as a good host should do.
Okay, I'll just hit you with one of these and then.
Oh, you're gonna give me the Hollywood thing.
Of course. We're IATSE. We don't want to do it any other way. You're live. Oh crap! Yeah, right here. Oh god, did I just hit that button? Okay, so I'm muted there, and I'm muted there. So I need to unmute this when it's time to ask Q&As. I need to remember that. That's my cue today. Oh, he's testing out the mic. Sorry. Oh, here. I got you muted. Are you trying to use it? Here you go. Okay. All right, Michael, we got 1 minute before we're live.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks to those of you who made it here for the 8 o'clock start. I'm Mike Zadilla. I'm going to be presiding this morning. I'll also give the first talk just because it's more natural that way. So I want to thank you all for coming to support Madi for his award in affordable green chemistry. Before I get too much into the meat of it, I do want to thank the sponsors. Thanks to BASF, Bruker, Spiro Renewables, and Thermo Fisher for sponsoring this symposium. And thanks to the ACS as well. And welcome, everyone. So Of course, some of you may know that that I was a postdoc with Madi, and I worked on a lot of manganese chiral chemistry, a little bit of rhenium chemistry with Madi, a lot of bioinorganic stuff, and around the time I was getting ready to leave for my first and only so far academic position. Madi was tinkering with this idea of trying to convert lignin to something interesting and tackling this very hard, very difficult problem. And I remember you saying to me at one point, the thing that they say about lignin is you can make anything from lignin except money. And it's still true. But it's been so much fun to just watch you continue to develop this project and how rapidly you guys made progress and started doing amazing things with it. It was you know, when I left the lab, of course I believe in you, I believe in you, but I thought, oh, this is an interesting sidetrack that he seems to be getting distracted by, but it's been so successful, and the award really speaks to that. So congratulations, Madi. So with that, I think I will go ahead and start with my talk. I'm going to just make sure I know what time I'm supposed to stop here, 25 after. So for those of you who know me, probably associate what I do in this community usually with either manganese clusters or heterogeneous catalysis, water oxidation catalysis. But we have another project that I haven't talked about as much in this community, more in the electrochemistry community. So I'm going to switch gears and talk about some of our work in battery electrolytes. So you know, when you're in Gen Chem and you have to draw your galvanic cells, the one thing that students always forget is you draw that salt bridge. It's the least exciting part. And it's like, I lost 5 points because I forgot the salt bridge. But it turns out to be the most critical component for having a really good high power battery, because electrons move fast. They can get from electrode to electrode, no problem at high current. You have to wait for the fat, slow, lithium ions or whatever ions you have to catch up. And so having an electrolyte that's rapidly ionically conductive is really important. And currently in our state-of-the-art high-power lithium batteries that go in Teslas and our phones and our computers are a liquid organic electrolyte. Of course, many of you know the problem with this technology is this. The propylene carbonates that we use are actually highly flammable, even arguably explosive at a certain temperature. So when you have a catastrophic battery failure and you can get thermal runaway, that electrolyte can boil and burst through the casing and cause an explosion. These events are rare, but they can be catastrophic. They have crashed planes and burnt down homes. And this is one example from an electric taxi in Hangzhou. And there was no collision here. There was no drunk driver. This just happened when a battery experienced a thermal runaway. So the solution that most people have been looking to is to try to develop solid electrolytes, either inorganic or organic electrolytes. Even organic solids are less flammable than liquids because they're not volatile, right? It's hard to burn a chunk of plastic and really have it run away. And so we have the ceramics. Let's see, how do I get my mouse cursor here? Looks like I don't have one. I'll use the laser pointer. Sorry for the folks at home, but I'll try to clearly say what I'm pointing to. The ceramic electrolytes have some advantages. People have also been looking at polymers. Those have other advantages. Of course, what we use right now are organic carbonates. And I've got a little chart down here to show the advantages. So the liquids that we use right now are great. They're highly conductive. And, well, liquids are, of course, infinitely flexible physically. I have an excellent potential window because they're fine for the batteries we use now, but if we want to go to higher energy lithium metal batteries with high energy cathodes, they actually can't survive that large voltage potential. And similarly, you can't even put them up against lithium metal. Those batteries tend to grow dendrites and fail. The ceramic ones win when it comes to conductivity. They can actually be more conductive than the liquids we use now. So potentially you could have an even higher power battery. However, they're brittle. if you ever drop your phone, it cracks and it's ruined forever. And I'm sure all of you have dropped your phone at least once. They also have poor, they don't have good high potential windows. You know, many of them are oxides. You can't put something like that up against a piece of lithium and have it survive. The polymers, check these sort of pragmatic boxes for device fabrication, but they're really poorly conductive and you can't get a high power device out of them. So what we've been thinking about is how to make a solid electrolyte that sort of combines the advantages of ceramics. Ceramics have an immobile anionic lattice. The metal oxide itself is negatively charged and that charge is diffuse. So the lithiums can move very fast through it, but they're not flexible. While the organics, I go back here, are basically made of chelating ligands, right? So they don't permit the ions to flow. And so we wanted to try to design crystals that would have arrays of soft donors. Lithium, of course, is a hard ion. So if we have soft donors, we would expect the lithium to be able to traverse through the channels rapidly. And so this started out with, we got funded by NSF to do this for a reaction that is so simple, it's almost embarrassing to accept money for it. And that is to crystallize lithium chloride out of DMF, right? So dimethylformamide, of course, has a soft carbonyl donor. And when you grow, most people who would grow something like this would do so by accident. Say, that's not my compound. I just got salt, dang it. But we took a look at this and we noticed that we have this nice linear array of lithium. So I showed this to my colleague, Stephanie Wonder, who's a battery chemist. And she said, well, we should measure the conductivity in this thing. So we have this array of pink lithium, green chlorides. So it's just lithium chloride salt, but it's templated into channels by these DMFs. And if you look down the crystallographic axis, you can see these nice rows of lithium that you could imagine traveling through channels as the ions cross the electrolyte. So we measure conductivities of these things using impedance spectroscopy. So what I'm showing on this slide is a comparison to a Fergus review of polymers. So we tend to compare ourselves to polymers because that makes us look better. The gray, black, and white are polymer electrolytes with various additives, various formulations. And the red is our lithium chloride DMF. So it's not that much better. So this is really where we want to be at room temperature in terms of taking something to market. So we're not there, but we're only about an order of magnitude away. This is a log scale. So we're only about 10-fold off on our very first try, and our conductivities are beating the polymers. So we were pretty excited that maybe this has some legs for making some improvements in solid electrolytes. One thing that we were very surprised about is that we could just pack this stuff into a cell and it conducts. Usually with a solid electrolyte, if you just put a powder in a cell, you get no ionic conductivity because ions have to hop across grain boundaries. But we never seem to have that problem. And I'll talk more about why that is. But we did have to consider whether what we are seeing is a mixture of bulk conduction with ions somehow hopping across the grain boundaries. Or in some cases, in some polymer electrolytes, you actually get conduction around the grains, along the grain boundary surfaces. So in considering which one of these we are dealing with, we of course want to look at what these packed structures look like. So if you look at this compound under a light microscope, it just looks like quite normal, very pretty large needle-like crystals. But if you zoom in on this thing with SEM, you notice something weird about it. They actually don't look like nice, dry, clean crystals. They look like they're covered in slime. And at first we thought that this was because the student didn't rinse them well, but that turns out not to be the case. So even when you rinse it and the crystals look dry, when you zoom in on SEM, you see this liquid interface between the crystals. So this is a 100 micron scale. If you crush them, so now we're going to break the crystals apart, which usually in brittle electrolytes, that ruins them because you create gaps between the grains. When we crush them, what we see is that we get smaller grains, but they regenerate this liquid interface between their neighbors, and the grains bind back together. And so what we realize is this is similar to the phenomenon of nano liquid water on the surface of ice. So ice is slippery not because pressure liquefies ice, as sometimes is taught in Gen Chem, but because of the decreased lattice energy at the surface of the crystal, you always have a nano layer of liquid water unless you go much, much, much below the freezing point of water. And so that's what makes ice slippery. And that's what makes our crystals have this nanoliquid boundary. And we wanted to come up with a way to test and see if this is true. So we have this wonderful collaboration with Arun Venkatnathan at the Indian Institute of Science, Education, and Research in Pune, Maharashtra. And his student Prabhat Prakash won a Fulbright to come work in my lab. So he came and did simulations, and he also learned to do some synthesis, which is really great. He's now at Caltech working with Bill Goddard, is really soaring. But here's what they did. So they did a simulation of a nanocrystal of this material in a vacuum and ramped the heating from 100 to 500. And if you look at this structure, when it turns on its side, you can see this herringbone arrangement of the lithium chloride ROM. So you'll see this zigzag pattern right there. So you can see that zigzagging pattern that matches the crystal structure that's there because of a crystallographic glide plane. And as we heat up, right now it looks pretty solid, but as we heat up, you'll see at the surface, these light green, the sort of lime green triangles are the DMFs. You'll see they'll start to really wag and become very mobile while the inside stays relatively motionless. Gradually what's going to happen as we approach 300 degrees is the surface ions and DMFs are going to start moving while the inside lattice stays still. So you can still see that solid herringbone structure inside, but now you can see some of these DMFs are really starting to wag around. And now at this point, the DMFs at the surface are becoming liquid-like, and the ions are mostly staying in the same place, but now they'll occasionally hop. So they'll hop from site to site and start gradually migrating. This is just a few nanosecond simulation. So it looks slow to the eye, but it's liquid-like behavior. And as we approach 400 now, basically the surface is entirely mobile, although we still have the herringbone crystalline structure in the center. Then at 400 degrees, the whole thing melts. Which incidentally is where it melts experimentally as well. And now the DMFs start effervescing out, so we get DMFs flying out of the crystal and it desolvates at that temperature. And we can see that experimentally when we heat it to the same temperature, we lose that sort of slimy liquid-like interface, and we see that we desolvate the crystals and get gaps between them. The conductivity gets bad. This is the impedance spectrum. Basically, the intercept of these lines with the x-axis gives you the resistivity. So this is before and after drying. And we see cubic lithium chloride up here. This is before, this is after. The stars are cubic lithium chloride as you desalt the DMF. So that was our first story. That one's not practical to use in a battery. DMF doesn't survive the battery, putting it in a real cell. But we're also interested in sodium batteries. Sodium batteries are not on the market yet, but they will be someday. A sodium ion battery will not be as power dense or energy dense as a lithium ion battery, but it's going to be a hell of a lot cheaper because sodium is much more abundant. So we've been playing with sodium salts as well. So here's essentially the same idea. We grow a sodium perchlorate salt out of DMF. And again, we get channels where the sodium is coordinated by this weakly donating soft carbonyl. But now we have the anions in a separate channel. The sodium's in a linear channel, and they're bridged by these triangles of DMF. So you have a sodium, a triangular bridge, and so forth. Again, making these nice channels, unidirectional channels down the crystal. Now the perchlorates sit in a separate channel. And so we do conductivity measurements on this one, and this one is the blue one, so it's better yet. So now we're actually only about a factor of 3 away from the conductivity in a commercial battery. And this is a talk for Madi, so I would be remiss if I didn't do something like an Arrhenius plot to get an activation energy. So these plots are displayed as over T versus log of conductivity, and of course, what is a conductivity but a rate constant. So we can use the Arrhenius law to get a activation energy of 25 kilojoules per mole, which we're really excited about because this is a ceramic-like activation energy. So we're now approaching the behavior of the highly conductive ceramic electrolytes, but we still have that soft, sort of malleable nature of a soft solid. This thing has some weird properties that we were really quite surprised about, that we didn't expect. This crystal, unlike the lithium chloride, which would decompose if we heat it, if we heat this stuff, it melts. And when we cool it, it reforms into the same crystalline structure. So it's melt castable. We can put it between 2 electrodes, melt it, cool it, and we get a nice thin thin layer. And this is a picture of a recooled melt. And you can again see that sort of curvy surface that links the crystals together and creates this contiguous network of bound grains. But my student who was making these cells and pressing them in these coin cells to do tests on them, noticed something interesting, that when he took them apart, when he took the cells apart, he noticed that the crystals look wet, which was confusing because he put in dry stuff, he pressed the cell, he did some measurements, he took it apart and it looks wet. It looks like some liquid got in there. So he pulled out a sample from that cell, this mucky sort of slushy sample, and he saw that it had new peaks from a different diffraction pattern, which we identified as this. He managed to get a single crystal, and now it's a 2-to-1 DMF sodium perchlorate powder. So now instead of having a triangle of 3 DMFs bridging, there's just 2, and the perchlorate has come down out of its own channel and entered the coordination sphere of the sodium, and the 3rd DMF has been expelled from the lattice as a liquid under pressure. You let this sit though, and that solvent soaks back in, and you go back to this to the 3-to-1 DMF mixture. So we termed this the solvate sponge crystal, with very mild pressure, like thumbs from a strong graduate student. Baran is stronger than I am, but he could squeeze it hard enough to juice out molecular liquid DMF, release the pressure, and it soaks it back up and goes back inside. And here's a video of that happening. So basically, Baran is putting the dry crystals between 2 microscope slides in front of the Temple T, and you'll see the crystals obscure the T. You can't see it. He crushes them. And then as he squishes and squishes and squishes over and over, this liquid starts to juice out, and it starts to look like slush. And now you can sort of see the Temple T. It's a little hard to see, but you can see that it's translucent. And as he presses, you can see this translucentness change as the liquid squeezes and sort of wets all of the surface of the crystals. So that's a little visual demonstration of the macroscopic view of this juicing of the crystal sponge. But we again worked with our collaborators to try to get a look at this at the molecular level. So they built a very large simulation box of this rhombohedral cell. So if we look at connecting these sodium channels, that's right here. And what they did is they applied pressure in the simulation. And the way this is color coded is important to point out. So green, so all of the atoms are not shown here. Blue is DMF. Yellow is sodium. Green means that DMF is contacting the sodium, as in the crystal structure, right? Green means that the sodium is in its channel and perchlorate's not touching. But in the simulation, when perchlorate gets in and touches the sodium, that's marked with a red line. So you can see there's not very much red in here. The perchlorates are mostly in their channels. But when you go ahead and you apply pressure, first, I'm going to show a side view. It destroys the crystalline structure when you compress it normal to the ion channel. So it squashes out. And now we're going to look at that from above. And I want you to see the appearance of red. So as we squish it, you get a lot of new red contacts, and the DMF gets squished into the spaces in between and behaves like liquid DMF. Here's what it looks like when you squash it up perpendicular to the channels. And what happens as you squish it is you can see blue liquid DMF juicing out the sides and red contacts forming at the 2 sides where the perchlorates are getting pushed back into the channels, similar to what we see in the experiment. We believe we can't simulate it long enough in order to get to the pure 2-to-1, but it demonstrates the beginning of that process. Okay, so these are neat molecules, but I've kind of been overselling them because we can't put these things in a battery because DMF does not survive a good highly reducing high energy anode, and perchlorate doesn't either. So we started looking towards more practical things that would have soft donors. So DMF and perchlorate are not stable. Adiponitrile, however, is a very cheap commodity chemical that's actually used as an additive in liquid electrolytes. So we just went ahead and tried to grow a co-crystal with a pure adiponitrile. Now, nitriles are not typically believed to survive lithium anodes, but adiponitrile does. Here's acetonitrile over a day. You can see it's turning yellow. It's reacting with a lithium, but adiponitrile does pretty well. And so we started using lithium PF6 because this is a well-known commercially viable salt. So we co-crystallize DMF with adiponitrile, and we again get a nice lattice with channels. Now it's we're back to lithium, so it's purple. Channels of lithium going through the crystal, separate channels of PF6. And this stuff is an improvement over the other materials. It's much more thermally stable. The other materials, the lithium chloride gets ruined at like 50 Celsius. It's practically useless. This survives up well past 100 degrees. And interestingly, it actually has better stability than the lithium PF6 on its own. So it improves the lithium PF6 stability. And we believe the reason is the decomposition of lithium PF6 is in the formation of lithium fluoride. And in our system, the PF6 cannot touch the sodium, so you can't get the sodium fluorine contact. And so we actually improve the stability of the actual commercial battery salt, which is exciting. Conductivity is pretty good. We're still about an order of magnitude, a little more than an order of magnitude off, but it's good enough to start doing some. And then here's the calculation of the mechanism of hopping. So in this, our collaborators, Arun and Prabhat, create a vacancy, and they can see that the nitrile from the vacant site reaches over and assists the ion hopping across, and we can calculate a minimum energy path. So it's the perchlorates, the PF6s aren't involved in shuttling the ion. There's no anion assisted shuttling, which is good. But we really wanted to look and see if we could match our activation barriers, because the bulk phase didn't on its own. So they did another simulation with multiple grains, which is really beautiful. And what they saw is where these grains find each other, you get increased mobility. So in the center, again, you can see the crystalline lattice, but if you look in the gaps, you can see more motion. The hops don't happen very often that it's obvious to eye, but those hops are happening occasionally, suggesting that we have ionic conductivity along the grains in addition to through the bulk. And this trajectory map shows you how they move. You can see, basically, you just put a dot everywhere the lithium is in each frame. And you can see they're not moving in the inside, but along the grain boundaries and the outside, they're blurry, indicating increased motion of the ions. So here's the real test. So we build a real cell. We use a commercial high energy NMC cathode, a lithium titanium oxide anode, not quite as high energy as the graphite anodes used in high energy batteries, but nearly as good. So this is a real full cell battery with all the real stuff that you would use in industry. We don't have a good thin separator. So this is the electrolyte in the middle is too thick, which means if we can improve that, this will get even better. But we have pretty good cyclability. We have Coulombic efficiency near 100%. It cycles more than 100 cycles without failure. We do get a big capacity loss, about a 50% capacity loss with 100 cycles. But given this is an all solid battery, I'm not embarrassed about that. This is quite good for an all solid battery, and it really gives us hope that we're going to be able to do this well. We can also cycle it at high rates. So 1C means basically we're charging it over the course of an hour, which is a pretty fast charge, and discharging it over the course of an hour. So that's a really pushing it to its limits. The capacity, the observed capacity always drops when you do that. The important thing is that it recovers when we go back to lower charge and discharge rates. So basically that's where I'm going to stop. So we've got this new class of solid electrolytes. We have record conductivities for organics, and it has this neat self-binding, self-healing property. So we're basically continuing to see how we can modulate these designs in order to improve conductivity and get our separators thinner, which my student Laura, who's in the audience, works on. So I want to thank NSF for funding this work. I want to thank you all for listening, and I'd be happy to take any questions. And thanks, Madi. Thank you for giving me a postdoc. Despite my paucity of papers for my PhD, you gave me a chance, and you made things happen for me. So I'm really, really grateful to you. Thank you.
So we take questions. I'll quickly say for you.
Nice talk, Mike. I noticed in the hopping process, there's actually a slight minimum indicating a real intermediate there. And what is that? What happens to actually give some stability rather than just having a transition state?
Sure. So let me get the, okay. So where we start out, it's a little hard to see because they've superimposed to, all, you know, the whole thing. But this starts out with a vacancy here with 4 nitriles just hanging in space, very unhappy, pointing at each other. And the 2 that are closest to the ion reach over and grab it. And when it comes to the center right here, it's actually held by 2 nitriles from one side and 2 nitriles from the other side. And that's where you get the intermediate. And then it breaks off of that and either goes back or goes to the other vacancy.
Yeah, but that's in the simulation.
That's, yes, this is a
you don't have
DFT
you don't have any experimental evidence for, or do you?
No. Well, we don't know. We don't have any experimental evidence for that. What we do have is we have a molecular dynamics simulation to try another approach.
Yeah.
And if you do if you do one of these plots, we don't have it for this compound, but on one of the DMF ones, on this plot, you can see little dots in between the sites, suggesting the ions reside at another site in between. And that's also a simulation, but it at least corroborates the DFT.
Yeah, maybe I missed this, but when you apply pressure, the system where you went to high pressure and so forth, what happened to the conductivity? Did I miss that?
I didn't show it to you because it's underwhelming. So
so it goes down.
Yeah. So this other material, where did it go? This material that you get after you squeeze it, if you isolate that, the conductivity is crap, and that's because because this stuff is undersaturated by DMF, it doesn't have that liquid.
But that's what you'd expect, I think.
Yeah. So this stuff is not good, but it's good. It's good as an intermediate between this because it lets you make press castable electrolytes. You press them, they change, and then you wait and they kind of reform.
Thank you, Mike.
Yeah, thanks. I think given the time, I should cede the microphone to the next speaker. Oh, I do?
Yeah, it's 8:27. You have 3 minutes.
Oh, I thought, oh, do I? Okay, great. No.
Okay.
Mike, that's a great talk. That's great stuff.
Thanks.
So in the sodium perchlorate, I'm just simple inorganic question. You know, people always are nervous about organics with perchlorate, and you've got the DMF there.
Yes.
And I know always we said solution is okay, but you were showing us all these experiments with the crystals.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. So we were very careful with this at first. So we made it in tiny amounts. We whacked it with a hammer as hard as we could, and we could never get anything to happen.
I see. You still did the hammer test like the azides? That was
Yes. We at that point we didn't have like a commercial drop hammer, but we're getting one soon. We had a claw hammer and a hand. So, but we tried Tesla coil on this. We tried hitting it with a hammer. It doesn't explode. So, yeah. All right, so our next speaker is Benny Freeman. It's nice to see you. Let's go ahead and.
You've got the presentation?
Yes, it's
very good.
Should be this one right here.
Lovely.
Uh-oh.
Yes.
That's the one? Okay.
Yes.
All right. Just wanted to make sure I put them in the right place. All right.
Let's see. That's our.
There we are. Okay. Here's your.
Okay. Well, thank you. I really, Marty, I want to add my congratulations to those the other speakers and everyone here today to celebrate your accomplishments. And I think affordable green chemistry is something everyone would love to have. I'll just say that I have really enjoyed the opportunity to work with you. The one thing I regret is that I only got to know you a few years ago. And I would love to have seen what had happened if I had crossed paths with you much, much earlier. But I really enjoyed your enthusiasm and the ideas and the science that you've brought to us. I would also say that for those of you who have navigated the abstract submission process at the American Chemical Society, one measure of my love for Marty is actually putting in all of these co-authors. And I showed 2 affiliations. There's about half a dozen. Marty has, I don't know how many titles or who he works for on any given day. But it was a real pleasure, but also a real chore to do this. And so First of all, I'd like to just congratulate Marty. And it would be nice if the slides would show up. We may have to change here. I do. Mm-hmm.
That's the HDMI. Yeah, just pull the HDMI. Yeah, why don't you let the expert handle it?
It'd be interesting to see if you can tell the difference with or without the graphs on the slides. see if does the talk any better or worse. Exactly. Yeah, I know. I know. Yes, it's like, what is that? It's like,
Let me go check this.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. Devin.
Okay, good.
Okay. All right. Well, okay. It'll be a little easier. So, congratulations, Marty. It's a real honor to be here and celebrate your accomplishments in just a small way among your community. The story I'd like to share with you is one that Marty's been intimately involved in as part of our Department of Energy Frontier Research Center, focused on water purification, membranes, and also resource recovery from water streams. And the story today is about, it's somewhat related to perhaps the earlier talk, is the fact that we're becoming increasingly reliant on batteries, particularly lithium-ion batteries, and that's driving the demand for lithium for these applications. There's a number of places that you can get lithium. Quite a bit of it comes from brine sources in the so-called lithium triangle, the ABCs, Argentina, Bolivia, and Chile in South America. And essentially these naturally occurring brines are very rich in minerals, including lithium. So 0.157 weight percent is a really, really high value. And by a process of solar evaporation in the high desert and time on the order of 2 years, you can actually concentrate this brine, and through a variety of precipitation processes, get the lithium, about half of it out of there. The other half gets lost in the precipitation processes. So this is an inefficient process. It's extraordinarily slow. And we're looking for ways to improve that. This particular site is enormous. You can see it from space. And so the footprint of these things can be on the order of 5 miles on a site. And so we're looking with Marty's help to see if we can design membranes that could do this much more rapidly and in very space efficient ways, so that we could use them in places like California, the Salton Sea here, and not just a couple hours east of us is the site of a lot of activity for lithium extraction now. And with polymers, the way that you control their properties is that if we're trying to get high permeability or high mass flux for, say, lithium over other ions, we have 2 levers that we can generally use. One is we can do something to increase the solubility of one ion over the other. And this typically depends on the hydration-free energy of the ion and polymer-ion interactions that can be controlled by the functional groups on the polymer. The other is to control the rate at which the ions move, the diffusion of one ion relative to another. And this often depends on the size of the ion. Ions are typically hydrated in water, and also on polymer-ion interactions. With Marty's help, we've been focusing a lot on the polymer interactions piece of this. If we want to selectively remove lithium from mixtures with other ions, such as monovalents like sodium and potassium, one of the issues is that lithium, because it's very small, has a high charge density, it's very highly hydrated, and it carries those waters of hydration with it in permeating through many polymers. And so lithium is often the slowest ion, even though it's the smallest in crystal size, the slowest in permeating. And so if we'd like to remove lithium from a brine, we'd like to do something that would make lithium faster than these other ions. And you can kind of see the problem here. These are variety of data from the literature showing lithium over sodium selectivity as a function of sodium permeability. And everything hovers right around 1. And you have really nothing up here where you can make materials that are really strongly selective for lithium. That would be the most efficient way to, we believe, to extract lithium from these brines. Now, Maudy enters this picture. He proposed some time ago, based on work that he had done, that crown ethers can complex ions depending on the size of the crown. You can change the ordering in which they complex these ions. A lot of this work has been done in organic solvents, and a lot of what's known in this area has been based on what's happening in organic solvents. And there's been other folks interested in this problem as well. And so we saw it with Maudy's help to understand, if we put these sorts of ion selective groups in polymers, how are the solubility and diffusion affected by incorporating these groups into polymers, and what causes that behavior? What are the design parameters that dictate the rate and partitioning into various ions into the polymers? And because we're an Energy Frontier Research Center, there's a real push to incorporate both synthesis, characterization, and modeling. And so another question for us with other colleagues is whether modeling can help us here. And finally, we never are separating these ions out alone in solution. There are always other ions around. And so what are the effect of these other ions on the separation? And so this is where our team of chemists and polymer chemists come in. And so Maudy's group synthesized these crown ethers and provided handles so that Chris Bates and his student Sam Warnock could incorporate them into the backbone of a polymer. These materials, because they're operating in water, we want some hydrophilicity that these PEG side groups can bring, and that allows the material to swell, and that helps for fast transport. We cross-link them in order to control the water uptake. And so by varying the amounts of these 3 different groups, we can control the crown ether content, the hydrophilicity, and also have some impact on the mechanical properties. And so when we do that, we find that at optimal conditions, we can make membranes that have selectivity like this. So this is the Maudy membrane. And I think you've done this probably in other areas of affordable green chemistry, but it's quite a bit different from anything else that's reported in the literature. It has higher selectivity and is also very permeable. And so we're interested to understand more fundamentally, how does this occur, and would this be the basis for other separations? And so we can individually measure ion solubility and diffusion in these materials and compare them, for example, for lithium over sodium. And we find that lithium, in fact, diffuses significantly faster than sodium. And that the membranes are actually more soluble for sodium, that sodium has a higher propensity to partition into them, and that there's this optimum as we go through water content in the membranes. We vary the water content by varying that PEG side length and the cross-linking density. And so one of the things we note is that we do have lithium selective membranes, and remember that most polymers would be sodium selective in terms of their diffusion selectivity, and it's actually more soluble for sodium. And we see this non-monotonic trend that we'd like to try to understand. And so we turn to our colleagues, Venkat Ganesan at the University of Texas, his student Everett Zofchek, doing molecular dynamics studies of these systems, and simplified versions that are made with the same crown ether and exposed to solutions that have the same concentration of lithium and sodium chloride that we're using in a number of the experiments. And what our colleagues found in terms of their simulations of diffusion is you can see the simulation results that are shown here, the experimental data here. And there's 2 ways to look at this. One is that the simulation results are completely different from the experimental data and that they don't match up. The other is to say that qualitatively they follow the same trend. And in this simulation world, they tell me that this sort of agreement within a factor of 2 or a little more is considered quite good. And so in trying to understand a bit further, we can use the simulation results, of course, to look in ways that we can't look experimentally. And so this is showing a graph of the average coordination number of a lithium or sodium ion with the ether oxygens on the crown ether. Each of the crowns has 4 oxygens. First in just free floating, the crown free floating in a saltwater solution, and then tethered into a membrane. And what you can see, and this is the water content, 39 volume percent, that gave us that optimum value of lithium over sodium selectivity. And so what you can see is it's actually the sodium in aqueous solutions that's preferentially bound into these crowns. And as you approach 8 here, it indicates that you have 2 of these crowns that are binding 1 sodium ion. And you can see that lithium really doesn't want much to do with this. And in aqueous solution, we believe that the water of hydration that lithium has is such a favorable environment for it that it won't give up those waters of hydration to enter into interaction with the crown. As we go to the membrane case, which is a lower hydration environment where the crown ethers are further apart, not as easily accessible sterically, you see the coordination number of the sodium go down. We can also look at what's happening between the ions and the water. In the case of lithium, going from just the saltwater system into the system that has the membrane, you see very little change in their coordination number. However, in the case of sodium, you actually see that coordination number go down in the membrane. So this indicates that the sodium is giving up some of its waters of hydration to enable it to interact more favorably with the crown ethers. And that's shown here schematically with a lithium surrounded by lots of its water looking on to one of these crown ether groups, but not going through the door, whereas the sodium here is shown being bound to a couple of them and having shed some of its waters of hydration. And so we can promote lithium transport by slowing down the sodium transport, essentially. We also see this this non-monotonic trend in the diffusion selectivity. And so we wonder what's the basis of that. Again, through simulations, we can probe the population of these sodium and lithium cations that are free versus bound to those crown ether groups. And essentially, at low water content materials, there are very few of the sodiums free. They love to be bound. If there's not much water around, they love to be in the crown ether groups. And then as the water content goes up, there's a competition between the crowns and the water for the sodium. The lithium, because it doesn't have a whole lot to do with the crown ethers, at least in aqueous solution, likes to remain free. We can visualize further the diffusion process here using a very simple model of a cross-linked polymer and hydrated ions. This particular model is a so-called Mackey-Mears model. It's just a very simple geometric impedance model that relates the diffusion coefficient of a solute in a membrane to its diffusivity in aqueous solution and the water volume fraction in the material. And what we see is that the sodium ions, for example, follow this Mackey-Mears model pretty well. The lithium ions follow this Mackey-Mears model, but the sodium ions lag behind. And if we think about why this is happening, we have some of the sodium ions that are bound to the crown ether sites, and others that are free, and the free ones have much higher mobility than the bound ones. We can postulate a very simple model between the diffusion coefficient of the ions in the membrane, depending on the diffusion coefficient of the free ions and that of the bound ions, and the Z is the fraction of the free ions. And in the limit where the bound ions move much more slowly than the free ions, we get a simplification here. And if we perform the scaling suggesting by this very simple model, you see the sodium and lithium numbers now both follow the model fairly closely. And so it suggests that the sodium ions, when they're bound into these crown ether sites, really love to stay there. And so we've found through this work that the membranes are solubility selective for sodium, but diffusivity selective for lithium. This comes from the same the same basic phenomena that in aqueous solution, that the crowns like sodium, and the sodium will give up its water hydration to bind with the crown, whereas the lithium does not want to give up its water hydration to be able to go into the crown. We have a non-monotonic dependence of the selectivity, and that's coming about because as we change the water content by changing the polymer composition, we're changing essentially the amount of free versus bound ions, and we can roughly predict the diffusion selectivity that really drives that non-monotonic trend in permeability selectivity, knowing the free ion diffusivity and the amount of free species. And so we've only talked so far about single salt selectivity data. And this shows what happened if we take a mixed salt, so sodium and lithium chloride mixture, and we see that solubility changes very little, but the permeability selectivity decreases. We're now back not too far away from 1, and that's because we've had a drop in the diffusion selectivity. And this is telling us effectively that that ion correlations in these mixtures are significant. And so what it's saying is essentially that as we go to the mixed salt system, the presence of the slow-moving sodium actually slows down the lithium and brings the overall selectivity down. And so this is providing a really fruitful area for us going forward, is to understand how these mixed ion effects and correlations between the mobility of various ions work together in membranes to change overall separation properties. And this is something that's not very much explored, certainly not at a fundamental level in the literature. And we owe our ability to do this really to Maudy's work and to helping us get access to these materials that were not otherwise available. And with that, I come back to the reason that we're here, and that is to celebrate Maudy's accomplishments and to thank you again, Maudy, for including me in your world and coming to give some of your chemistry insight to the membrane area. It's been a great collaboration. I'd like to thank you for your time, and again, thank you, Maudy. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right. Do we have questions for Benny?
Hi, Professor Freeman. That's a very nice talk, and I've been reading these papers carefully. Thank you very much. I have a question about the spatial effects when you show the dependence on the water uptake. I was wondering, because as I understand, the interaction distance in a coordination chemistry is shorter than the electrostatic interactions. So when you show that some of the ions, when they transfer through across the membrane, for those bulk ions which are not attached to the polymers, I was wondering, like, what can you explain more how it is transferred across? Is it like transferring across the electrostatic matrix or something else? Yeah, thank you.
So if I've understood the question, is how do the ions get through the membrane? And so these studies are done based on concentration driving forces. So there's not a net electric potential across not an imposed electric potential across the membrane. And so they're being driven by concentration gradient driven diffusion, and we have to respect charge neutrality. And so, for example, every time a lithium ion moves across that membrane, it has to take a sodium with it, a chloride with it, and likewise for the sodium. And so the basic mechanism is concentration driven diffusion. Yes.
Nice talk. I learned a lot. I'm learning a lot about the lithium in batteries. What is the size distribution of these membranes, these polymers, and how do you characterize them?
So these are, they're cross, if you're asking about molecular weight.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
there must be a distribution in molecular weights. How narrow is that? Is it a wide distribution?
Yeah, so these are cross-linked, and so we don't, they don't have a defined molecular weight. You're essentially, even in a macroscopic sample, it's one molecule.
Yeah.
because all the polymer chains are hooked together. That being said, the polymerization methods that are used to make these, if they were made without being cross-linked, are these some of the modern precision polymerization methods, and so the molecular weight distribution would be very narrow. If they,
Very narrow. Okay. Around what value?
around less than 1.1, if you made them as an uncross-linked material.
Yeah. So these are very, very massive membranes in terms of.
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
One more. Hi, thank you so much for that nice talk. It's very interesting to learn more about mixed ion transport. I worked on mixed gas transport.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's very, very different because here it's diffusion rather than sorption that's having that effect. But I had a question about the saturation capacity for the sodium ions. So is there a point at which you lose kind of the trend in diffusion with sodium because you reach the saturation capacity of the membrane, and then you no longer see the changes in diffusion that you are observing?
Yeah, so I didn't show you data today just due to time constraints, but you can also, study the properties as a function, let's say, of external salt concentration. And so then you change the partitioning of the ions between the external solution and inside the membrane. And with the crown ether groups, the lithium, because it doesn't interact much with the crown ether groups in these aqueous systems, has a more or less linear response. What in the gas world you call it Henry's law. And so if you double the external salt concentration, you more or less double the internal salt concentration of lithium. The sodium has these binding sites, and those, depending on how many you have in there, they will fill preferentially. And then you go over into a regime where the sodium responds more or less linearly to external concentration.
That makes sense. Thank you.
Yep.
All right, let's thank Betty one more time.
Got your, sorry for.
No. Well, no, nothing to be sorry about. Hopefully, I don't know if any ACS powers are listening, but hopefully events like this will demonstrate that sharing one laptop is an ill-advised idea. I'm quite sure that everyone wants to use their own machine. All right. I think we got it.
I think you're all good.
Cool. All right. All right. Next, it's my pleasure to introduce Allison Butler, who's here to help celebrate Madi, his colleague from UC Santa Barbara. Allison.
Well, congratulations, Madi. You're a tremendous colleague when you're not totally delocalized, and maybe we'll find something to collaborate on after this talk. So I could have talked about our work on lignin and through SenSurf, and we had this great project with Marcus Foston and Dan Little, an organic chemist in my department. But I became somewhat disillusioned that we were actually polymerizing lignin and making much larger molecules, as opposed to what we really wanted to do was to break out small molecule fragments. And at that point, we switched to working on some fungi with Michelle O'Malley in chemical engineering at UCSB, and looking at the response of different enzymes in this fungus dependent on the type of lignin substrate it was growing on. And I was really struck, Madi, in your award talk on the effect of ethanol and your success with ethanol. So I thought maybe if we could run the fungi in an inebriated state, that we might actually have much more success in pulling out small molecules. So maybe we can work on this at some point together. Instead, I'm going to talk about catechol. And if you find a way to break out catechol, Mari, we'll put this into a synthetic biology framework in order to make wet adhesive compounds. So there are several types of catechols in biology, and for siderophores often use 2,3 dihydroxybenzoic acid in a classic, enterobactin type siderophore to complex iron and bring iron into the cell. But some siderophores are based on the 3,4 dihydroxy catechol. But for catechols that are in proteins, these are in the form of DOPA, dihydroxyphenylalanine, because they derive from tyrosine. So it is the hydroxylation of tyrosine to get DOPA. And this is what mussels use when they are sitting on a rock and to adhere to a rock in the intertidal zone. So a mussel then puts out a foot and it's sampling the surface, and then it's going to make a plaque to attach to the surface. And as it's pulling back, it is depositing, where's the pointer? Okay, a layer of, a striated layer actually of different proteins with different functions. But the one that we want to focus on is musclefoot protein 5, because musclefoot protein 5 has essentially 30 mole% of tyrosine, that most of which gets converted to DOPA, and a lot of lysine, almost 30 mole% of lysine. And these are often right next to each other. And so, while DOPA is really considered to be what is involved in adhering to a rock, it's absolutely essential to have those lysines there, or so it was thought. But how? So catechols, can cross-link through iron coordination, and this is really good in giving cohesive strength within the byssal threads. But they can also undergo, all right, so I'll just switch up my talk. They can also adhere to surfaces through coordinate covalent bonding to titania, or to either coordination to alumina in mica, which is an aluminosilicate material, or to hydrogen bonding, or undergo oxidation to semiquinone and undergo cross-coupling type reactions or Michael addition reactions. But if it gets to the dopa-quinone, there's no adhesion at all. So how then does a mussel, and this happens at neutral pH very rapidly. So how do mussels in the ocean actually adhere to a surface of a rock if they have to contend then with the oxidation of catechols to dopaquinones? We can talk about that in the question time if we have time. So what we used in working with Jacob Israeliashvili at UC Santa Barbara and Herb Waite was the surface forces apparatus. And this is something that Jacob actually developed for use in water with biological materials, and it's great at measuring nanonewton force resolution and angstrom distance resolution. And so we can coat mica surfaces that are held in a perpendicular array and look at the adhesion of and the force of adhesion of molecules to these surfaces. So if we can take a coat one or both surfaces in the open circles, compress these cylinders together, and at the point that there's an adhesive force felt to the other surface, there's a jump in, and then we can compress either to a certain distance or a certain force. And when we pull apart, then the break point is the force of adhesion. So when you look at, and this is some old work of Jacob Israeliashvili and Herb Waite, working on musclefoot protein 5, that protein with 30 mole% of catechol, DOPA, there's an appreciable force of adhesion of around minus 60 millinewtons per meter. And there's a contact time dependence. So the longer that we leave these proteins on the mica when they're brought together, we can increase the force of adhesion from 6 minutes to 11 minutes to 70 minutes. But this is all work carried out at pH 2.6 to prevent the oxidation of DOPA to the dopaquinone. So at the time we were working on siderophores that had a cationic amine next to a different catechol, 2,3-dihydroxybenzoic acid. And these bacteria had no problem with the oxidation of this catechol in neutral pH environments. And so when we look at the force of, the adhesive tendency of this molecule on mica, we can see there's also a time-dependent adhesive properties. So it increases the longer we leave the compound in contact with the DOPA. There's and with the mica, and there is quite an appreciable adhesive force that's there. But the weak link is in the ester linkage. And so a student of mine, and I'm just going to summarize some of our older work, decided to put in the TREN analog instead of having the esters there. And so this is following on some of the work of Ken Raymond's group with siderophores, which we took advantage of. So in this figure, there's a lot going on. So first, if you look in black, this is just buffer. And so mica is anionic. We're working in a fairly high ionic strength. There is a hydration layer that is developing on the surface. And you can see that in the case, and that hydration layer is about 15 angstroms. And of course, there's no adhesive force with the buffer, as we'd expect. However, with the compound in the open red circles, it can get beneath this hydration layer. And so now the hard wall thickness is about 9 to 10 angstroms. And as we pull apart, there's really a remarkably high adhesive force with this compound. And it's absolutely essential that the lysine or cationic amine be there. So if we just took TREN-CAM, so no lysine, then really the force curves look identical to buffer. So that catechol, if we were working in 0 ionic strength or as close to it as we could get, we would see catechol adhesion to the mica. So just briefly then, what Greg Mayer, who started this project in my group, did was to change the, so he just shortened the amine. We still, and then he just decided to get rid of, kept the amine, but get rid of the catechol, or remove, as I've already shown you, remove the amine, remove lysine, or acetylate that lysine so it can't be cationic. And so what you see is that if we have both a cationic amine and catechol, then we have a high force of adhesion and a small hard wall thickness. If we get rid of the catechol, there's some adhesion due to probably this amine, and the hard wall thickness is also small. But if we don't have a cationic amine, or we have acetylated it so it can't be cationic, then it's no different. There's no adhesion, and the hard wall thickness is the hydration layer. It can't get down to the surface of the mica to bind there. But there's a pH dependence also. And so those experiments, well, we've done them at pH 7 here. We still get higher forces of adhesion at low pH. And so I don't know what this is really due to. Are we getting some oxidation of the 2,3-dihydroxybenzoic acid? Possibly, or we're really keeping it protonated in this state also at the catechols. So in more recent work then, we have been looking at this spacing of the cationic amine lysine with respect to the catechol. So up here is the TREN-LysCAM. So K is the 1-letter amino acid code for lysine, what I showed in the previous slides. But if we put 2 glycine spacers between here, we reduce the adhesion. The molecular weight is getting larger. These are just increasing in size. It continues in this trend of losing its adhesive ability as we add another glycine or 6 glycines. And now these are much larger molecules. They're much floppier, and there is a lower charge density on the surface. So I think we just hit on the lysine next to the catechol by accident, but in the case and following from a city reform. If we look at changing the catechol, so to a 3,4 dihydroxycatechol, so somewhat more like DOPA, then we also do see oxidation of this catechol. It doesn't quite go as fast as how DOPA would oxidize. And there is a decent force of adhesion at low pH, but not at pH 7 or 10. And there may be reasons why we might want to take advantage of this this oxidation in making wet adhesive materials. So we were really interested in then how can we tune the stability of the catechol. And I was surprised in the literature, there's not a Hammond analysis of substituent effects on catechol oxidation. So what Greg did was to look at the rate of oxidation of catechol by dioxygen following this with an oxygen electrode. And so if we just looked at catechol, if we have an electron donating substituent or look at dopamine, the rate of oxidation happens at a lower pH with rather easily. But if we start putting on electron withdrawing groups, so carboxylate in this case for 3,4 dihydroxybenzoic acid, it does stabilize the catechol to oxidation. In the case of 2,3 dihydroxybenzoic acid, that's even better. And if we put on a sulfonate group or other type of groups that are really much more electron withdrawing, then we don't see the oxidation and we can really stabilize this as a catechol. Okay, so then what are the types of groups could we look at? So HOPO, these hydroxypyridinone ligands have been used also as mimics for iron binding in catechols. And my colleagues, Craig Hucker and Herb Wade have also used these in terms of making these 3,4 HOPO muscle-inspired hydrogels. But if we look then at some of the work that Ken Raymond has done for lanthanide and actinide chelators, so this 3,4,3 1,2 HOPO, this is what would be something that would be very interesting to us because it's much more resistant to oxidation. And so Parker Stowe and my group has also made compounds now with 1,2 HOPO, and do they adhere to mica? Well, yes, and they're really quite good at pH 3 and pH 7, and still something is happening at pH 7. So I don't know if we're hydrolyzing, an amide or what we're doing in this case. So in summary, what we're interested in is looking at compounds that can be tuned for wet adhesive properties, particularly for adhesion to surfaces, and that can get through a hydration layer that develops on an aluminosilicate type rock. So that's often what's in the ocean and what a mussel uses is attaching to. And so we really know now, I think that we varied the amine in work I didn't present, but we know that this is essential then in allowing the catechol to get to the surface and attaching to the surface, however it is, either by coordinate covalent bonding to the aluminum in this case, or hydrogen bonding to the mica. In summary, then, I'd like to thank the students who did this work. It was all started by Greg Mayer in my group and Mike Rapp in Jacob Israeliashvili's group, and continued now by Parker Stowe, who's in my group. And George Deegan was a graduate student with Jacob before Jacob passed away. And Roberto Andresan Aguias was a postdoc in Jacob's group. He's now an assistant professor at UC Merced and continuing the SFA work with us on these types of compounds, and NSF for funding. And Bonnie, congratulations.
All right, thank you, Allison. Do we have questions?
It's really hard. There's a bright light right there.
Yeah, the light's on here.
Nice talk, Allison. Can you rule out metal catalyzed oxidation from trace metals? Aha. You know, you've got this big pH effect that,
No, no, we can't rule that out. And we should look at this really seriously. Yeah, right.
because it would
That would be
appear to
interesting.
me that because of the pH dependence, it's very likely that some metal ions or trace metals are involved in catalyzing the oxidation.
That's very possible. Thanks, Harry. Yeah.
And you have this one case where you were trying to figure out what happened at higher pH, and that may well be metal catalyzed oxidation. So have a look at that.
I will.
Okay.
I guess I can ask a question. Could you walk me through a little bit the hammer type analysis that you did on catechol?
Yeah, I think the next slide is something here. So in terms of how we measured it, we used an oxygen. So we followed the kinetics of the consumption of dioxygen using an oxygen electrode in the presence of these different compounds.
So I think it was the slide where you were fitting second order rate constants versus pH. I think
Yeah.
that's what it was. Is that, did I get that?
Here?
Okay, yeah. So, yeah. I'm just trying to understand it a little bit. So how does the substituent effect work when there are two different hydroxy groups there? So is the substituent effect occurring only in the para position, or what effect does the meta hydroxy have?
Oh, we looked at this in terms of the Hammett effect, and I think we see similar things depending on what we're plotting, as meta. Yeah.
Okay.
They track together, and I just chose one in the Hammett plot I showed. Yeah. Okay.
So I noticed in one of your early slides, your intro slides, you showed two substrates. One was the mica, and the other one, I forgot what the other one is, but you showed, yeah, there it was. Right, here we are. Oh, titania. So on the titania, it looks like you dehydrate the surface and you get the catechol directly bound, but not, it looks like you hydrogen bond on the mica.
Hold on.
Oh,
This
okay.
is a cartoon.
Oh, okay.
And the titania is not our work. Yeah. So
Well, do you think the dehydration is possibly going on in the aluminosilicates as well?
the dehydration.
Well, so
Yes.
Right. So presumably that's bonding to a surface hydroxide, right? Whereas on the left,
Hold
you.
on.
Oh.
So we don't know. So it's a cartoon showing, in this case, hydrogen bonding, because Jacob is convinced it's hydrogen bonding.
Okay.
As an inorganic chemist, and Harry and I have talked about this, you see the alumina there. It's just like iron 3.
Yeah.
That's perfect for catechol
To bind, yeah.
coordinate covalent attachment. And so we
Yeah.
just need to do the ATR-IR experiments to look at this.
Yeah. My brain screams that it should also form an oxo metal bond.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Interesting.
We're in agreement on that.
Yeah, we are. Yeah.
3 out of 3 chemists agree.
On the other hand, I have to say, Jacob Israelishvili was a remarkably creative thinker. Sometimes out there and sometimes not. And so I think, I'm still going to keep thinking about this.
Are there any other questions? Okay. If not, let's thank Allison once more. Okay, our next speaker is Marian Morales, who is a star student in Harry's group. But I think before Marian gets started, I think Harry was going to say a couple words. Would you like to come up here or just use the hand mic? Okay.
I'll just say that I'll get a microphone. I just wanted to start by congratulating Mahdi. Mahdi was a postdoc in my group. And he was really an inspiration to everybody. His insights, his family. We were very close to his family, especially his little boy named Michael, who was all over the place in the lab and everywhere else. And my wife and I had to chase him around and try to control him. But now he's graduated from Purdue, I guess summa cum laude or something. Isn't that right, Marty? And isn't that right, Marty? Something like that. In chemistry, but in fact, because of Marty's influence, he's now a musician. And you can look for him. I would like to give a shout out to him because he's making records and stuff. And I'm listening to some of his work. He's a really accomplished musician. And he's probably gonna make a lot more money than Marty's ever made. And so keep your eye out for Michael Omar. He dropped the Abu. Marty's Abu Omar, but Michael said, "The hell with that. I'm just gonna be Michael Omar." And he's probably gonna change it even further. Anyway, Marty, you're a terrific scientist. We love you and your family. I'm so proud of you and what you've done in green chemistry. It's really going to change the world, a lot of the stuff that you've done. So let's all congratulate Marty now. By the way, he didn't stay in my lab very long in order to do anything. He came and he got a job. He got a job. He got a job. Anyway, he went on to UCLA, then to Purdue, and now he's back now in a really cool place, UC Santa Barbara. And this guy's gonna go great guns. So keep your eye on him, but more importantly, keep your eye on his son, Michael.
All right, thank you, Harry. I just want to take a second to give a proper introduction. So next we have Marianne Morales, working in Harry's group, who's been doing some work on copper binding to SARS-CoV-2 protein, better known as the bane of our existence. So we're excited to hear about this work. Marianne.
Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me here. It's such an honor to be able to give this talk on behalf of Harry. I also want to congratulate Marty as well for a well-deserved award in green chemistry. And while my talk may not be on green chemistry, I hope that you guys still enjoy it. So over the past year, I've been working on a SARS-CoV-2 protein, and I've been studying how copper binds to this protein. So I don't think COVID needs an introduction, but I will talk about how the immune system functions in response to COVID. So when a virus enters your body, you have type 1 interferons that are the first to respond to this virus. What they do is they trigger the expression of B cells and T cells, which help combat this virus entering your body. In COVID, it's quite unique. There's a small protein in COVID called NSP1, which, which blocks the type 1 interferons, which causes the immune system to shut down, making it so easy for the virus to replicate and spread throughout your body, and the reason why so many people are getting sick. So how it does this is the virus enters the body, the RNA then gets translated by an open reading frame. That open reading frame, makes up 16 non-structural proteins. And of these 16 non-structural proteins, NSP1 inhibits the type 1 interferons. Now, these type 1 interferons are responsible for a few things. They inhibit host mRNA nuclear export, they degrade the host mRNA, and they inhibit protein translation. So today we're going to be taking a look at how this inhibits the protein translation. So when NSP1, the way it inhibits IFN1 is by binding to the 4DS ribosomal subunit. So NSP1 is 180 residue peptide protein, and it contains 33 residues at the C terminal that are intrinsically disordered, meaning that we haven't been able to get any X-ray crystallography or cryo-EM of this structure. The only times that we have, as you're probably wondering why I have some figures down there, is when it binds to this 40S ribosomal subunit. When it does bind, it adopts this helix-turn-helix structure that kind of acts like a plug. And when it binds to this 40S ribosomal subunit, it then stops protein translation, which allows for the virus to replicate at a faster rate than your immune system is able to respond. So over the past year, I've been working to study this protein. Because of the fact that we can't do cryo-EM and X-ray crystallography on this structure, we are kind of narrowed down on what we can do to actually figure out how to stop this. So because of this, one thing we can try is transition metals. Transition metals bind to amino acid residues, a lot, for example, aspartates and glutamates and histidines. So we were kind of curious to see if there are any transition metals that could possibly bind to this. In particular, there are 8 amino acid residues that would be possible for binding in NSP1, the C terminal. But we'll take a look at what happens. Before I get into the transition metals, we wanted to see if maybe we can sort out the structure a little bit more than what we currently have, which is almost nothing since the cryo-EM and X-ray crystallography are not very clear. And so the techniques that we used are circular dichroism to get insight on the secondary structure of this protein and Forster energy transfer for distance measurements between amino acid residues. So when we do circular dichroism, this is the spectra of the NSP1 C terminal, which is the 33 residues at the end that are disordered. And when we take the CD spectra and fit it to a 3-element analysis, you'll notice that it's mostly beta sheets and coils. There's almost no alpha helices, which is very interesting to see because when it binds to that 4DS ribosomal subunit, it adopts that helix-turn-helix structure. So you can tell it's quite different. Now, if we take a look at Forster energy transfer, so the way Forster energy transfer is you have a donor and acceptor, you excite the donor, and then the donor, in our case, does an energy transfer to the acceptor. And from this, you can actually measure the distance between the donor and the acceptor using this equation up here, where the rate of energy transfer is related to 1 over the lifetime of the donor times these 2 values of distance raised to the 6th power. This R naught here, in previous work done by our group for the specific Forster energy transfer pair that we're going to be using, which is going to be for the tryptophan and the nitrotyrosine, is going to be 26 angstroms. So we'll take a look at that in a second. So when we did these Forster energy transfers, we used tryptophan, which was already located at the 161 position of the peptide, and tyrosine, which has been mutated to a nitrotyrosine because they can constitute a Forster energy pair. When we did take a look at this is the lifetime of the NSP1, just no nitrotyrosine, just regular tyrosine, and the blue one is with the nitrotyrosine. You'll see a quenching of the lifetime. We go from 2.9 nanoseconds to 1 nanosecond. Now, using these lifetimes, you can do a fit of this using the minimum entropy, and we calculate 3 different distances at which this tryptophan and nitrotyrosine are at. We get this 13 angstroms, the 17 angstroms, and the 28 angstroms. So this is the helix-turn-helix once it adopts the shape. But beforehand, what I'm trying to show is that this is the tyrosine that's been mutated to nitrotyrosine, and this is the tryptophan. So that distance can be is constantly shifting, but we see these 3 populations when fit to a low entropy fit. Now, we wanted to see if there were any metals that could possibly affect the structure of NSP1. I screened quite a few metals. We did copper, calcium, cobalt, magnesium, and zinc. And surprisingly, the only one that had any effect was copper. So you'll notice here, the black line is just NSP1 emission. This is at 30 micromolar. As I add copper 2 ions to it in copper sulfate, you'll see a quenching of the emission as it increases. When we also take the lifetime measurements of this, you'll also see a decay in lifetime as a decrease in lifetime as the concentration of copper increases. From this, we can extrapolate values for a dissociation constant of 5.4 micromolar and a quenching constant of 5 times 10 to the 8th inverse seconds. Now, the question becomes, what exactly is copper binding to? So we decided to exploit the fact that copper is paramagnetic. So we took a look at EPR spectra. So in the red is just copper in the buffer solution, which is MOPS. And in the blue is this C-terminal NSP1 peptide with copper. You'll notice a shift in both G parallel and G perpendicular, indicating that something is going on in our spectra. However, we don't get very much insight from this. So we can take a look at ENDOR, which allows us to disentangle signals that we might not be able to see in EPR. So if you take a look at these 2 peaks here, these are the proton peaks, which aren't very important for us, but these 2 peaks here are quite interesting. They're split by 6 megahertz, which is 2 times the Lamore frequency of nitrogen. So we know that this copper is having some kind of interaction with nitrogen. So the last experiment that we took a look at is HiSCR data, which is which gave us these signals here. And if we look at literature in this 2002 paper, you'll find that these signals match up identically to the histidine residues to a copper bound to a histidine. So we get a clear indication that the copper is binding to a histidine residue, and we have a 33 residue peptide, and there's only one histidine in that peptide, which is quite clear that obviously it's this. So that's so far what I've gotten. I know it's a quick talk, but I wanted to wrap up and say that NSP1 obviously inhibits your immune system response. So this is something that is potentially a drug target in the future. It's difficult to characterize because of its intrinsically disordered regions. The copper-2 alters the structure of this non-structural protein, and then copper-2 is binding to nitrogen residues. So we were able to get insight on this. We were able to conclude that it alters the structure, and while not, it is conclusive that it binds to the histidine 165 residue. For future directions, I'm already starting to work on translating these results into the full length of NSP1, because right now we've only looked at the C terminal of this protein, but essentially we want to make sure this translates when you use the whole NSP1. We'd also like to design selective inhibitors containing copper-2 to prevent the immune system shutdown. And with that, I'd like to thank Paul Ayala for all his help with EPR. One of the postdocs in our lab, Rahela Ravenfar, and if you're interested, she's giving a talk on cytochrome P450 later today. Yuling Sheng for her help with NSP. Jay Winkler, he's an amazing person, helped me with so much. And Harry Gray for all his support and being an amazing advisor, the rest of the Gray group, and the Arnold and Mabel Beckman Foundation. And with that, I'll take any questions.
All right, questions for Marianne? Allison.
Yeah. So what's the specificity for copper, say in serum or displacing copper? Maybe you said this and I spaced out, but, or, you know, with other metal ions displacing copper.
I have not tested other metal ions displacing copper, so I'm not sure about that. But at the moment, the other 4 ions that I did test did not bind to NSP1. There was no emission quenching when I tested that.
Hey, do you see a change in the CD spectrum when you add copper? Like, does it become more structured?
We see the spectrum shifts up, but there's not particularly more structure to it.
Okay, but but it still looks like it's like mostly beta.
Mostly, yeah, there's maybe some minimal change, but nothing too significant.
It's very hard to make an alpha helix.
Yeah.
Marianne, thanks. Great talk.
Thank you.
It's amazing. She's only a second year?
Yeah.
Wow, really nice work. Okay, all of those things that I said, Harry told me I have to say. No, I'm just kidding. This was a really good talk, quick question. You tried zinc, right? And you said zinc didn't do anything, which is surprising that it would want the histidine. Did you play around a little bit with the pH or things like that? I know the experiments you were doing were like pH 6.5 or.
Yeah, so I have not played around with the pH. It was mostly 6.5 because I had some solubility issues. I've been playing around with the pH recently of the copper at 7 and 7.5, but maybe for the next ACS, I'll have some results on that and I'll try out the zinc at higher pH.
I also tried to try
That was really beautiful talk. I'm wondering what other ligating amino acids are in the sequence that might also be coordinating to the copper. Are there any others, or do you think it's just a zinc like on the edge of the protein?
What do you mean, just the zinc?
I don't know why I said that. Just the histidine. I don't know where. Yeah.
So we do have aspartates and glutamates, carboxylic acids that could bind. However, I think the high score clearly indicates that it's only binding to the histidine. We would have seen other signals for the other residues.
Okay. Well, I mean, the aspartate oxygens don't have a spin active nucleus, though, right? Would you still see those?
So I'd been working on some pH measurements and looking at the dependence of that. And while I didn't show the data, we have thanks to the pH measurements, define that it is the histidine and not any other like backbone amide bonding or other carboxylate groups.
All right. No, we really have no idea about why this system doesn't bind zinc or cobalt too, because every protein with histidine in it always binds zinc, copper, and cobalt. And yet this system seems to be situated so it binds copper, but it excludes zinc, and we simply don't understand it. You will. With your help. No, I'm just too very
We'll do Allison first.
So you think this is just an aqueous copper coordinated to one histidine?
Yes, there's only one histidine in the 33 residue peptide I'm working with.
You think maybe it oligomerizes? Like if you FPLC or something like that to see if it forms a tetramer and you get 4 histidines that way, especially since it's such a small peptide.
I haven't done FPLC to see if it oligomerizes. I guess that would be worth checking.
The copper experiments would show excess copper. So the copper concentration shows it's copper. So we thought about that. Lower negation, we're looking at maybe these actually copper hydration. Because the EPR starts showing different signals. We can actually rule that out.
Sorry, Allison, leave the microphone special viewers.
Can you pull copper out of when copper's bound to bovine serum albumin or something like that? You know, a weaker coordinating copper protein?
I have not tried a bovine serum albumin.
All right, any other questions? All right, if not, let's
Okay, I believe we're up to an intermission now. We're a little ahead of schedule, so we have quite a lengthy intermission. So we'll get started again at 55 after. So see you back soon.
So far, so good.
They haven't counted me in yet. You're good. They're going to give me the count in. All right, welcome back, everyone, to our symposium honoring Madi. I do want to take a moment again to thank our sponsors, BASF, Bruker, Spiro, and Thermo Fisher. Welcome back, and it's my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, also from Santa Barbara, Madi's colleague, Peter Ford. Peter. It's coming. It's coming. It was just on. It was just, there we go. There we go.
You know, I was looking for, this is awful. Maybe I can see out there. Anyway, I was looking for photographs from Madi, but this is the only one I could find. I was hoping to find something a little more embarrassing than that. So, no, I first met Madi at a Gordon conference on inorganic reaction mechanisms, 1989, or maybe it was 1987. I don't know when it was the first one. And no.
1987, I would have been in high school.
Well, you are a prodigy. You are a prodigy. Right? You were a prodigy. No, okay. So it's 97. Okay. So what it was, this aggressive guy came up, grabbed me by the arm, and said, let's go see my poster. But he's been a good friend ever since. And we were fortunate enough to recruit him to Santa Barbara a few years ago as the professor of green chemistry. Didn't say anything about being affordable at that time, but now I could talk about green chemistry, but I don't do anything affordable, so that won't qualify. And this is not working.
You just got to hit the space bar.
Space bar?
Of the computer.
I am definitely PC inadequate. So, okay. So congratulations, Madi. It's a good move for us to hire you. It was a good move for you to get that award. And we're here to honor you, and that's enough of you. And this is still not working. Okay. All right. That's why I use Macs. Okay, so I'm going to talk about something, like I said, totally non-green chemistry, because we don't do anything affordable, even our green chemistry. So I'm going to talk about something that is a project that I've been doing in collaboration with this young lady here, who is Daniela Truzzi, who is from São Paulo, University of São Paulo. I had met her years ago as a graduate student at another campus of the University of São Paulo in San Carlos. And she came and postdoc with me at some point. And since then, we've been working together on this project. So this goes back to nitric oxide, which when I first heard about nitric oxide's biological effects, my former postdoc, former graduate student, David Wink, called me up and said, and he had just started in a new research position at the NIH. He said, you won't believe this, but nitric oxide is the hottest molecule in biochemistry. My first reaction was, you're right, I don't believe you. David Sense has an H factor way above mine, so he's done very well with nitric oxide. But at any rate, in just an introduction to this group, which might not be as familiar with it, nitric oxide is produced by an enzyme called nitric oxide synthase. There's various forms of it by the oxidation of arginine, and produces nitric oxide. And it was found to be play a major role in cardiovascular bioregulation. So I tell people, you may not be interested in nitric oxide, but without it, you're dead. It controls blood pressure. It also has, it's a yin and yang type thing. It plays a role in immune response, and it's produced at much higher concentrations in immune response. It's produced in nanomolar concentrations and plays roles here, but it's in micromolar concentrations and higher. It also plays a role in neurotransmission. The nitric oxide itself, guanylate cyclase, nitric oxide synthase, guanylate cyclase, and many other nitric oxide targets are heme proteins. And so hemes are rather easy to study because they have really high extinction coefficients, and you can study them by flash photolysis and all sorts of things like that. So we started out doing some studies at Dave's urging on a variety of things with basic hemes and heme proteins, basically looking at things like how fast do metal complexes of NO and also NOx form. That was projects with Mikio Hoshino, but all this was this porphyrin chemistry. And then how does NO and NOx influence metal center reactivity? How does the metal influence reactivity of the coordinated NO? And that was projects with Hoshino again, and then the late Tigran Kirtikian in Armenia. And then what is the role of protein structure? And that's projects that we did jointly with George Victor Addo. And all of these were hemes. But all along, we were aware that that nitric oxide, we actually did some stuff with, with oxygen as well, but also reacts with all sorts of other things biologically, including non-heme iron. And so the question really let me just illustrate this, that long before NO was thought to be a bioregulator, it was discovered by Bannon in Russia in the early 1960s that there was this unusual EPR signal with a G average of about 2.03 that he first saw in yeast and then later in animal tissues, long before people discovered or discovered with quotes around it that NO was playing biological roles. He actually characterized this as being a nitric oxide iron complex. And the nitric oxide iron complex was this species here, which I will call this one DNIC, although both of these are DNICs, and I'll call this one a Rusin salt because we've worked with these Rusin salt esters or Rusin salt esters, which are formed, and Jackie Barton had a nice paper several years ago about how these are formed, that these kinds of Rusin salt esters are formed by the reactions of NO with iron sulfur clusters. These are hard to see because the primary signature you'd use for these would be infrared spectroscopy. These are fairly easy to see because of you can see the EPR signature for them. So since then, and actually since all of the initial discoveries and discussions of NO, other people like such as Doug Thomas at University of Illinois Chicago Circle have concluded that this is actually the most abundant NO-derived species in cells. And that in some cases it's considered to be a precursor of some other signaling agents. So what are the roles that it potentially plays? Well, there's a bunch of them. It may be an NO storage role. It may be an antioxidant in this context. The formation may be an antioxidant context that removes free iron from the biological system and NO. It may have to do with the transport. It may have to do with S-nitrisation chemistry, and I'll talk a little bit about that because S-nitrisation. I'm sorry, this is my second talk today, and I've been going nonstop the entire meeting. As Harry would know, because he was there all day yesterday. So, and there's in fact, Harry, you might be interested in this. There's a group in Taiwan who claims that some of these Rusin salt esters are good for longevity, and they're feeding them to worms. And the worms live longer. And Bannon has claimed it has therapeutic values as well. Okay, so, but there's little known about the mechanisms of formation. So just to give you an idea, it is generally thought it comes from the so-called labile iron pool. Biologically, it's one of those vague biological terms, which means they don't really know what it is. Nitric oxide and thiols. And so if you take nitric oxide, iron and GSH, and you, for example, and you add them together, you end up with the formation of a mixture, and I'll show that here. and this is just a higher concentration, you actually see it, but these are not unreasonable concentrations of GSH. You get, at high GSH, you get this spectrum, and at lower GSH, you get that spectrum. This one is more or less a signature of the red salt ester. That is this guy. This one is more or less the signature of the DNIC. And it's, you get the same thing, essentially, with any thiol, but basically, if you, we've done similar reactions with cysteine, and I'll allude to those a bit later. But the point is that you get this mixture of species here, and of those two. And those reactions are all done under anaerobic conditions, not because of the biological conditions, but because the concentrations we're working reacts with oxygen. Okay, so is that NO plus iron? Well, if you take NO plus iron, here you get that spectrum. If you take NO, so iron plus GSH, you get that spectrum. So not much of it. Now there is actually, this spectrum is a real compound. This is the iron nitrosyl complex, but it's apparently, and it's formed very rapidly. It was studies by Rudy Van Eldik and Carl Biegard studied the kinetics of that formation, which is quite fast. But if you add, okay, so that's what I was saying there. But if you take this mixture of iron, thiol, and nitric oxide, and you mix them together in a stop flow spectrometer, you get something like that. And that's phase one. That's occurring in the first few milliseconds. And there's two features here I'll point out now, and then we'll come back. You note that there's an absorption change here, and then it hits an isospecific point. On the other hand, this one just keeps going up. So that tells you that there's actually two steps at least being observed in this what's so-called phase one. But if you then look at a little bit longer, that this initial absorption here, which was formed in the first 60 milliseconds, now decays back down to, in this case, under these conditions, it looks pretty much like the red salt ester. And that's about 3 seconds that it goes down to there. So we have two phases, and we want to talk about what the reaction might be. Okay, so because this is just looking at one of the absorbed wavelengths. This is and this is just the main reason I put this in is to compare cysteine and glutathione. Cysteine's a little faster. That's the main difference. Spectral changes and all the things I'll say about the glutathione, which I primarily talk about. It's the same with cysteine. So basically, it goes up. That's the first few milliseconds, and then it decays over a few seconds, and to something else. Okay, and to something we can identify because we know those species. So how do we elucidate what's happening here? Okay, so let me just look at, as I already alluded, that at that point we have an isospecific point. And if we look at that isospecific point, you see that absorption, we look at that wavelength, let's say absorption goes up and stops and it stays flat. So that tells us that something fast is happening and then it just flattens out. This one, if we look at this wavelength here, which is the strongest absorption, it goes much longer. It's just, so this is reflecting at least two steps. This is probably reflecting the first step. Actually, it's probably reflecting two steps, but the first one's too fast to observe. I'll tell you more about that in a minute. It's sensitive. We're now looking at 350 here. We're sensitive both to the concentration of glutathione, but it does saturate out. And also to the concentration of nitric oxide. It goes a little bit faster with nitric oxide. And it goes to a higher absorption here, but again, it saturates out. Okay, so phase one, what does it look like? We propose that the first step is the formation of this here, which is of course well known, it already been characterized, and we know that's a very fast step. The rate constants were characterized by Rudy Van Eldik and some years ago. We propose, secondly, so this is just a proposition, okay, that the second step is indeed, and we have shown pH dependence and all that. I'm not going to show that data today. Second step at pH 7.4, which glutathione, by the way, is partly ionized at that point, is to give you this species here, and the third step, this is all phase one, is simply the second reaction with the second thiol to give you the species here. Okay, so same species. Okay, so how are we going to analyze that? So what we're going to do is look at the reaction at 415 nanometers. So we know it goes up and stops. So that will cut off some of the chemistry we're going to look at. And again, what are we looking at? Must be different concentrations. I'll tell you what it is. Okay, so different concentrations of glutathione. Okay, so the first step is simply this, fast reaction. It's outside the range of our particular measurement. Rudy did this partly by stop flow and partly by flash photolysis, I believe. The second step is the one that we think in this case, we're looking really at the second step after the formation of this, which is that comes to an equilibrium very rapidly. And this is the step here, okay? So we got all these data, and we also have both concentration effects of NO and of glutathione. So over here, it's just essentially going through step by step and trying to use a program called Dynafit, which is a kinetics program, to fit this data to this model, knowing these rate constants here. And it fits pretty well. And so you can take an average value here of these different concentrations of glutathione, and you come up with a value, which is not too far. There's not a whole lot of scatter in those numbers. There's some, but it looks pretty good. And that gives us a pair of rate constants for that second step here. Okay, and then, okay, what about the third step? Okay, well, now we go to 350, which allows us now to, remember, there's three processes going on. First, that one doesn't have much of an impact spectroscopically. There's this one, which has an impact spectroscopically. And then there's the third one, which is at least what we think is this step here. Okay, again, we look at the data at 350 as opposed to 415, where it stopped after, in terms of absorption change, it stopped after the second step. And again, do a kinetics analysis of it. Again, we get average values, which are based upon these fitting, and they're not quite as good actually as the one. Remember, we're fitting three consecutive reactions. Knowing we plug in these numbers here, and then we get the best fit for these, and then we come up with this number here for the three steps. So that seems like a reasonable analysis. What about the second phase? Well, the second phase is strictly first order. So this is now going down. It's a slower reaction over a few seconds, and it's going down to, well, in this case, under these conditions, what was the red salt ester? All right. So our analysis is, this is our first step. Okay, well, we think the second step, because it's a first order process, but it leads all the way to this complicated mixture here. So this must be the rate limiting step here. And our assumption here is that the rate, or at least our proposal was the rate limiting step is the formation of this radical and this mononitrosyl iron 1 complex. And then the subsequent steps, and we tried to do flash photolysis on these, but it wasn't very cooperative. Subsequent steps are the formation of the dinitrosyl complex, which is also in equilibrium with the red salt ester. Okay, so is this a reasonable conclusion? And we looked at this by DFT, and in fact, remember, I write this species down. I wrote the species down before, and I sort of ignored the fact there's water, which is coordinated solvent. So we looked at this with DFT, and the stable species appears to be a di-aquo complex with the two water molecules here. And in fact, Alexei Aritsky, who was a collaborator of mine, did computational studies on this. And he came actually different, with cysteine, he came up with one value, and with glutathione, he came up with a slightly different value. Not sure, I believe there should be much of a difference. But he got a value of, actually maybe the glutathione model wasn't that properly. He got a value of about somewhere between 60 and 72 kilojoules per mole. But in fact, the actual activation energy that we measured is at under these conditions was 56. So, okay, sort of reasonable. Okay, so that's it. But then the more important question: can we detect these intermediates? And so Daniela actually did this experiment down at Sao Paulo. set up a mixing device with her ESR. She's doing the ESR, remember, at ambient temperature, or except maybe at 25 Celsius. And she runs the system and mixes the two together, and in fact sees the signal, the characteristic signal of the dinucleotide. This is after 5 seconds. So she sees the characteristic signal of the DNIC. All right, so but it's a flow system, so you're not stuck with 5 seconds. Under continuous flow, we can look at it at 140 milliseconds, which is sort of down on that curve, but not completely down on that curve. And she sees, of course, the DNIC is already formed, but she sees this different signal, and this signal here is actually characteristic of a mononitrosyl iron complex. So that appears to be very good evidence. So this is just showing where it is on the curve. And that is very good evidence for this species here. So, okay, so that looks kind of all right. But the question really is this really forming this radical here? Now remember, under excess nitric oxide, this radical is going to be rapidly trapped because the nitric oxide reacts with free radicals at diffusion controlled rates or close to diffusion control rates. So she did the reaction with this spin trap, but had to do fairly high concentrations of it in order to compete with nitric oxide, even though she lowered that concentration. And indeed, what she sees is a signature for the thiol trap glutathione. So I think we have a pretty good evidence here that this mechanism is pretty valid. That is, we're seeing both the radical species here and the mononitrosyl complex. So that's our at least what we think is going on. All mechanisms are subject to further examination, and I'm sure it will be. But the point here is that this pathway not only leads to DNIC, it leads to, with nitric oxide rounds, it leads to these N-nitrosethiols. I got the term right that time. And that has been, there's been a lot of questions in the literature about how these things are formed. And so this at least is one possible pathway to the formation of N-nitrosethiols. Okay. So I will conclude. I don't know how long I took, but I will conclude by acknowledging Daniela, who's really a prime source in terms of research going on that has been going, continuing research. Support for her from Sao Paulo State, and of course some of this early work was done with NSF support. Clayson Pierre and my group, who is also Brazilian, started the project, and Daniel has carried it on, and Alexi did the calculation work. And again, I want to congratulate Madi.
Nice talk, Peter. Is there, I'm shouting into your ear.
I'm getting away from the microphone. Speaker.
My voice is loud enough, but with the microphone, it's unbelievable. But, for a long time, I've wondered about the electronic structure of just the iron mononitrosyl aquo complex, the first complex in this. Has that matter been settled? Is the electronic structure, is it still, you've sort of indicated it's still NO radical? Because you wrote +2 going to iron 2 +2. I thought it might be NO minus. Is there?
It might be. I think that's what the computational studies say. Yeah. I'm agnostic when it comes to NO. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't, when it's a metal complex, I just write it. I write the metal, the complex, and sometimes I just think of NO as being neutral, even though it's probably in some cases NO minus, some places
it's
plus, or something like that.
It's a non-innocent ligand.
It comes from my photochemical studies. You can make any kind of nitric oxide complex, you shine light on it, it always comes out as, a neutral, but that's.
Yeah,
there's a lot of stuff going on.
exactly. But you can get that back. That's also true of superoxide complex. You get oxygen out. But do you have then a vibrational spectroscopic work on this cycle to see what happens to the, stretching frequency through this entire system that you have?
No, we don't, but that is an experiment we've talked about. We just
It'd be nice to know how the NO frequency changes through all of these.
And Danielle has talked about doing it down at the zoo. I don't have anybody doing it now in my laboratory.
Okay. I agree with you. NO is a real bad ligand.
Like I say, I'm agnostic.
Trying to figure out what it is.
Nice talk, Peter. Quick question. Have you looked at the activation barriers for these two stages or two phases that you observed in the stop flow in terms of how does the delta S of activation changes?
The answer is, we had to have the first stage, but we had to look at the second. I don't remember. I don't remember what the activation was. I have to talk about that.
Other questions? Okay, I think then we're on time to move on to the next talk. Thank you, Peter.
It's probably on the HDMI. Yeah. You put it up here. I'll move this one out. Sorry.
Okay, I'll go check it from there. Thank you.
Okay, so while we're getting set up, our next speaker is Jeff Coates from Cornell University.
Are they going to switch it back there? Or? It's doing something weird up here. Could you go ahead and exit this out for me? It, for some reason, has trouble reading unless you open it. Push up. Here. It's flicking or something. Okay. Switch over to the doesn't it? It worked a half an hour ago. Yes, it's. Maybe I need to go back to that room. I can talk if we. Switch this one. It's the resolution is so really weird on this. Not sure. I don't have it. It's interesting. So, is there a different cable? It almost seems like the cable's. Oh, it's actually the converter box, which I'm switching over for. You remember how it goes? I think he thinks it's the box that he's gonna do something.
Yeah, my mic goes.
It's not the computer because it just worked. Try now. All right, cool. Give me one moment. Do I need to plug it in or something? No, I think you're okay. I think. All right.
Yes.
There we go. All right. Well, I better get going here. Yeah. How am I going to talk to Marty out here? All right. Well, that took 5 minutes of my time. Marty, congrats, man. So I, it's 20 minutes now, 15, and I was trying to figure out what I could talk about. And Marty has seen me talk twice in the last 30 days. So he's at the point where he can really ask good questions now. So I'm going to change it up and talk about something different. So plastics, we love them, right? They're great. And I don't have to go through all this and explain why plastics are important. But there are some problems, right? So first of all, we make an unimaginable amount of plastic every year, 300 million tons. We make this with fossil fuel, we refine it, we turn it into polymers. Depending on the plastic, most of the biggies, we're making about 2 pounds of CO2 per every pound of plastic. As we decarbonize energy, transportation really quickly, polymers are going to be next on the list. That's a really bright light back there, by the way. I can put my sunglasses on. So we use them, again, it's great. But you pick up a recent Time magazine, whatever, you're going to see plastics in the ocean. About a third of our plastics used for packaging ends up there. 40% is landfill. We can't just keep doing that. Some of it's incinerated, but I'd argue that's a really inefficient way to burn fossil fuel, right? At least you're getting some energy out of it. And then, some's collected for recycling, but in reality, about 2% of that actually is closed loop recycled, right? A lot of it's downgraded. A lot of it they have to incinerate because they don't know what it is. And frankly, we need to do better, right? So my program at Cornell, we're looking at 3 different strategies to try to deal with some of these issues. First one is, can you enable mechanical recycling? And Marty's, again, heard me. He's got all these good questions. I'm not going to let you ask him because I'm not going to talk about that. Chemical recycling, I had to narrow it down. I'm going to tell you about some really recent work we're doing in chemical recycling. This would be where you have a monomer and you make a polymer. And then instead of God only knows what happened to that milk jug. Do you really want to drink your milk out of, milk jug Harry Gray had? I mean, geez. So you turn it back into monomer, you distill it, crystallize it, and make pristine polymer every time. Kind of like aluminum for an aluminum can, right? You don't worry about where that aluminum can was because they melted it down and reprocessed it. The big thing that, my group does is trying to make renewable feedstocks into polymers and then build them so that they're meant to degrade. And, I don't have time to talk about all this. So I thought I would focus in on the chemical recycling aspect of our research. So, we wrote a review on this. Yutan Getzler, a former student in my group, came back for a sabbatic, and he was all excited about doing some research. And then he got there, and he's kind of like, "Nah, I'm kind of too old for this." So, what do I do? And I'm like, I really like to dig into this area. There's a lot of work now directed toward this idea of polymerization and depolymerization, and so let's do a critical review of the field. And if anybody's interested in this area, this came out a couple of years ago. The great thing here is that every time you make a polymer, it's brand new polymer every time, right? So it's not like you're recycling somebody's milk jug and there's contaminants or pigments or molecular weight dropped or there's impurities. We're getting brand new polymer every time. Now the trick is you need a ring that can polymerize. So you need some ring strain, not so much ring strain that you can't depolymerize it, not so little ring strain that it won't polymerize. So there's this Goldilocks effect, if you will. So you also you could do this thermally, but if you have a polymer that thermally depolymerizes, right, you accidentally get it close to your toaster and depolymerizes. That's not good. So we thought probably want catalyzed processes, so only polymerizes or depolymerizes when you want it to, right? You don't want this thing to be $100,000 a gram, right? You want this to be really cheap. And so that's going to limit the number of structures. We can't make natural product like rings. They have to be things that are made from feedstocks that are available in relatively easy processes. This is kind of a string of miracles, by the way, right? So, each one of these would be like a major accomplishment. The last thing is, it is probably going to be a new to the world polymer, some polymer that, is probably not currently commercially available. And the bottom line is, polyethylene, polypropylene, some of these polymers are amazing. And if I give you some cool new polymer, you can depolymerize and it cracks in your hands, right? Nobody's going to want that. So this to me seemed like a great academic problem, right? Can you think about these things and design a system? X is some, an oxygen, a carbonyl, an ester, a carbonate, a what you name it, right? That allows you to have a handle where you can polymerize and depolymerize. So, okay, so 10 minutes. So now you're like, wait a second, polyelectrolytes, what the hell does that have to do with recycled plastic? So this is the beautiful thing about science in general. Sometimes you get in an area and you all of a sudden realize, wow, okay, what I was trying to do isn't all that great, but there's something maybe better that you can do that you didn't expect. And so we're part of JCESR, which, and I do, not to talk bad about my work here, this is really important. We're trying to come up with better polymer electrolytes for lithium-ion batteries. And we were doing a systematic study of all these different polymers, basically looking at the, as we go from PEO, which is kind of the tried and true polymer for the field, putting more carbons in or less carbons in, what happens to the lithium-ion conductivity? And you might say, okay, what does that have to do with polymer recycling? Well, I sent a sample off to my collaborator, Nitosh Balsara up at Berkeley, and depending on what day we would send the sample, he would get different results. And Nitosh wasn't very happy with that. This is the same polymer where, you heat it up and you look at weight loss, the black one, the red one, the green, those are blue ones, they're all the same polymer, but they were degrading at different rates. And so we went back and looked at the mechanism of the reaction, and we thought we were initiating in a cationic method where we have a silyl group that's going to react with that oxygen, and it's going to, carry out a cationic polymerization. What we found out is that, no matter how hard you dry, there's always a little bit of water. The water was hydrolyzing our initiator, making triplic acid, and that was doing the chemistry. And then we had alcohol groups and a little bit of triplic acid in our polymer. And the more triplic acid you had and the more alcohol in groups, the easier it was to depolymerize. And so we thought, oh, okay, we got to reinvent cationic polymerization. So went back to the drawing board. Huge shout out to Rachel Snyder, now at DuPont, Brooks Abel, a newly minted professor up at UC Berkeley. And they came up with a system where they said, okay, we're not going to just throw in this initiator. We're going to make a really specific initiator. In this case, it says bromomethyl ether. We're going to throw in a whole bunch of monomer. We're going to put in a catalyst that basically kind of wakes up the initiator. In this case, we're using indium bromide. It's going to grab a hold of that bromide, turn this into a cation, and it's going to go and initiate. But only when the catalyst wakes up that group, when it rips off that bromide, does it become an active initiator. And by doing that, you can kind of, as it goes along, think of like a hummingbird, it kind of goes back and forth here and, plucks off the end groups and turns it into a good initiator. So don't have a lot of time to go into the nitty gritty of this, but, basically Brooks and Rachel came up with a really cool way to not only make a whole range of these, but to make them really reproducibly. Okay. So they looked at, if you use indium chloride or chlorine in group, basically it's really slow. And as you put more bromine in, use the bromomethyl ether, indium bromide, you get really fast activity. They showed that you could take acetals of a whole different set of varieties. And basically, as you put in more monomer, the molecular weight's bigger and bigger and bigger, which is what you want for controlled polymerization. And could show that the chain ends were living. If you, put in some monomer, let it stop, you would get a certain molecular weight. You could let it sit for some period of time. You could put in more monomer, and basically, it really behaves just like you'd want, right? So this, for the first time, allowed us to really go in and tailor molecular weight, look at the effect of the structure of the polymer on its properties. Okay, so then the pandemic hit, and we were trying to figure out how to stay active, sitting on our couches, and some of my students thought, well, hey, we can do computation, right? We can start making hypothetical rings, right? Try to look at the exothermicity of the ring opening, and we don't want anything that's really exothermic. We don't want anything that's uphill, right? We want something that's just right, the kind of the Goldilocks effect. And so they immediately focus in on the dioxylane. First of all, this is from Aldrich, and I know you can't see that. That's 18 liters. You can buy this dioxylane from Aldrich. Obviously, you want to go to commercial scale. You can make this from biorenewable feedstocks like formaldehyde, ethylene glycol. Methylene acetals, they have some stability. So if you make a material, it's not going to hydrolyze, that's good. But over time, if it falls in the ocean, you might want it to hydrolyze and break down into small pieces that the nature can handle. This is it's not a new polymer. And ironically, Rachel's now working at the company DuPont that originally did this back in the 40s, looking at polydioxylane. And you might wonder, well, hey, if they looked at the 1940s, why don't we have this polymer? It's got pretty awful properties. And so this is a paper from a couple years ago where, they made a polymer that was around 44,000 molecular weight. At the time, they claimed the highest molecular weight ever made was about 13,000. And this is a little dog bone, and these are the clamps, and we're doing a tensile test. It broke before you even kind of pulled it even a little bit. Nobody wants that polymer, right? You have a milk jug, you pick it up, the handle would rip off and milk would go everywhere. But we wondered, a lot of polymers at 30, 40,000, they're pretty awful, right? Polypropylene is one of them. If I gave you 30,000 molecular weight polypropylene, it does not have really good properties. And so now that we have the ability to make higher molecular weight, we went off and did that. And what was really cool about this, so this is a 100,000 molecular weight polymer. Quite a bit bigger than what had been made. Here's that same test specimen when you get over the kind of the minimum threshold, which is around 50, 60,000. It's awesome. And if you want to go then compare that polymer to polypropylene, polyethylene, LLDP, all the kind of the common polyolefins, it's pretty good. Its stress at break is quite a bit higher than them. It undergoes good elongation. If I gave you, here's one of those little test specimens. If I gave you a piece of it, you'd yank on it, you wouldn't be able to break it. It's really, really good stuff. And of course, if you can buy this big scale. So we made a whole bunch of it and actually got to kind of play around with it. So first paper in my life where the editor asks, can you make some stuff out of this? So we thought, okay, if we're going to get it in Science, we'll go on Saturday morning and, make some plastic pouches, make some molded packaging. We're now talking to a major international Amazon, where you get the box and it's got all these air pillows, right? And wouldn't it be cool instead of, popping them and throwing them in your garbage, right? Or leaving them in the cardboard, and then the cardboard people get upset. If you could collect all that, send it back to Amazon, they could depolymerize it, repolymerize it, make new, right? So you'd have a way that you could actually go and recycle it. Really good mechanical or thermal properties, as long as you don't heat it over 300 Celsius, no weight loss. It's a really, really interesting polymer. Okay, so this whole thing was about chemical recycling back to monomer. Can we chemically recycle it? Once you get your polymer and, Madi, I don't know, he gets ketchup on it and nobody wants to use that polymer anymore. Can we depolymerize it and purify it and repolymerize it? So the neat thing here, the catalyst forward, we're working with indium bromide, very halophilic, not oxophilic Lewis acid. We've more recently found you can use zinc halides, which obviously is going to be a lot cheaper. The depolymerization, it works with really strong acid. So here is, we're looking at the decomposition temperature of the polymer. If you put in alcohols, water, phenols, amines, all these things, carboxylic acid, nothing happens. But once you get to like a sulfonic or a phosphoric acid, it starts to depolymerize. And that's good, right? If you don't want to have a polymer and you get some vinegar on it, depolymerizes on you. You want to have a certain, really strong acid that normally it would not be exposed to. So here we're looking at mass loss as a function of temperature. Pure polymer, again, at over 300 degrees, it falls apart. But as we start putting these strong acids in, it really starts to unzip at a reasonable temperature, right? If you're going to have energy efficient chemical recycling, you don't want to have to heat it to 300 degrees. You might want to heat it to 150. So I kind of like this. This was another one of the reviewers said, well, hey, you're probably going to have all sorts of other polymers in there. And what happens if you get a little PVC? Does that get in the way of the depolymerization? And so we went around the lab and grabbed a whole bunch of different common polymers. We chucked it in the vat here. So this is about 15 grams of our polydioxylane, 35 grams of mixed plastic. And you might say, well, if you're throwing in fancy sulfonic acid, so we chucked in some Dowex, right? Chemically or really strong acid resin that's we can use over and over and over as a solid. So here is the movie. We sped up the time. The temperature here is about 150 degrees. And here you can see we're collecting the dioxylane at, matter of 15, 16, 18 minutes here. And at the end of this, we can pull that out and isolate it, look at its purity, make sure it repolymerizes. We went back and polymerized and depolymerized over and over. Here's the NMR of the material. It's highly pure. We were able to repolymerize it. Got that back in about 96% yield. I think it was probably quantitative. We got lost a little bit here on the glassware. So this, we think is a pretty neat example where you get the good properties. We can make it, we can unmake it, and do that over and over again. Okay, so I'm going to stop there. The short story is we've got I think a pretty interesting monomer. We came up with a way that we can polymerize it, show that it has some pretty interesting properties, and back to full life cycle, we can depolymerize back to the monomer, and then of course repolymerize it. Okay, I mentioned the two key students on this work, Brooks Abel and Rachel Snyder, but shout out to my got a really awesome group here up in Ithaca. So most importantly, Monty, congrats, man. Look forward to your job.
Some questions?
That was a really great talk, really interesting stuff. So the monomer is recoverable. I was curious, how recoverable or reusable is the indium bromide catalyst that you use?
Yeah, kind of really quickly, we're spending a lot of time now trying to find a better catalyst for that. Better in terms of often used, very expensive, very precious. So the trick is I would love to go into the organic.
Can you just use this?
Right, so it's a Lewis acid.
No, just wait until we go to the
you can have oxophilicity and halophilicity. You need a halophilic metal. And the reason for that, you've got a polymer, it's loaded with oxygen. And if you don't have something that loves halogen and kind of ignores the oxygen, you're just going to bind your indium or whatever metal to the polymer. So we've spent a lot of time trying to figure out, what makes a certain Lewis acid love halogen and not oxygen. We've got some zinc catalysts now. Zinc is very earth abundant, and in fact, in some cases they're better. So something like that, you can basically leave in the polymer, throw it away if you isolate it. It's really cheap. I should probably stand back here so you can keep the microphone.
Great talk, Jeff. I have to ask a question because you challenged me that I'm not going to be able to ask a question. So the depolymerization was neat, right? And you could use a solid like the sulfonic Dow catalyst. You could use a solid. And you showed us doing mixtures. Do you think there are challenges if the polymer you make, they start using other films on top of it or copolymers instead of just physical mixtures? How do you think that would change the recyclability the way that you showed it?
Yeah, that's a great question. A lot of work's going to happen. If you get a multi-layer film, what a great problem if this thing goes commercial, and we got to figure out how, when somebody makes a multi-layer film, that you can get a heterogeneous solid catalyst into, right, in between the polyethylene layers or something like that. But I think you're exactly right? You could run into issues with solid and stuff like that. But
great talk, Jeff. What about photo depolymerization to make monomers? Where does that stand? Is that viable as a possible way to get monomers from polymers?
It-
I mean,
you know, it
I know
definitely
people
is.
wanted to introduce maybe chromophores here and there, and then, but is there any advance going on in that direction? So thermally make them and photochemically make monomers?
I know there are people that are looking at that, and if it hasn't been published, it will be in the near future. Photons are a great way, right, to activate bonds and to possibly depolymerize. So we're not doing that, but that I think that's certainly, then I guess you'd have to worry a little bit about if polymers have pigments and light can't get through, or you have some polystyrene that absorbs or something like that. But I like the concept, right? Heat
But
is kind of
people are working on that.
heat's kind of a sledgehammer. I think like you're way more sophisticated than I am, Harry, but we all knew that. So
Come on, Jeff. I'm the least sophisticated guy in chemistry.
Okay, seeing no more, let's go ahead and thank Jeff one more time.
Yeah. So our next speaker, while we're setting up, is Andy Borovic from the University of California, Irvine. They should have.
Good.
Oh, you are? Okay.
We're all good. Yep. All good. Well, guys, thank you for including me into this award symposium for Madi. I'll say a little bit more about Madi. Yeah, you need to listen to me, Madi. I'm here for you, man. Yeah, I'll say a little bit more about Madi at the end of my talk. So this collage of structure is to remind me to tell you that local environments around metal centers are important. We've heard a lot of chemistry about metal catalysts, metal complexes that do wonderful things. And we often think about the primary coordination sphere, but the other coordination sphere, the secondary coordination sphere, is also extremely important in overall function. And so if you took those metallo cofactors and removed them from the protein host, you'd see chemistry that was at best pedestrian. You put it into a protein active site, it turns it on. And so those dashed lines are to indicate those non-covalent interactions that occur around metal sites, which really control the local environments. So my group for the longest time now has been interested in doing that, trying to figure out from a very synthetic and molecular design point of view, how you can create hydrogen bonding networks that can control the secondary coordination sphere. And so I hope this works. Here are some of the things that we've accomplished over the last 10 or 15 years. But if you look at the volume of space that those small organic ligands control around the metal center, it's pretty small. It's much smaller than you see within a protein host. And there are many other components that are missing, the key one being that there's no water in these systems. In fact, Peter, if you put these compounds into water, this is what happens. They're completely gone in a matter of moments. So we, as most synthetic bioinorganic chemists do, we work in non-aqueous solvents, THF, methylene chloride, acetonitrile. These are not really biologically relevant solvents. And so my group for a long time is trying to figure out how we can move into a more biologically relevant realm, asking the same questions, how to design new metal sites that we can control both primary and secondary coordination spheres. And the way we've come to that, which is probably to many of you can think of, is to use a protein host instead of a small organic construct like we normally do. And so this goes into the realm of artificial metalloproteins. This is a very rich field. There are many, many people doing it with a variety of different approaches. And these are just a few of the examples of the groups that are doing this around the world. They're mostly interested in catalysis, and they put a variety of different things, a variety of different unnatural metal centers in, iridium, second, third row metals. And they do great catalysis and they evolve it. And these are wonderful studies. We wanted to do something a little bit more bimolecular and and we're done. No, here we go. Okay, so, and we're done again. I'm nursing it. I wonder if it's me. Okay, so this is another approach that people have used. This actually goes back to George Whiteside's 1972, which is using biotin streptavidin technology. And I'll talk more about the details in a moment, but this is a protein developed by Tom Ward at the University of Basel, where he put an iridium CP complex into this protein called streptavidin, and he gets great catalysis with that. And so Tom has been incredibly gracious in helping my group learn how to do this. So streptavidin is a very well-studied and well-characterized protein. And so it allows a group like mine, which is initially synthetic chemists, but now many more chemical biologists that are in there, to be able to prepare it, to be able to mutate it, so we can start controlling everything. And so we've done this over the last 5 years. We've developed many systems. We have iron centers. We have copper centers. We've put clusters in to emulate the cluster within the OEC by installing a second sphere tyrosine and looking at proton relays to that tyrosine. But what I want to talk to you briefly today is about a different design concept. And this goes back to the roots of bioinorganic chemistry, the very beginning in the late 60s. Harry knows this article. And this is the idea of an entactic state, which was developed by two pioneers of bioinorganic chemistry, Valley and Williams. And so in this PNAS article, they talked about an entactic state, which is where ligands, endogenous ligands mostly, enforce specific geometries around a metal center. And more importantly, these geometries are different from what you would get normally. So in a normal synthetic system, you would not be able to achieve this kind of geometries. And these geometries then lead to unique functions. And so we've been interested in doing that within these artificial, or engineering that into artificial metalloproteins. I think that one of the best examples is the cupridoxine active sites. These are electron transfer proteins that have been studied widely by many, many groups, some of them in this room. It has an unusual coordination geometry around the copper-2 center. This is a copper-2, copper-1 redox couple. And it's trigonal. And this is the geometry of one of those. This is from an azurin, and you can see in the schematic the way the orbitals are arranged. And because of that orbital arrangement and that trigonal symmetry, it has unique spectroscopic properties, including a very large absorption band at around the 600 nanometer region of the absorption spectrum. So that's why it gives rise to these blue proteins, deep blue proteins, these blue copper proteins. Okay, so my group, in fact, the person who did it is Sam Mann. He's in the audience. He developed a mimic of this, at least a spectroscopic mimic of it. And he used this system here. I'll talk slightly more about it in a moment. He installed, so streptavidin has no cysteines. He installed a cysteine at a particular location within the protein, and he was able to do that. And then the absorption spectrum you see here, and the color of the protein is this deep blue. It has this absorption spectrum that is similar to what you see in these sort of classical examples of these cupridoxine sites. Okay, so how is that achieved, and why is streptavidin so good? So I want to go back and talk to you about this protein briefly. This is a homotetramer, and it does one thing in biology, and it binds this molecule biotin, and it has an extremely strong binding constant. So that's perfect for us, because if we biotinylate metal complexes, it binds specifically to that biotin binds to the streptavidin. And if you look at it in a sort of a space-filling representation, and so let's see if I can do this. This is the pocket that I'm talking about right here. Here's one subunit, here's another subunit, and there's this interface right here. And if you look at that schematically, it looks like this. And so the two biotin binding sites point towards each other. And so that gives you a space that you can then start re-engineering and redesigning for your purposes that you want. Okay, so that's what we've done. And in the synthetic component of this, of course, we need to biotinylate the metal complexes, as I've already told you. That allows us to draw it. We don't want adventitious binding. And then we put a linker, just a group between the biotin and the ligand that we want to make. And then we have control over those two things. We have control over the linker and we have control over the ligand and ultimately the metal complex. I want to take a moment and point out the importance of this linker. So if you think that the biotin brings it into the subunit, the linker allows us to position the metal complex within that space. And that turned out to be extremely important because streptavidin is a fairly rigid protein. So if you want to bind to an amino acid residue within the protein, you want to build a hydrogen bonding network, you need to bring the metal to that spot within the protein. So we call this process positional matching, finding the right linker to bring the metal complex close by to the residue that you want to bind or whatever you want to do within that particular the streptavidin dimer. So this is an example from Sam's work. So this is a different protein than I showed you previously. This is where you have an ethylene group between the biotin and the copper complex, and you don't get a blue protein, you get a purple protein. And the absorption spectra looks interesting, but doesn't quite match the blue copper. You put one more carbon in that linker and make it purple. You've kind of relaxed it a little bit. It allows the complex to move slightly. And so here's the structure from X-ray diffraction. You can see how the copper center moves slightly, and then that produces that blue color. Okay, so that shows you the importance of the linker. And what that also taught us is the idea of using color as an indicator that you're on the right track. And you can use it to assess in other designs endogenous binding of a amino acid residue or amino acid residues to this artificial cofactor that we insert into the streptavidin. And that's the story I want to tell you briefly today. So we've been wanting to make iron proteins in these streptavidin construct for a long time. And this has proved difficult for us for lots of reasons. And then we realized that we can use this color as a way of assaying a variety of different systems by making the iron in the +3 oxidation state and binding it to tyrosine, which is just a side chain, which is just a phenolate. This shows you a protein where you have tyrosine side chains bound to an iron 3 center. They have these very large ligand to metal charge transfer bands and in the blue-green region of the spectrum, so we can observe them. And so we can use this as an indicator of tyrosine binding to an iron center, and we locate that within the protein. And we can do that by mutating selectively 3 positions within each of those subunits. So this is a dimer. So the black is one subunit, the white is the other subunit, and these are the amino acid residues at 112, 121, and 124, which we chose because we had some indication that those would be important. And so what we did is we made variants at 112, we put a tyrosine there. We made a different variant at 121, we put a tyrosine there, and then at 124. And then we made 3 different constructs with different linkers. We put an ethyl, propyl, and butyl. And we put a slightly different ligand. This is, again, one of these pyridyl tridentate ligands. And we made some iron 3 complexes. I won't go through the characterization of those today. We made those and we insert them in the protein. And I should show you, this is what they look like, the color of those proteins, or those complexes outside the protein. Okay, so they're kind of pale yellow. Okay, so we put them in the protein. And now here are 6 artificial metalloproteins, and you can see their colors are they're yellow. They're a little bit more concentrated, but they're all yellow. But you don't see anything that's deep blue or deep green. We all agree with that. Okay, so then the final protein variant is where we put the tyrosine at the 124 position. And you can see we got a hit. We got one deep blue well, and that's the indicator that the tyrosine is binding to iron 3 center. So that's great. So that's an optical readout that, ocular spectroscopy, but, Peter's here and Harry's here. We got to do a little bit better than that. And Marty's here. So we measured the absorption spectrum. So we have the absorption. We know that it's this charge transfer band. And we know this is the ligand to metal charge transfer band from the tyrosine binding to the iron 3 center. We did resonance Raman spectroscopy. And this, again, is an indicator that we have the tyrosine coordinated to the iron 3. And then we went one step further, and that's when we got a little confused because we did the Mossbauer spectrum. I'm not going to go through Mossbauer spectroscopy right now, but the point is this is a doublet. at low temperature and weak field. And that's not what you would expect if you had a mononuclear iron center within your protein system. This is the spectrum you would expect. This is a magnetic EPR Mossbauer spectrum. I'm not going to go through it again. You just have to believe me. These are the signatures. So what's going on? So I want to remind you that those tyrosines are right at the interface of the protein dimer, as close as you can get to one another. Remember, this is the only one that gives that blue color that's associated with this. Now, all the other artificial metalloproteins that we are aware of, that my group has made and that Tom Ward's group has made, all of them have one metal complex in each subunit, and they are far apart from one another. They work almost independently in all systems. There's no cooperativity. And in our system, the one I showed you, one of those in the copper, they're nearly 12 angstroms apart, and there we see no crosstalk between them in terms of function, in terms of magnetic properties. But now that we brought this tyrosine right at the interface, we thought, well, maybe what we do, we move them less than 4 angstroms apart. And so maybe we have a bridge in here that would allow strong coupling between the 2 iron centers, which give us that doublet. And that would result from an antiferromagnetic coupling between 2 iron 3 centers. So this is what you could imagine. You could either have an oxo bridge where the coupling constant between the two is greater than 50 wave numbers, or you can have a hydroxo bridge, would be much rarer. There are very few. In fact, in biology, we don't know of an iron 3 system in which you have that bridging, a hydroxo bridge between the two. So we measured the J value of this, and it's 27 wave numbers. So it's right in the range for a hydroxo bridge. And again, I want to remind you that in biology, there are a lot of examples. They're all oxo bridges. They're all around 3.6 angstroms or less. Okay, so we've made this protein. It looks like it's coupled in some way, and the tyrosine's bound to it. So one of the great advantages of this approach is that we can do protein crystallography. The way we do that is we make apocrystals of the particular streptavidin variant that we're working on. And then we immerse it into a solution of our metal complex. So in the crystal, in Crystio, we generate artificial metalloproteins. The crystals turn blue. We put a cryoprotectant. You can see the blue color, colorless before, and then this blue color of the crystals that we put on, and we do X-ray diffraction studies. And so here's the first structure that we actually obtained with that. So you can see that it indeed cross-links the the streptavidin dimer. Okay, I'll blow up and show you the structure. And so here are the metrics. The iron-iron distance is about 4 angstroms. You can see that the ligand, the tridentate ligand, is coordinated in a riddle fashion, and you can clearly see that the oxygen the oxygen O1 here is coordinated to the iron center, just the way we had hoped it would be. There's a single atom bridge right here, and you can see that with the electron density that we get. And then we get a 6th ligand, which is completely disordered. My student who did this work worked extremely hard to try to model it, and she's somewhat adamant about the way she modeled it is correct, but it's really a disordered unit. And it looked like an acetate, and where that came from, it came from the crystallization buffer we use to generate the streptavidin crystals. We couldn't wash it out completely. So what we did is we went back to our system, and we added a second soak now where we purposely add acetate after we generate our artificial metalloprotein. And then in this case, we in fact get well-ordered acetate bridging between the 2 iron 3 centers. The distance is contracted ever so slightly to about 3.9 angstroms. And again, this is just the map of the density that shows how we solved our structure. Okay, so we have this 3.9 angstrom distance between the 2 iron 3 centers. It's doubly bridged, and we think this is a hydroxide. So let's compare this to other comparable cofactors that you find in proteins. So this is, I just removed the cofactor now and showed you the way the ligands, both endogenous and the tridentate artificial ligand that we put in, are arranged. Okay, so there are 2 structures that we think are similar where they have an acetate bridge and in fact, one single atom oxygen bridge. In both cases, those are oxos. And you can see those are about 3.4 angstroms to 3.3 angstroms, the iron-iron separation. So we're half an angstrom apart in doing that. I think the best example would be this complex that was synthesized by Larry Kay many years ago. It's exactly the same ligand set that we see in our system. It has a phenolate coordinated. The phenolate comes from this ligand, and it's right here on this side and on that side. It has a carboxylate coordinated in a 1,3 fashion, just the way we have it. And then this oxygen here, and that definitely is an oxo. And this is 3.2 angstroms, even much shorter distance to ours. We did densyl functioning theory on this, and this shows you where from DFT, where the OH would be and how it actually hydrogen bonds even to those two tyrosine side chains. And so it tells us, in fact, that what we have here is this coupled system. And here's some more Mossbauer data now at variable temperature, variable field. And it really shows that we have, in fact, this really unusual di-iron center. And I should point out that these Mossbauer spectra are from single crystals, which we grew. One of the advantages, we grew lots of crystals. We did a batch study. We grew the crystals, and then we did Mossbauer. We enriched the crystals with iron 57. We did Mossbauer. So this is not solution work. This is crystalline phase work. Okay, so why do we have this effect, and what is going on? Okay, so we think it's a tethering effect, that this butyl linker, which is rigidly held, and I always show you contacts between the linker and the side chains in the protein, just allow the iron to come in and bind to the iron, to the tyrosine side chain, but can get no closer because of the way we've tethered it in. And because the iron-iron distances are so far apart from one another, we favor a hydroxo-bridged ligand binding between the two rather than a hydroxyl bridge. So this tethering effect and this locking the iron centers within this fairly rigid protein host allows us to capture a new type of di-iron center. So we've tethered it in. We have a single open coordination site on each iron center, which we can take advantage of, at least we think. And this is an example of an entactic state that we've forced it to adopt a different type of structure than you would normally get within us if we were to remove it from outside the protein. We can get some changes in that iron-iron distance by binding other external ligands to it. So we made the azide, we made the cyanide, and again, we compare it to the acetate, and you can see that we can change it by a couple of tenths of an angstrom by using different bridging ligands. But nevertheless, it shows you that in fact, we've been able to really rigidify this. Okay, so I showed you this. I showed you the butyl. You might want to say, well, can you go beyond that? What happens if you go to pentyl? So we made that. We did that as a control. The pentyl shows no blue color. It goes the yellow. And we tried to grow crystals of that, but we were we could grow crystals. We were unable to solve the structure and find the iron center. And so we made a different variant where we put a glutamate in that position instead of the tyrosine. And I don't have a solution picture of it, but I have the color of the crystals that we grew, and you can see that they're yellow. And so when we make it now more flexible and make the linker more, allow the irons to get closer, the structure we get is another cross-linked streptavidin dimer. But now what happens is that bridging, single atom bridging ligand is not a hydroxide. And so the iron-iron distance, I forgot to put it on the slide, is about 3.3 angstroms. And the J value that we measure from Mossbauer spectroscopy is over 100 wave numbers. And so just by one carbon more within that linker, we now remove that entactic state and we go to what is more commonly found. But the nice thing, again, in this particular structure is that we have now these two external acetates that are bound, and we want to be, hopefully we can use those to do further chemistry, and that's what we're working on right now. Okay, so what I showed you briefly is how we used our information and what we were taught by developing these cupridoxine sites to now produce new types of dinuclear iron sites within a protein host. And we can then use this to study how these diiron centers really work in a much more biological setting. Okay, so the folks who did this work are shown here. So Sam Mann is the first student I had that really got this artificial protein system going in my lab. Sam's now a NIH postdoc with Bill DeGrotto. Kelsey Miller, she's a force of nature, among other things. She did the diiron work, and it was a passion of hers. You'd like her, Madi. She's passionate. She's now an NIH postdoc with Kathy Drennan. And Ankita Biswa did the last work and many other things. And she assures me, Madi, that she's leaving my lab soon. But she just whispered to me. So Jeff talked about doing DFT calculations during the pandemic, and she whispered to me, she's in the audience, that we should be doing DFT in my lab, which we don't do. And she would be interested in doing that. So I think sooner now has become later, but we're still negotiating that. And so these are my collaborators. Of course, I've already mentioned Tom, and Mike Hendrich is a longtime collaborator, and Pierre did the ramen. Okay, so just quickly. So I used this the other day, Madi. That's the only picture yeah, that's what I got. Sorry, Peter, I just stole the same. I knew Madi well before I met him. I knew him from the literature, so I was delighted. In 2001, he invited me to UCLA to give a talk, and then he wasn't there. He wasn't there. He just left me with Herb Case. I had a whole day with Herb. Yeah, it was great. Okay, and so that's okay. So it turns out that I met Madi on September 8th, 2001. We were at a workshop in Colorado. I met him on this van going to this mountain in Colorado. We spent 2 days there with a bunch of other people. And we came back September 2010. September 10th, 2001. But in those 2 days, I gained a friend. I gained a friend that was passionate and vibrant, full of energy. We spent most of the time at that workshop together. We ran, we played racquetball. We just had a fabulous time. And in the last 21 years, we've remained friends. Now, you might remember, how would I know that, Peter? I mean, I'm older and yeah. Well, the next day was September 11th. And you don't forget those things. So Madi and I, of course, share this. The day after we parted at the Denver airport, we had the world changed. And so Madi, this is so well-deserved. I don't know what else to say. I mean, I'm just delighted. So congrats, and thank you all very much.
Andy, beautiful talk. I just wanted to say, this beautiful structure that you showed with the diiron bridging mu hydroxyl reminded me of arginase, manganese. Manganese arginase, a hydrolytic enzyme, has a dimanganese mu hydroxyl. No tyrosines, but it also has a bridging carboxylate. So anyway, I'm sure you maybe have manganese on there. You maybe want to reduce the diiron.
No, we have worked on manganese. What? You've heard of it? I have heard of manganese. Yeah. Yeah. It's not iron. I know. Yeah.
Manganese arginase is a mu hydroxyl. Beautiful, beautiful talk.
Thank you. Very nice talk. So did you try any catalysis with those two irons?
Yes. What about function? Yeah. What about yes, so that light is just brutal. They're asking about function. We have tried a long time to look at function, and we are continuing to look at function. So the tyrosine variant is, we haven't found any function with that we would write home about. So we're not exactly sure that's going to be a functional protein at the moment, the way we have it designed. We're much more optimistic about that the OxoGrid system that we have at the moment. And so we're working on that. And the answer is the diiron systems, we haven't found the kind of function that we're interested in at the moment, which is to make a high valence system and cleave CH
turning on.
bonds.
This is the
And so
power
we're working
cord.
on that.
Not sure why they gave us this one. Any other questions? Wouldn't happen to have it on a thumb drive, would you? That flash drive.
I have about 50 questions for you, and I won't ask them now, but your talk has really stimulated lots of things in my brain, and I wanted about an hour with you sometime soon so we can talk about it.
That works for me.
Okay, please.
I'm gonna give you this. I'm gonna move this for you.
All right, let's thank Andy one more time.
I need the adapter. 1 second. Let's grab the adapter.
So now we're gonna- this one is turned on, so it's powering back on right now. It's keeping it.
Okay, no problem. Is that you?
I guess that's the file. I thought they copied it, right?
Which one is it? I'm sorry. This one, mayonnaise.
Yeah.
Slideshow. Okay.
Good.
All right, so our next speaker, former postdoc Marty, is Warangdu from University of North Dakota.
Thank you. First of all, congratulations to Marty. It's, I guess, well deserved. And, I think we expect this to come sooner or later. But it's a nice time to be able to come out and, especially after the pandemic. A lot of us probably haven't been out for a long time. So, and also thanks to Mike and Elon to organizing this wonderful symposium. So I'm going to share with you a little bit about our research program at North Dakota. So, control. Oh, just do this.
Yeah, just follow it, yeah.
All right. So our research focuses on the catalysis and the polymers. And you can see from here, mostly, more or less, is with the consideration of green chemistry, which I mostly learned from Marty. Although back then, Marty is not fully into this green chemistry thing, but he started, when I was there. So, but I'm going back to a little bit the hydroacetylation reaction, which, around 20 years ago, there's really, a reaction itself is not that interesting, I guess. But, back then, Dean Tost discovered with this rhenium-5, it's a high-valent oxo compound that can do this reduction catalysis. So Marty back then was involved with rhenium system. I was working with rhenium and also molybdenum for this type of reaction. And certainly with rhenium and imidal compound you can do as well. So when I start in North Dakota, part of the idea is to continue these chemistries. It's simple enough, but we don't want to use the same metal, right? You want to use a different metal. So you look at those metals, this molybdenum and the rhenium, with this D2 configuration. Although you can start with rhenium-7 or molybdenum-6, but eventually this will be reduced to those D2 configuration. And so first thing we tried with ruthenium-6 nitridal, which actually is also a fairly active catalyst for the reaction. Although ruthenium is one of those more expensive metals, right? So with the green chemistry consideration, you want something cheaper, right? So then we go back to the manganese in the same group, which is certainly much more, available, basically. So this turned out, again, it's D2 with nitridal. And certainly here, you want to show those because, this is one of the more abundant elements, especially in terms of global reserve, actually, only behind iron and copper. And it's widely used in this oxidation catalysis, but for reductions is less available. But I mean, in the last decade also, this is much more developed. I just want to show you this around 2010, this book, Catalysis Without Precious Metals, but you can see the manganese is not included there actually. So, but I think if we have update of this book, manganese will be included here. So I just want to show, those, some of those different substrate reactions are fairly fast and, it are really kind of efficient. Again, coming from Marty's group, we have to look at those mechanisms, right? One thing we do, again, is typical competition kinetics. And this using, a series of aldehydes we tried here is isoxystylene. So actually get a nice plot with a Harmad constant about 0.46. So again, that's pretty much as far as we can go. This is kind of expected for hydride transfer process. So we also try to look for that hydride species. We do see some signals here in the negative range, but we are not really completely sure about the nature of these particular species. And but nevertheless, it's a simple mechanism, involving the reduction of manganese nitridal species to the hydride species, and you have the typical insertion and then the exchange, so to give you the celluloid product. So during this process, we also discover that this catalyst can basically do these dehydrogenative cross-coupling reactions between alcohol and saline. You get the celluloid and works for the secondary and primary saline, but not for all those tertiary ones, although some of them may still work. So now we have those, this just show you, the reactivity. The first one react really fast. The second one, the static hydrogen bond is kind of slower during this process. And now we have these two reactions. And around this time, I guess our research was supported by the ND EPSCO program, which is focusing on these, what we call the sustainable material science. So we were thinking to use this chemistry to make polymers. It turns out, those you can use diols or dialdehydes or even those hydroxycarbonyl compound to make those polymers, the polycellulose ethers. Also, those reactions, they either have no byproduct or hydrogen as a sole byproduct, which is also, atomic economic, one of the green chemistry principles. So, again, why polycellulose ethers? We are also interested because this linkage here is not as stable as either ether or siloxane linkage. This hydrolytically degradable. You can also tune in this degradability by changing, either the substitute on silicon or with, on this as well. So there's a recent example, I guess, by Jeremiah Johnson group. They incorporate the cellulose ether bond into the polymer, and with you end up with those brush polymer. This shows their pharmacokinetics in the mass. So they have, with this linkage, these have a much faster clearance compared to the polymer without this cellulose ether linkage. Okay. So we run the chemistry. This is the initial substrate we use. This just shows the molecular weight increase over time, and this plot, which is typical for those step growth polymerization, because the link, those short chain link in the end of the reaction. So, and this works for the different diols, including those phenols. And the molecular weight is not that great, but this initial study, we can actually push this to get a higher molecular weight. But I guess we are also interested in those different dicarbonyl or those mixed substrate. You can get, I guess it should be called oligomers, not really polymers. But then again, these are relatively short reaction time. Really need, you can push this. So again, for these, again, we want to do sustainable polymers. So we work with those bio-based building blocks. And here is one class with the furan-based substrate. And those three different substrate, right? But it give you the same polymer. So essentially they will have the same signature signals. And although you can see some end group may be different, sometimes this aldehyde will still at the end of the polymer. And I guess this is also one of the early examples. You can directly polymerize this hydroxy furfural because typically this will be a challenge with two different functional groups. But the same catalyst, the same system will work for both of them, for those reactions. And another thing we look at is this isohexide. So I guess we use isosulfide, isomanide, because this one is much harder to get. We actually couldn't buy this. I know Marty now is working on those to make those stuff, right? So again, here you can see the molecular weight. If you run longer time, this reasonably decent at least. So I guess here we want to show you the thermal property. Here you can see those really have a higher thermal stability. The degradation at 5% weight loss is about 350 degrees. They can reach around 440 for some of those. And also they have fairly high TGs, glass transition temperature. These can reach with this phenol naphtho substituted on the silicon. This can reach around 120 degrees, which is much higher than typical polycellulose ether. Those actually are known to have a low glass transition temperature. So at the same time, they are still degradable, and we do show those under slightly acidic condition or basic conditions. I guess I don't, yeah, basically both will show degradation. And, we just run this without looking at this too much, but you look at this, so you need enough of acid to fully degrade. With those, they don't fully degrade, which means the acid is not really a catalyst. It's being consumed in this process. And this just shows the difference of those different substitutes on the silicon, phenylmethyl diphenyl, and this diphenyl and the phenylnephthol. So also, I guess you should see this here, it goes down really quickly, which means this degradation is happening not at the end, it's random among the chip, right? And so also look at the actual product here. So we didn't really, why it's not going? Okay, so this is just a GC mass run of the hydrolysis product. What you get is the alcohol here. Certainly you won't get those phenolphthalein back, but you get those oligomers, siloxane oligomers there. Okay, so yeah, we really didn't estimate this, but we estimate that from an NMR, this is nearly quantitative for those diodes. So with those, I guess we also think about what we can do with those polymers, right? There are actually not many uses, but one thing we try to do is to cross-link. You can see here, because of these furan units, we can cross-link with this monoamide. Hopefully we can get some recyclable and reprocessable thermoset. Okay, and I guess this shows the IR. Again, the product is on the soluble. There's not much you can do, but IR can tell at least you have both of the features of of the starting material, right? This from the carbonyl and this from the cellular part, essentially. And we studied the thermal property, right? DSC. You can see the glass transition is increasing with more of the cross-link, although those are kind of excess. The reaction more fully. You don't need that excess of monoamide units. But also see here, you have two temperature that are corresponding to the retro DA reaction. And one is for those endoisomer, the other for the exoisomer, right? Which is also typical in the DA, retro DA reactions. And we also did some tests about this reprocessability. You can cut them up and kind of heat it up around 110 degrees, and they are not fully melting, but at least they will become much softer because, and then they can go back to remake those compounds. Okay. So certainly this need further testing with more quantitative measurement than just those viral things. Another area we are working on is to try to utilize this hydrolytic degradability. The idea is to use those polycellular ethers to make nanoparticles. In addition to this hydrolytic degradability, you can also introduce other functional groups, or what we call the triggers, so they can respond to the environment in the cancer cell. So this we just started. I guess we choose this system, basically those the polyethylene glycol diol, because this has better hydrophilicity, and they should have also this itself is more benign to the biological system. So we do make some nanoparticles. We have again, this is a new area for us. We kind of spend a lot of time to control those the nanoparticle size, and now we can at least get some fairly consistent control over the nanoparticle size. This is around 100 nanometer. in size, and this with this PG1 solvent, this will be a kind of a smaller, which actually makes sense with this, because these are made by co-precipitation technique. So with the solubility or better hydrophilicity, they are going to be smaller. So we are still working on this, and I guess it's time to end. I'll give you a quick summary. Okay, yeah, that's just a quick summary, and that's kind of my. Yeah. So the picture is from last year still, and we are still with the remote meeting, right? And the work mostly done by Shrikant and some other students. Current Vladimir is mostly involved with this chemistry. So, and with that, I'm happy to thank your attention, and I'm happy to have any questions. So.
Questions for Guodong? Guodong, in that manganese system with the hydrosilylation, you believe the nitridal is gone, so it's a different mechanism from the molybdenum and rhenium systems that you studied? So you think have you detected ammonia under your conditions?
We tried, we couldn't. I think it's going into what do you call those, the silylamine type of product.
Oh, so you eliminated it as a silylamine product.
Right.
So how about starting with the manganese 3 or manganese 2 saline type catalyst? Does that work really well, or you have to start with the nitridal somehow?
No, you can start with manganese 2 or 3.
Okay.
We tried.
So you at least have agreement there. You can start just with the manganese 3 and get good reactivity.
Yeah, it's actually less active somehow.
Okay.
Which does not make a lot of sense, but that's what we get.
I got you. Okay. Okay. No, that's fine.
Other questions? I have one. In your step growth polymerization, you say those are small molecular weights, but step growth polymerizations are hard to get large molecular weights, because we tried one and we had less success than you. And our problem was repeatability. Like sometimes we'd get really short oligomers, and I think it depends on how exact we would get the weighing of the two pieces.
Right.
How did you have that problem, or did you also have reproducibility problems? And if so, how did you solve it?
I wouldn't say we solved the problem. It's hard to control. And, Vladimir actually noticed when he measured those weight, you need to take out those, the impurity, right? Before you buy those things, they have 97% impurity. You can take that into account when you measure out those. Those will give you better results. But in general, the step growth polymerization is hard to control.
Yeah. Okay, here's one in the back.
Hi, really nice talk. Thank you. I just wanted to ask, what's the solubility like of the polymer products, and how easy is it to remove the manganese catalyst if you do?
Yeah, they are the polymers for the polycellular. They are fairly soluble in THF in general, or methylene chloride or chloroform, and they are not very soluble in hexane or methanol. So, we have to look carefully about their solubility in other solvent.
Okay, no more questions, and let's thank Guodong one more time.
Thank you.
Okay, it's my pleasure to introduce our last speaker and our gracious host, Elon Eisen from NC State. Last speaker of the morning, that is. You'll be back in the afternoon.
Okay. Thanks everybody for sticking around. I'm going to try to get you all off to lunch on time. It may or may not work. All right. So, congratulations to Marty. I was actually Marty's first postdoc when he was at Purdue. Actually, when I applied to his lab, I thought I was moving to UCLA, but somehow I ended up in West Lafayette. But that's how that worked out. And actually, when I thought about what talk I wanted to actually talk about in this particular symposium, I actually wanted to talk about something else, but then actually I changed my mind. I started doing metal-oxochemistry with Marty. So I might as well do a talk today on metal-oxochemistry and rhenium metal-oxochemistry. But I want to talk a little bit about chemistry that's a little bit different than the way we were doing metal-oxos. Back in Marty's lab, when we started off doing oxygen atom transfer chemistry. And that actually evolved, as Guadong just talked about, into doing hydrosilation chemistry, where the oxo ligand itself is just an ancillary ligand. What I want to talk about, though, is our approach with metal oxos, or something that we discovered in our lab, where we're using the oxo, and as Andy talked about, and the secondary coordination sphere chemistry of the oxo, to discover a different type of catalysis. So that brings me to, I'm going to skip that slide, the whole concept of frustrated Lewis pairs. Right, so in main group chemistry, and Doug Stefan got an award sometime earlier on this week, where they're using frustrated Lewis pairs to enable catalysis. Right, well, the idea is actually fairly simple. If you get the sterics around the Lewis acid and Lewis base pairs big enough, you can generate a highly active species that can activate small molecules and then and enable those small molecules, those species, to be used as catalysts, as you can see in these examples here. What we wanted to do was a little bit different. Can we use as one of the components? So I should go back and say this, but the key thing here is that most of these species, when these things were discovered about 10, 15 years ago now, was the emphasis has been on using non-transition metal species as the components for frustrated Lewis pairs. What we wanted to do was actually utilize, a transition metal species as one of the components, because we thought with coordination chemists, we can actually utilize all the benefits of coordination chemistry and use that to our advantage to develop new catalytic systems. So this is our basic idea. I'm going to show you some complexes that we developed in our labs that are really classical adducts. But the idea is that these species can exist in equilibrium with what we think are frustrated Lewis pairs. And actually, we can show you some of the chemistry associated with that. So this is one of the classical adducts that we made in our lab many years ago, right? So it's just a rhenium oxo species. It will react with a Lewis acid. You can make an adduct, you can crystallize it. This is the phenyl version of that species. Put it on a bond. It's actually fairly stable. Well, it's stable enough. If you hit it with water, it's not very stable, of course, but it's stable enough. But so that's a Lewis adduct, right? And actually, one of the things that we actually looked at, we could actually make, because again, we're coordination chemists, so we could play around with the X-type ligand there. We could make the hydride, we could make the methyl, we could make the phenyl species. These are some DFT calculations we ran back in the day. What you can see is basically, as you predictably, as you make that X ligand bigger, you'll make the species a little bit more unstable. That's what you're seeing there. But the key point is, what we thought about in doing that is that should enable us to break that oxo boron bond, right, in those adducts. And the idea is that if we can break that bond and actually let it exist in a regime where it's stable enough, it doesn't completely dissociate, we might be able to generate a frustrated Lewis pair. That was the principle behind it. One of the earliest experiments that we did to show that actually we might be generating a frustrated Lewis pair, we took the phenyl adduct, which you saw in that previous slide, and we just mixed this thing with H2D2. And when you heat it up after about an hour, what you see is scrambling. And the way we explain that scrambling, I don't do a good job using the laser pointer, I guess. It doesn't work, so that's probably why I should use it. Which is the right one. Yeah. Actually, I can do it. We'll just ignore it. Right. But the way we explain that is, okay, well, what we do is we start off with the adduct. We somehow break that oxygen boron bond, but not completely cleave it. That generates a frustrated Lewis pair that can now activate H2 reversibly. And that's how you get that scrambling. And then we can actually show, we can measure basically the activation barrier for how much energy it will take to actually break that oxygen boron bond. We can look at that by DFT. Most importantly, right, we can actually, with that system, the oxo species and the boron species, we can actually generate a catalytic system that can hydrogenate unactivated olefins. Right, and what the important point about this particular system is this activation or this catalysis that's not taking place in the primary coordination sphere of the metal center. We've shown that by some mechanistic studies. I think I'll show you some of that. Right, well, this activation or this catalysis is taking primarily in the secondary coordination sphere of the complex itself. Does it work now? There you go. All right. So what we've done, I think that my things are on over here, well, but that's fine. So what we've done is we've developed a system where what we can do is, the idea is that what we first of all, this was the original catalyst, where we have mesotyl ligands in the on the arrow rings of a diamidopyridine species. And the idea of what we did is, because the principle is, what we don't want to make is a very strongly coordinated atom, right? So the idea is that actually, if we make if we limit the amount of atom that we can form or weaken that oxygen boron bond, we should be able to make a better catalyst, right? So we can actually, the idea is that we can actually tune catalytic activity actually by playing around with some ligand design aspects. So what we've done is we actually originally saw mesotyl complex. We went to that isopropyl, or we replaced the methyl groups with isopropyl ligand, phenyl isopropyl ligands. And in this case, we replaced these methyl groups with phenyl ligands. And now, as you can see, going from mesotyl to the isopropyl to this DBHP ligand, actually you're really burying that oxo ligand itself. And as you would predict, because all this chemistry is happening in the secondary coordination sphere, right? When we do the catalysis with that series of things, actually, as you would predict, the more sterically hindered species is the one that actually does the best catalysis. And actually, we can do a lot of this tuning as well by coordination chemics. So we can do the steric things here as well. So we can go from phenyl all the way down to hydride. And as you would predict, we can actually show that actually that reactivity actually trends directly, or most appropriately, with the sterics, right? That's the steric factor in the staff plot. That's the electronic factor in the staff plot. That's the steric factor. And as you can see, the phenyl species is a lot faster than the corresponding hydride species. And again, we can use this idea to actually develop and to rationally design new catalytic systems and design new species, where original catalytic system, we were only getting about 20 turnovers. We could actually design it now where we've actually got a lot more turnovers than that. I think we go all the way up to about 850, although I'm not showing it on this particular slide, I can't find it. The other thing I would point out in this particular reaction is actually when we do terminal olefins, what we get as a byproduct is this minor species here, and that actually occurs from methyl group migration. We form cations as part of the catalytic reaction, and methyl groups migrate. We see that as a minor byproduct. We can also see evidence of that with hydride transfer. So if we use a terminal olefin like 1-hexene here, what you'll initially see is that's your hexene going away. Initially, what you'll form is the internal olefins, and eventually over time, those internal olefins go away to finally form your product. Right, and again, we can explain that we're forming cations during the course of the reaction, and those protons migrate as means to do that. So I'll tell you a little bit about what we have shown, or we suggest is the mechanism for this particular reaction. So what we're really doing is generating here a frustrated Lewis pair from this adduct, right? That frustrated Lewis pair can actually split hydrogen as you would expect it to do,
or it can it'll interact with olefin to add the secondary coordination sphere. And then these two species come together to make the species here that eventually eliminates product. So one of the things that we actually wanted to address, and I just talked about it in the previous slide, was this concept that we're getting isomerization. Can we somehow redesign the catalyst to actually limit that? And what we've done is then ask ourselves, okay, well, what if we replace in that mechanism that I just showed you, this X-type group here, which was an oxo, if we replace it with another group, with nitrogen. The idea is that nitrogen, being more nucleophilic than oxygen, would keep this part of it in the catalytic cycle and prevent you filtering it off to form these cations. That's where the origin of that byproduct is. So the idea is that we actually now utilize nitridose species to actually improve selectivity for this particular reaction. So this was our catalytic design strategy. So basically, this is reaction with the oxo, and here we're using the aluminum variant. So here you can see the product that you want, the hydrogenation product, and here's the isomerization product, right? Consistent with the hypothesis that we just showed you before, when we use the nitrido, what we've essentially done is eliminated that isomerization product and basically improve the selectivity only for the hydrogenation product. Okay, so this is where we were with these particular catalytic systems, right? So these are a lot of the previous main group FLP type systems, and you can see they basically have high catalytic loads and high pressures and high temperatures. When we started to do it, we actually were able to actually lower the catalytic system and actually get turnovers actually fairly high just by doing that kind of rational design strategy. So, and basically this is what our system essentially looks like. We have this kind of bi-square pyramidal oxo system where we can actually play around with the sterics of the diamide or amine pyridine ligand. We actually played around with tuning the Lewis acid here and the ligands here as well. And what has led to is basically a catalytic system where we have fairly high turnovers. What I really want to talk about for the rest of this talk is basically I've been describing something called a frustrated Lewis pair, and the question is, what is the nature of that particular species itself? Right, so I showed you before, I showed you a crystal structure of something that's a Lewis atom, right? There's a strong covalent bond between the oxo and the boron species. By DFT, we can actually calculate, these are minima on the potential energy surface, right? And these are the species that we think are what the frustrated Lewis pairs actually look like. They are these oxo species, but notice there's no longer a covalent bond between oxygen and boron in any of these species. Those bond lengths are ridiculously too long, right? But if you look at the structures a little bit more carefully, so this is the structure for the phenyl version of that complex. There seems to be close contacts between that oxo ligand itself and the electron deficient rings on the pentachlorophenyl boron species, right? So it's very short here, about 2.81 angstroms, and it's a little bit longer here. And we can actually do interesting DFT calculations. So we can actually make these rings less electron deficient by just replacing the fluorines on them with hydrogens. Right, so as we do that, so you notice we have two rings, right? So the first structure is down here at 2.81. And actually then the next structure would be where we replace one of the fluorines with a hydrogen, right? So as you go from right to left here, like if you're reading Arabic, I guess, right? What you're doing is you're making the rings more electron efficient, right? And as you do that, this ring one, basically, it moves further and further away from that oxo, right? At the same time, because there's another ring next door, right, that's actually electron deficient, what actually ends up happening is that ring then moves closer, right? So what we see that as evidence for is that there's some type of non-covalent interaction that's stabilizing these frustrated Lewis pairs, and we think the nature of that non-covalent interaction is the oxo-aryl interaction. Basically, so if you look at, basically, this is just the ESI or electrostatic map for benzene, right? The center of the ring is electron rich, the outside is electron poor. But for hexafluorobenzene, it's the opposite, right? The deficiency is in the center of the ring, right? And of course, the oxo, that's where your electron richness is, right? So basically, what we're basically doing is when you put the oxo in that position, the center of that ring actually interacts with that negative center on the oxo species itself. And we can actually, this is, the numbers here are not great, but we could actually make up a kind of potential energy curve where we're using hexafluorobenzene as a surrogate for that borane species, basically at least the fluorine rings in that species. And actually, if you notice, the minimum here corresponds to about the minimum that you're seeing in those consolidated Lewis pairs, about 2.81 angstroms. So another way we can actually do this, it went too far. Okay, is we can actually look at computationally the energy decomposition analysis. So basically, what we can do is break down basically to two components: the Lewis base, and Lewis acid, right? And then break down the interaction energy between steric interactions and electrostatic interactions. Right, so basically, and that interaction energy is basically, some of it is going to be covalent, that's that E-orb term. But then the steric interactions here is a mixture of actual sterics, right, and the Pauling repulsion and electrostatics. Right, so this term is actually an interesting term. Well, this term will always be negative. This term, well, because the steric term, the repulsive term is going to be positive. This term, the electrostatic term, is going to be negative. So actually, this term that we get out of the computation, E steric, can either be negative or positive, right? That's the point. But interestingly enough, when we look at these two species, so this is an example of the oxo-Lewis acid, the classical atom, right? If I just do the ratio of the E-orb term, which is always going to be negative, versus the steric term here, I get a negative number of minus 2.6, right? That ratio, when I do it for an FLP, is a little bit different, right? So now my E-orb over E steric ratio is a positive number, 1.5, right? And how does that make sense? Well, this number is negative, right? But there's no repulsive term, or the repulsive term here is very small. What's dominating here is just the electrostatic interaction between the oxo and the aryl rings. So that term ends up becoming negative as well. Two negative numbers gives you one positive number, right? So why did I spend time actually looking at that? Well, I wanted to spend a little bit of time looking at that because are there similar type of interactions? Are there similar type of non-covalent interactions in some of these main group FLP type systems, right? And the reality is a lot of these systems actually utilize tris-penofluorophenyl boron as the Lewis acid component. And again, you're seeing a lot of these similar type interactions there. And if I do that same kind of ratio that I did for some of these main group FLPs, actually, so the adducts, again, are all these negative numbers. If I look at the FLPs, they all actually fall into this very narrow range. Positive numbers between about 1.5 and 2. Right, so what I'm suggesting is what we are seeing is actually FLP on the spectrum of the EDA analysis actually falls within this very narrow range. And it's the similar type of interactions that you're seeing in those main group FLPs, you are also seeing in the transition metal FLPs that I showed you in this particular case, the ones with the oxide. Okay, so I want to actually extend it a little bit because we want to talk about hydrosilation. We did that in Marty's lab as well. Right, so here's another example, that paper that Guadong showed you a while ago from 2005. The inspiration was a paper from Pierce's lab before that, but back in 2000, where you could just use borane, right, to do catalytic hydrosilation of carbonyls, right? And the mechanism, I would suggest, is also an FLP type mechanism. You're generating a species like this where you're not, so it's not a steric interaction here, but it's a very weakly stabilized Lewis acid-based atom. These are probably better construed as adducts. But the chemistry, again, happens at the outer coordination sphere. Olefin nucleophilically attacks silicon, right? It generates this type of species, and then it eventually collapses. So we've made, talking about low-valent rhenium or manganese, we've made low-valent rhenium. There's no oxos here anymore, but this is actually rhenium-3. Okay, but the key point here is that what we're generating is a species like this. Very, very weak interaction between rhenium and the silane species. And the key step is the nucleophilic attack of the carbonyl on that silicon species, right? To generate a species like that and regenerate. So we're arguing that this is also an FLP type mechanism. So basically what we have is a system where this is what the active species actually looks like. We can actually do again a lot of this. We can tune hysterics here. Or we can tune the ligands here, and actually we can treat it with different nucleophiles here. This is a silane type species here, and whether you call it an adduct or FLP, it depends on where you are in the particular system. So we made a bunch of rhenium complexes like that are actually active at catalytic hydrosylation. That's not the most important point. We've actually rerun some of Pierce's mechanism, and I don't want you to focus too much on this. The key point is this is Pierce's mechanisms with boron, and aluminum and gallium actually. So this is the group 13 species. The key point is here, you're generating that silane type of adduct. So this species is also inactive because it's a Lewis acid, and actually it's one of the things that Pierce showed early on. It's also in equilibrium with the adduct itself of the carbonyl species, right? So actually what limits some of these reactivities, especially for aluminum and gallium, those things are not catalytic. It's because they form these adducts of two states, right? The key point is that you have to build up enough of a concentration of the species for this thing to actually turn over, right? And it's the same thing in our particular system. When we do the calculation with our system, again, we have an equilibrium. I don't know if I show that. Yeah, we have an equilibrium with the carbonyl adduct itself, but you have to build up enough of this species here for that to turn over, right? And we can actually look at, okay, well, are these species actually, remember I showed you that ratio, E orb over E steric, and the FLP is falling within a narrow range. If you look very carefully, our most active catalyst is this species, right? And actually, if you look at the E orb over E steric number for that particular reaction, it actually falls exactly in the range that I showed you the species before for a completely unrelated hydrogenation reaction. So, I'm not going to go through the, right. So but basically that's the idea, right? I mean, again, the concept is, what we're doing is we're generating phosphorylated Lewis pairs. We're doing a lot of chemistry in the secondary coordination. And the key thing about the phosphorylated Lewis pair chemistry that I'm showing you is actually they happen in a very narrow range, and we can actually define that range, and we can actually utilize that to actually rationally design new catalytic systems. Okay. This is my conclusions, my summary slide, and I can do it like what I'm very quickly. That's some of our group right now. Most of the people who did this are not on the slide. They've all left. Nico is at Exxon. Caleb is at a small PUI in Virginia. Damaris is in the Triangle at a pharmaceutical company called Catalytica. Joshua Taub is about to graduate. And these are some of the people who are currently there. I couldn't find any good pictures left. That's me, although you can't see me there. Trust me, but bad lighting. And this is actually, I think, the summer before I left to go to NC State. That's Mike. Look how much hair Mike has in this picture. And that's Marty. And that's me eating pizza. So I must say, this is actually the 2 years that I was in Marty's lab. That's the most fun I've ever had actually doing chemistry on my own, besides my own lab. But I mean, this was the most fun I've ever had doing chemistry. But this is pretty much indicative of how we were. We ate a lot of pizza and did a lot of talking. Marty did all the talking, as you can see. Yeah. So again, congratulations, Marty, well deserved. And I hope I didn't keep you guys here too long.
Great. Not at all. Not at all. Questions for Elon?
Elon, have you got any structures of the aluminum species? Do they differ from the boron ones where you showed all these interactions?
The adults, sorry. The adducts, the bond lengths are longer, of course, because aluminum is bigger. But the chemistry, but the structures are not really that different.
But you still see the rings over.
Yep.
And you flashed up the nitrito adduct quickly. Do you have that structure?
We don't have the adducts for those structures. We already calculated those. We have never been able to crystallize those.
Because that the nitrito, of course, much more nucleophilic. So,
but it does have the same interaction.
It still has these interactions.
Yep.
Yeah. Is the aluminum is that molecule commercially available?
We have to make it. So we make it from.
You make the aluminum and the gallium?
Yes, that's right. And actually, I think Piers has a prep for it that's actually pretty well done. But the aluminum is out. We make the aluminum version as the toluene adduct, but you don't want to. It's actually kind of explosive if you don't make it without the toluene adduct, and then then you exchange.
So you have that same structure occurs in all of these with the ring interaction.
That's right. Yep.
Yeah, that's extremely interesting.
Yep.
I would like to ask a question about your DFT calculation where you showed your Arabic scatter plots.
Sorry, why am I doing that this way?
You're right to left. About that structure and
which one?
Where you showed the as you change the number of fluorines to hydrogen.
Yeah.
And in that drawing, what you called a non-covalent interaction is a 2.8 angstrom distance between oxygen and the pi ring, and that's awful close. No, back one more.
Yeah, no, I see what you're saying.
And I wonder if there's a possibility, you've got this, well, the rings aren't oriented right to pi conjugate to the boron, but if that might actually be a donation into a pi star, and if you look through your frontier orbitals.
Yeah, there's no covalent interaction there.
That's real close.
Yeah. But that's about. I mean, when we look back at non-covalent interactions, even lone pair pi interactions, that's about where the distance is.
Pi's, I think, are
pi's are different, right?
Okay.
But it says lone pair pi, right? So
lone pair pi's are close.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Any other questions? Okay, in that case, let's thank Elon, and one more round of applause for all our speakers this morning. So please, we will pick up again at 2:00. Please come back for more science and some coffee.
No, we're okay. We're good. We just finished our session. We're 10 minutes past when it was supposed to be finished. I wanted to confirm that we can take an extra 10 minutes on our lunch.
everybody was standing to the side saying they were blind. All right, so it's not bad, right? Yeah, well, I turned it down to a 5, dude. It was at a 10. So, hey, better when it's like this? That's worse? So this is better? Like that? I don't want to go full, right? How's that? Is that still like worse? And they're doing this over here. That's how it I'm just still so blown in my mind, like the fact that the Arizona audit came out and it proved cheating to such horrible extent, and it just put nobody talks about it. They think of it as a joke or something, right? The Arizona audit, the presidential election, like all that shit from Cybernet just came out, and it fucking proved mass election fraud, right? Proved it, factual statement. Nobody cares, right? Oh, Trump's out of office, who cares? Elections can be stolen now. Like, oh, who cares? They already were. Something. It's like, no. So, but what even blows my mind more than that, right? Nobody will talk about it. It's crazy. Nobody will fucking talk about it, right? But what blows my mind even more is how many state senators on January 6th stopped. I mean, we only got to A, right? Alabama, Arkansas, Alaska. We only got to A, right? Okay, there's plenty more states that where all the congressmen were gonna deny certification, right? But some idiots that stormed the fucking Capitol that have nothing to do with the cheating that happened before of why they're decertifying it, right? There's some idiots that do that. And then somehow they have a meeting afterwards and decide not to. When they knew that they cheated. They knew it. They even said it. But because some people stormed the Capitol and were idiots, then they just threw it out the fucking window. And it's like, where is shit? Welcome back. But yeah, it blows my mind. Shitty lunch is up through. Can you turn the music down just a tiny bit? It was pretty loud. Yeah. Maybe we hit the screen too now.
hook into these wireless. Let me show you. So this is a cheating code. Failed to perform basic OS path management. Failed to update antivirus definitions. EAC certification is not valid in review of the evidence. These were the files that were created on the domain server that weren't allowed to have the login management. Security things failed. No, this is all the withheld devices and data, right? So they withheld the routers and networks related data, the poll workers' laptops, file deletion, thousands of file deletions for votes, right? Thousands of anonymous logins. This is not, no one's supposed to be able to log into these IP addresses except for this is the audit. This is what they released, right? In September. This is like the audit from the government paid for this. Okay, so it's not fake. The government paid for this. Yeah. So potential 5,047 individuals who voted in more than once. 393 voters, incomplete names that were registered and accounted for. Like 190. $282 potentially deceased voters, 186 potential duplicates. Like, dude, this is like a lot of shit, right? Like, anyways, these are just massive amounts. Here, people are gonna diss this because it's cyber storm the Capitol.
who changes their mind and why. Well, yeah, it's just scared to do anything and watching it's crazy. What I would also be curious to check, let's talk motivation for them changing their mind. Right. So that is an indicator that definitely catches my eye, like you're saying, because why would they do that? But I would say we should answer as well. I mean, if we're just relying on this and that to try to figure out why they're doing it. A lot of those guys are very late on the fire, right? And have them Let me fill you in where we were here. So I was stating how much of a pussies the GOP senators are, right? So this is what happened, right? On January 6th, and when they came to the hall that day, it went Alaska, blah, blah, Arizona came up. They said, hey, we decertify this because they knew they had cheated. So the GOP, there's about 10 other states that did it. We decertify this. We saw it with Arizona. And then about idiots come and storm the Capitol right after he says it. Dude, within 5 minutes of him saying it, not even 2 minutes of him saying it, right? They storm the Capitol. As soon as he announces that, hey, I decertified Arizona's election. Then, so it's like saying, hey, you killed somebody, right? I'm trying to use the most extreme so you can get to the same situation I'm in. So you killed somebody, but since we stormed this area and now I'm so scared to say that you killed somebody, so all these people are threatening and scaring me. So now what do I say? What do? I say, when I arrived in Washington this morning, I fully intended to check the certification because there was cheating, obviously, in the election. Okay. However, in the events that have transpired, who cares if these idiots ran the hall? It's like a crime happened, right? And you decertified it. But because of those idiots ran in the hall and were dumbasses, then they were too scared to come over afterwards and decertify it. So it's like we all in the world know a crime happened. That's Biden stole the election, right? It says it right here. If you need to see it from the GOP, this isn't me. This is them saying this, right? So it's not
McCain, fucking thank you. That guy insulted him. Fucking told his ship to like not be in the
So here's the audit, right? So the audit isn't a recount. It's really important to state that an audit is not a recount. Just recounts happen, you just recount the cheating thing. An audit is actually an audit of it. So what do you find in the audit, right? You find out all these other devices connected to the election network. You find out all these file deletions. You find out thousands of dead people's things were counted. 2,830 people's votes were counted twice that were dead. 282 potential deceased voters, 186 potential duplicate voters, 3,903 voters with incomplete names. Who knows? We don't know. It doesn't state that. No, I agree. Only 300? That's more than enough. Yeah. But what I was getting at is it's not about that or any of that. It's just really kind of what bothers me is that here's the GOPs from 10 different states, and they were all going to decertify their election because they know cheating happened. And what did they all do? They all ran into a room and got scared on January 6th because we're storming the hall. They all conspired and got together and then said, hey, because some idiot stormed the hall, this person can get away with cheating and we're not going to do that. That's like isn't that shitty? You know what I mean? Hey, I don't like Biden or Trump. I'm just saying I like to have an equal like playing field. You know what I mean? Yeah, you're good.
Sniper Ninjas, them doing an audit versus recount, the recount, yeah, big difference.
That's true, yeah. Because you have to clarify that before you start talking.
And that's a smart thing to clarify. Now, with an audit, something that big, having a company that's been hired by one political party, you would need an oversight.
It wasn't just one political party. It could be right, but I'm pretty sure it's an elected official.
They need an oversight council to make sure that they're not that they have.
Right. Yes.
Okay, so now one thing that concerns me is they wouldn't even attend oversight hearing on the audit. Okay, so hang on, I'll try to.
Oh, I saw that. Yeah.
So, 2 liters of sex. So that kind of raises a red flag for me. It's not that I think that all the evidence in that is dismissed, but that has a good But maybe who's one of the this is new. Okay, so Cyber Ninja is I really wish it would say specifically who hired them, but okay, this makes sense why it's okay. Doug Logan said he and remaining employees have been let go due to cash flow issues related to one value. Okay, yeah, but it's not. So one valid claim found 50 votes. It's still, it should be acknowledged, I'm wondering if that's I walked definitely. Today's Wednesday, so tomorrow's the last day.
That all the rooms that don't have operators, just those the projector, and they're probably going to take all those out today.
But I just thought about that our day won't be as long tomorrow on this breakdown.
No, there weren't that many of these ones.
I just talked to what's his name too, and he said, yeah, I think the plan is, because you guys are operators, you guys are already on time and a half, is that you guys are just gonna pack up your room and then somebody else is gonna sit Any good articles tonight?
That's kind of where I think about it too. If I'm trying to
yeah, that makes a good point.
Yeah, because I mean, think about it. A lot of right-wing people, they don't want to be in charge, but I think a lot of them started getting nervous about Trump being like behind them.
The fact is, most of them knew that he masterminded this thing. Yeah. Most of them are going to get questioned, and when it gets right down to it,
can be used for voting, and then it's like the best source to like find cheating and duplicate because you can't duplicate.
Oh, you want it on the screen? Gotcha. There you go.
why should I vote? But the only way it's going to matter
Yeah. Yeah. So, oh, it just went out again? What was that?
I had to explain to my brother's kids, one of them is voting. Almost there. She's like, why should it even matter if it's not gonna go, if it's not gonna go my way? I'm like, well, yeah, that's actually a very valid point. But, on a local and state level, it is popular vote, and that's just as important as a governor can keep us safe from an insane president. Again, our current governor, our previous one kept us pretty well guarded. And reminded them, we'll succeed. You make up more than a third of your fucking economy. You can't afford to lose California, and we also have most of your military operations.
Yeah.
Like, it would not be hard to get them to become California and the California scam likely.
There we go. Take it. Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm gonna tell him. I'm gonna send it. Thank you.
Everything goes in? Yep, we're just checking the agreements here.
And it works.
No, I'm just doing road checks, making sure that everything's.
All right, I'll do it, yeah. Unless if somebody left it behind that also happened to be a Logitech mouse.
you when you came in? 4 gigs?
The one they gave me is the little like ones wrapped in fake leather. This was plugged into the computer up there.
Oh, probably from the. It might be his. He was the last speaker, right?
It says Logitech on it. It's from like a pointer.
Yeah, one of the little slide things. It's an extra.
Oh, yeah.
We'll just hold on to it.
Yeah.
Mike's gonna be up there in a second.
What for?
He's dropping off batteries for us.
Oh, fantastic. Hello, hello.
Clicker up there? Yes, it's on the podium. There you go. Thank you, Mike. Bye.
Hey, I am gonna go use the restroom real quick before we start. Cool.
That's a few extra blades. I guess, but also it's like
This constipating sounds frustrating.
Yep.
Apparently, one from
Wow. Probably something to do with the chemistry being corrupt.
Well, it couldn't possibly have anything to do with him possibly being in trouble.
No. Did you hear about Ashley Babbitt's brother?
I did not.
He also got arrested for assaulting someone while using like slurs. So now it's a hate crime, a racially motivated hate crime. Good family, that crew, a bunch of real productive people.
He took it really great.
Pretty professional. I've been
Yeah,
talking
no,
to him.
he is. He is just like, here, we're here for.
Yeah. I have worksheets and all this. There you go.
I got zip zip. I don't know if you're familiar with this brand. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. Like using used to work for Levi's or whatever. I love it. Yeah, it's really good. Yeah. That makes powerful. Yeah, you got that. This is like that Dickies pants. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Just wear a normal shirt under it. Cool. Yeah. So
I'd wear that. Okay. 10-minute countdown?
You want me to give him a heads up?
No. Absolutely not. Who is our next speaker? It's looking like Ian Klein. Ian Klein in this video. And we tested the audio on those records, so we're all good. Well, we didn't test it on the second one. Oh, like a fucking 9, maybe? Oh, because you might have to change the settings back to speakers? Yeah. Most likely. So you don't have to get up later, you know what I mean? I made sure that our junior helper knows, but when he inevitably has to go plug all that back in, make sure the audio jack is plugged in and it goes to the right setting as well. So I can't believe that. They don't have to touch to have electricity. Can you believe that? Yeah, I'm like shocked, right? The guy in the suit, our first speaker right here. Ian Klein. You know, it does have that. That's a catering over there. You guys have catering, you know that, quite a bit of speakers coming up, right? You're gonna take care of this one? We are about 1 minute, so if you want to, yeah, I'll give you the countdown. We're at 1 minute right now. You got it, man.
You want to stay here so we can get good audio?
Yeah. All right, welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a great lunch. I'm excited to get started on the second half of our symposium honoring Madi for his award in affordable green chemistry. I want to start by thanking our sponsors once again, BASF, Bruker, Spiro, and Thermo Fisher for sponsoring our symposium. And I think I just want to get right into the talk. So it's my pleasure to introduce Ian Klein, the CTO for Spiro Renewables, and we're excited to hear your talk on lignin valorization. Ian.
Great. Thank you so much. All right. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for being here, and thank you for the invitation. Very honored to be here and to be giving this talk. And I wanted to give a big congratulations to Madi. I think this is a really important award. And when we think about green chemistry, if it's not made affordable, it just stays in a textbook and it is never practiced. But through Madi's work and his leadership in this field, we're moving in the direction of implementing some really cool green technologies on the commercial scale. And so today I'll be talking about our work in lignin valorization, specifically looking at bio-based and recyclable plastics. There won't be quite as much data as some of the other talks have been able to share, but I hope that I can paint a good picture for you and show you what we're working on and why it's important. At Sparrow, we have a vision that we can move away from a barrel of oil and replace that with a barrel of biomass. But if we want to do that, we need to think very carefully about how we do this and use some new techniques. So when we look at this pie chart, roughly the breakdown of biomass, the cellulose and the hemicellulose is making up around 60 to 70% of the biomass. And there are a lot of great ways that are known to create value from this. We can make soluble sugars, we can ferment these, we can use different known chemistries to make a lot of valuable products. However, what has caused a lot of problems is this component of lignin, known as lignin, which is 20 to 30% of woody biomass. And today, the primary use for lignin is burning it. So the paper and pulp industry alone burns around 50 million tons of lignin every year. And when you burn lignin for its heat value, you're making about 4 cents a kilogram. And if we want to think about an integrated biorefinery where we can be economically competitive with petroleum-based products, then 4 cents a kilogram for 25% of our mass is just not going to cut it. So we really need to do better. Let's take a look at what exactly lignin is. Lignin has a fairly complex structure, but it is made up of 3 primary building blocks: coumaryl alcohol, coniferyl alcohol, and synapyl alcohol. These are assembled in different ways by nature to make this structure that we call lignin. When you look at this, when we look at lignin, there are many different types of linkages present in the lignin material. The beta-O4 ether linkage is the most prevalent linkage, and this has been a prime target for a lot of catalysis in order to valorize lignin. Where we've seen a lot of problems in historical use of lignin is that if you break this lignin down into hundreds or thousands of different molecules, it becomes very difficult to upgrade that into a clean chemical feedstock, and it becomes very difficult to make materials from that. This is from a paper that I helped Madi publish back in 2015, where we looked at how lignin can be incorporated and become a very important part of the new biorefinery that we are envisioning. So we as I mentioned, we know a lot of things we can do a lot of things with carbohydrates. These can be used for making many things. But what about lignin? So if we're able to break lignin down into its components, and we're able to do this selectively and make a clean feedstock, there is a lot of chemistry and engineering that is known, and we can take this. We can get to the BTX chemicals. We can really make feedstocks that are used throughout the world in many different applications. But the key that I see is to selectively break down the lignin and create a clean chemical feedstock that can then be upgraded. And this is a vision that Madi has really done a great job in championing. So lignin, it's the strongest part of plants that allows it to grow upright against gravity. And it's the second most abundant natural polymer on Earth. It's an excellent source of aromatic chemicals, and we need to use this correctly. We don't want to burn 50 million tons of it a year. But because it's been difficult to upgrade selectively, that's been the fate of it for a long time. But I want to share with you our vision at Sparrow of how we can change that. So all of this work that we're doing at Sparrow is based on more than a decade of fundamental research by Madi in his lab. Countless postdocs and graduate students who have all worked together to make this a possibility. And I think this is really significant, and it's unusual and takes a very unique skill set to be able to develop the fundamental research, looking at the model compounds, understanding exactly how the catalysis work, the mechanism, the kinetics, and then taking all of that and transitioning it from the model compounds to the real lignin, from milligrams to grams, grams to kilograms, and kilograms to metric tons processed. And with Monty's leadership, that's exactly what we're working on. So Sparrow is a clean technology company based out of Santa Barbara, California. And our mission is to provide renewable, cost-effective substitutes to petroleum-based products. And really the key thing here is that they need to be cost-effective. Otherwise, it will never happen. It will stay in a textbook and it won't be commercialized. But with the right technology, we can make excellent materials that can really provide great properties and allow us to make all these wonderful plastics that we depend on so heavily in many areas of our life. Sparrow is a young team, a young company, but we've built a team with many decades of experience in R&D management. Importantly, our team has experience in past startup companies and also experience with building joint development agreements with multinational companies, which is very important because that's how we intend to commercialize this technology. Now, anyone who has worked with lignin has undoubtedly heard the saying that you can make anything from lignin except for money. I hate that joke. But, I think what we need to be saying is, yes, you can make anything from lignin, just like you can with oil. But if you want to make money, you need to be selective and you need to choose very carefully what targets you're going to go after first. And that's what we've done. That's what we've done at Sparrow. And our strategy at Sparrow has been first to focus our attention on the higher value applications of lignin. Where can we make the most impact? And then as we have success building market share, the technology can transition into other sectors. But right now we're focused primarily on plastics. So this technology and the basis for the company really revolves around our catalytic conversion of lignin through the Sperlu process. The slide got a little bit crooked, but that's okay. So we begin with biomass, primarily woody biomass or other agricultural waste materials, other ag feedstocks. This then goes into a catalytic and reactive extraction and catalytic upgrading process, followed by separations. So in the case of woody biomass, the solid carbohydrate, the separations involves removal of the solid carbohydrates, which can be further upgraded using other known processes. And then separation to clean up the biophenols, because when you're working with plants, there's a lot of things in there, a lot of contaminants. And in order to make clean chemical feedstocks that are compatible with making materials, there's some separations that are involved. And that's where we've focused a lot of our attention at Sparrow. Then once we have these biophenols, we can make these into a bio-based thermoset material. So why are we interested in thermoset plastics? Well, there's a few reasons, but we start first with the market need and the market potential. The thermoset market is a large market. It's around a $57 billion market, and it's compatible with the biofuel scale. And that's important because if you want to have a biorefinery where we're using the carbohydrates to make all these wonderful things, we also want to be able to use all that lignin that we're co-producing to make valuable products. And if we're addressing a large market such as thermoset plastics, then this becomes a real possibility to do this on a large scale and make a big difference. Today, there are no significant bio-based solutions for thermoset plastics. So at Sparrow, we've taken two approaches. One is to use our bio-based bisphenols as drop-in replacements for BPA, bisphenol A, in thermoset plastics. So you take the BPA out of the formulation and you drop in the bio-based bisphenol as a one-to-one replacement. The other area that we're focusing on is designing materials to be recyclable. Because when BPA-based thermosets were invented, they were never designed for recyclability. They were designed to last forever, and that's what they do. They sit around in the landfill. They last forever. But if we're reimagining this, then I think that we should design these to be recyclable so that we don't have to have that problem, and it can become a value add. Our approach for this recyclability is to make a chemically recyclable resin. So how we do this is by inserting reversible chemical bonds within the thermoset matrix itself. So when a proper chemical stimuli is applied to the thermoset material, the bonds can be reversed, allowing the material to dissolve in a solvent and be recycled. And because these bonds are reversible, when the chemical stimuli is reversed, we can reform these bonds, reform the plastic, and recycle this for a second generation of use. So let's look, I want to take a little bit closer look at how we do this. So in figure A, we begin with a small thermoset sample that we use for mechanical testing in our lab. This is then placed into a degradation solution where a chemical stimuli is applied, reversing the chemical, some of the chemical bonds that were placed intentionally in that thermoset matrix, allowing the thermoset to become soluble, to be recycled. When the solvent is removed and we reverse the chemical stimuli, we can reform that thermoset. And of course, it's very important that, if we're going to recycle this, we need to test and make sure that we can have comparable properties in the second generation of use and beyond. And so this is just a small example of some of the data, some dynamic mechanical test data where we have shown that yes, these materials can be recycled. And in the second generation of life, we can maintain these key properties that are so important. So why is it so important to have recyclable thermosets? Well, of course, we want to recycle everything at the end of its life, but one specific reason why it's important to have recyclable thermoset plastics is because of the material CFRCs, carbon fiber reinforced composites. These are composites that are made with sheets of carbon fiber encased in a thermoset matrix. They're very lightweight, high strength, stronger than steel in many cases. And as we work to improve, for example, in the automotive industry, to reduce the weight of vehicles, improve the gas mileage, use a little bit smaller battery, bringing down the weight in using these materials is a great way to do it, but they're very expensive. And there's several reasons why these materials are so expensive. One, there's a lot of manufacturing waste when you make these CFRCs. And two, it's driven in part by the lack of recyclability. So if we can't, the carbon fiber is a very energy intensive product to make, which makes it very expensive. And if it's encased in this non-recyclable thermoset, if you can't recycle the thermoset, you can't recycle the carbon fiber, and you can't recapture that value. So if we can make this material recyclable, this can bring down the cost and allow for wider adoption across different industries. And these are used in the automotive, aerospace, as well as wind turbine industries, just to name a few. Beginning with, so let's look at recyclability. If we start off with a conventional BPA-based thermoset composite, if you want to recycle this, what they're going to do is they're going to chop this into little pieces and pyrolyze off the plastic. This is a very energy-intensive process. And when you do this, you lose up to 80% of the strength of the carbon fiber. And if you lose the strength, you lose the value. You can't recycle it for the same use. You can only downcycle it for a lesser low value use. And that's not what we want to do at Sparrow. We want to start with the carbon fiber composite that is recyclable, that can then be used in the automotive sector or any other type of application. And then we want to recycle this as a woven carbon fiber mat that can actually be reused in the same application rather than significant downcycling seen with conventional recycling. So you might be thinking, well, modern cars, they stay on the road for a long time, 10, 15 plus years. So if we switch to these recyclable thermosets, that's a long time. That can be a long time before we really start to recoup that value. But part of the problem with these materials is that it's not that simple. There's a lot of manufacturing waste. Depending on the type of manufacturing used to make the CFRC, you can see as much as 30% waste on the shop floor in the manufacturing alone. So if we're able to switch to recyclable thermoset materials, then we can see cost savings from day one by recycling that 30% loss on the shop floor. And of course, we'll have the end of life recycling, but being able to create value immediately is a very important part of having new materials adopted. Oops. Okay, so I want to take another look at our lignin-based CFRC samples and how these look and how they work. So first we have in figure A, a small lignin-based CFRC sample that we made in our lab. It's a little bit hard to see on the color of this projector, but in solution B, the CFRC sample is placed into a degradation solution, and the solvent that it is in is clear. It's clean solvent. When the chemical stimuli is applied to reverse those reversible bonds and allow that thermoset material to dissociate in solution, the solution takes on a light yellow color. It's difficult to see here. The carbon fiber looks the same, and that's because it looks the same because it is the same. When we recover the carbon fiber, we're recovering more than 99% of the mass. We're not losing or damaging the carbon fiber during this recycling process. We've also done some SEM imaging to take a look at the carbon fiber itself. Because if this carbon fiber is going to be recycled into a second generation of life, it's important that we're not damaging the surface of the carbon fiber, or it's not going to perform the same way when you go to make a second series of CFRC samples. So what we've shown through multiple SEM imaging trial tests is that we're not damaging the fiber, and there's no residue from the resin is observed on the surface, which is important, and it shows a promising view for recycling of these materials. So I've shared a little bit about the technology and what we're working on. I also want to give a bit of a view on what our vision is and how this technology can be brought to market. We've been able to raise over $3.6 million in development contracts from the Department of Energy. This funding has been very helpful to move this work along, transition from the initial benchtop work and then scaling things up. This funding has allowed us to secure additional funding from private equity groups and really leverage the private equity that we've raised so that we can use that in combination with the DOE contracts and really push this along further and use every dollar and stretch it to get really great work done. Right now, we're doing product development with strategic partners. So we have a lot of lab data available on the monomers and different types of formulations, what the physical properties of the recyclable material or non-recyclable options are. And now we're working with strategic partners who are taking our materials and testing those as drop-in replacements in formulations that they're already doing today. And this is an area that we're seeking to expand and seeking to secure new partners. We're also planning pilot scale demonstrations of the technology, and this will be happening in two parts. One, the reactive extraction and catalytic upgrading of the lignin, as well as piloting the synthesis of the plastics. So those are both areas where we're very active to take our lab scale data and transition those into pilot demonstrations. And we plan to commercialize this with a licensing model. These are materials that are used in large volumes across many different geographies and a great candidate for licensing. So there's a few people that I want to thank. Some members of the Sparrow team, especially Dr. Zhao, who has done a lot of the work with the recyclable materials. I want to thank the Department of Energy for their support of this project. And I want to thank Madi for his vision that has allowed us to take this work from the fundamental academic levels and progress this, raising money from private equity groups, from government funds, and bringing this technology to the marketplace where it can really be affordable green chemistry and and be commercialized so that it can work to the benefit of all of us. So thank you for your time, and I'm happy to discuss any questions you have.
Hey, thank you, Ian, for a great talk. Do we have any questions?
Thank you so much for your talk. I was curious to know the chemistry of the solubilization of those thermosets in terms of chemical interactions or whatever the mechanism behind the solubilization of thermosets.
Yeah, so I can't get into too many of the technical details, but I would say it's important. So, some of the things that we have to look out for. Thermosets, these are materials that are often used under rather harsh conditions. In the automotive space, they're used well, I don't need the slides anyways. The computer just died. But you need to make sure that they will not, they need to be water resistant and things like this. So these are some things that you need to be cognizant of. And then the recyclability needs to be controlled quite well. So it needs to be something that will not be experienced in the normal use conditions. But sorry, I can't get into all the mechanistic details. But thank you.
I have a much more qualitative question. So thanks for the nice talking. When you take the technology to people, to vendors that are looking for these materials, do they, is there a hesitancy always, even when you say the performance is the same, even when you say everything is the same? I'm just wondering if you face hesitancy, even when all the data is in front of them, just for being creatures of habit.
Yeah, absolutely. If you want to change, even a simple change to a formulation, it's not simple. If you're introducing a new material into someone's formulation that they're producing plastics that takes a lot of work from them. It takes a lot of time, and that is a big hurdle that we have encountered. I would say even more so for the recyclability, because if you want to introduce recyclability to a thermoset plastic, that's not, that's going beyond just a drop-in replacement for BPA. That's really changing things. So that's going to require a longer development cycle and things like that. But if you can have the drop-in replacements, they're less hesitant. But it's a lot of work to change formulations. So it takes work to change their minds. But I will say, a lot of these companies are really being pushed by their boards and by their management to adopt greener practices and really quantify that. So some of these companies that we've been talking to, a few years ago, they were very strict on, if it doesn't exactly meet the specs, we don't want it. We're not going to touch it. But they're getting pushback that, okay, well, we'll find a place for it, because they need to adopt. If they want to achieve their corporate goals and be good corporate citizens, then they need to adopt greener practices. So that is something that works in our favor.
Any others? If not, then let's thank Ian once more. So our next talk is from Susanna Scott, who expected to be here in person, but had to suddenly, unexpectedly head back to Santa Barbara. She really wanted to be a part of this, so she hurriedly and suddenly recorded her talk and sent it to me in the 11th hour, so that she could be a part of your day, Madi. So, oh, really? Crack some jokes. Neutron goes into a bar. You know this one? Everybody knows this one. You're chemists. No? How much for a beer? Bartender says, for you, no charge. Yes. He's got it. He's got it. I won't subject you to this, to the one about the proton.
It's like a minute to reboot. That was not fun.
So you got it. Here, you're a Mac guy.
Yes, that's right.
Mac. All right, let's see here. Oh, what is this? That's not supposed to be there.
Good afternoon. Okay, I gotta mirror the screen. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Susanna Scott. I'm sorry I'm not with you today, but I am delighted to contribute a small presentation on my work at UC Santa Barbara in honor of Madi's award in green chemistry. Congratulations, Madi. We're very proud of you, and I'm delighted to have you as a colleague. So my presentation is about rate and selectivity influences of solvent in biomass-derived phenolic transformations using catalysis. And the motivation for all of this is the idea that one day, hopefully soon, we will need to transition from using fossil carbon as a feedstock in chemical manufacturing to using renewable carbon. Of course, fossil carbon has the advantage of being highly optimized and an economy of scale, which is unmatched in any renewable processes to date. But it has this severe disadvantage of treating carbon as something that is subject to a linear life cycle rather than the ability to recycle it. And we think in terms of the challenges of renewable carbon involving much smaller scale processes that are highly distributed, but perhaps ultimately much more amenable to designing in a circular fashion. So this presents really interesting new challenges for catalysis. How do we transform some of these recycled or renewable carbon feedstocks when all of our experience with designing catalysts for large-scale processes is based on a very different kind of feedstock? Fossil carbon, of course, is mostly small molecules, very low functionality, very high thermal stability, and high volatility. And so the idea is that we mostly volatilize these molecules, pass them through solid catalyst beds that are highly porous in the gas phase to increase molecular size and increase functionality. Both Madi and I in our careers have done much of this, adding functional groups, oligomerizing, polymerizing even, to create new and interesting chemicals that serve important purposes in society. Now, our challenge is quite different. It is to create catalysts for molecules that are highly functionalized because of their origin in biomass. They tend to have much lower thermal stability and much lower volatility and solubility. And therefore, the challenges here are to depolymerize, to remove functional groups, and to find catalysts capable of these kinds of transformations. I think the same is true also of synthetic polymers, where the lack of volatility and solubility creates similar interesting challenges for these transformations. And so Madi and I have both contributed in both areas now and benefited from the synergies between the two of them. So as we think about how to do this and how to scale small academic intrigues into large-scale processes, we think a lot about issues of feedstock heterogeneity and perishability in the case of biomass, contaminants that occur in this kind of carbon, solvent and solid issues involved in handling these materials. And it's the last one, the solvent issue, that I'm going to talk about mostly today. So most fossil carbon processes are based on very large continuous reactors that are capable of generating large volumes of chemicals at very low cost. If we think about doing this with renewables, obviously similar concepts apply. We need solid catalysts that have high surface areas. We need to flow reactants through and possibly accomplish multiple transformations in a sequence. The difference here is that because of the low volatility and low solubility of these biomass-derived feedstocks, we are going to have to deal with lots and lots of solvent. And the solvent is going to fill the pores of the catalyst. It's going to slow the access of the reactant molecules to the active sites within those pores. It may compete for adsorption on the active sites with the reactants or the intermediates. And over the longer term, it may induce structural changes in the support. The solvent can also accelerate sintering of the active phase or even active site leaching. So many effects to consider in terms of solvent effects on these types of reactions. I'm going to talk just about a couple of very brief examples today, and they're going to involve phenolics, which are a class of molecules derived from lignin. And while we have worked with real lignin a little bit and even paid a completely unreasonable amount of money for a very small quantity of carbon-13 labeled lignin, I'll talk mostly about model compounds today just because the kinetics are much cleaner and easier to understand. So here is a small molecule, which is carbon-13 labeled in 2 positions, and it contains an aryl ether bond, which is a very good mimic for the main linkage, which needs to be cleaved in order to disassemble lignin into its constituent monolignals. This is benzophenyl ether, or BPE. And over a suitable metal catalyst in the presence of hydrogen, you can cleave this carbon-oxygen bond quite easily to give the 2 fragments. In this case, they are toluene and phenol. So this is a reaction which occurs in solution because benzophenyl ether is not a liquid, it's a solid, but it dissolves quite nicely in solvents like 2-propanol. And if you elevate the temperature to about 150 degrees, you can cause this hydrogenolysis to occur quite readily. It's very convenient to follow this reaction using NMR spectroscopy. That's actually the purpose for the C13 labels. And you can see the 2 signals for the reactant BPE here, which disappear over time in the carbon-13 NMR spectrum as the reaction proceeds. And here are the 2 products which appear, phenol and toluene. It looks like at about the same rate. And in fact, you can extract from a reaction like this kinetic profiles, which behave very nicely. And phenol and toluene here being formed at the same rate as you would expect, and their formation occurs at the same rate that the benzophenyl ether disappears. So there's absolutely nothing unusual about this kinetic profile apart from the challenge of actually recording it, except for one thing, and that is this rather long induction period. It's quite convenient, actually, because it allows us to thermally equilibrate and get the NMR experiments set up. But it's curious, why is there a long induction period and then a very fast onset of the reaction? And the answer is that the catalyst itself, this nickel on alumina, is just nickel nanoparticles dispersed on an alumina support, handled in air prior to the reaction. And in air, they develop a very thin nickel oxide overlayer. That overlayer is very poor at activating hydrogen. And so initially, the reaction doesn't proceed at all because you can't generate the atomic hydrogen to cleave the carbon-oxygen bond. When you do start to reduce nickel oxide, the reaction occurs very rapidly. It's autocatalytic. And so we see a sudden onset of the hydrogenolysis reaction as the nickel oxide very quickly vanishes from the surface of the nickel catalyst. And this you can do at different temperatures and see the length of the induction period change. You can actually extract an activation energy for that process from the NMR spectra, indirectly, of course. Now, there's another interesting thing about this particular experiment. The solvent is 2-propanol in this case, and we know at this particular reaction temperature, 150 degrees, that it doesn't really participate at all in the reaction. At much higher temperatures, it can undergo dehydrogenation over the nickel catalyst and be a source of hydrogen, so you don't actually have to add any gaseous hydrogen to get the reaction to go here in 2-propanol by transfer hydrogenation. However, we started playing with kinetic isotope effects in this system, and we wanted to replace the H2 by D2. And we were worried because there could be isotope exchange between the D2 and the labile hydrogen in the alcoholic solvent. So we thought, just to be safe, we'll replace the ProTO 2-propanol by deuterated 2-propanol. And the first experiment apparently didn't work. So the reaction with the benzophenyl ether, the catalyst, the D2, and the deuterated 2-propanol, everything into the reactor, and we waited and waited, and apparently nothing happened. My student, Ali Chamas, actually was very, very patient, and he discovered that if you wait 36 times longer, so about 9 hours, the reaction, the hydrogenolysis of benzophenyl ether, does start. And when it starts, it proceeds with exactly the same rate as it did under hydrogen with proteo 2-propanol. But this onset, very rapid onset, occurs after an exceedingly long induction period. This has nothing to do with the catalyst. It's the same catalyst. It has everything, though, to do with this activation, the removal of the nickel oxide, which becomes very, very slow when deuterium is present on the surface of the nickel oxide. And this started us thinking about solvent effects. So if a simple isotope exchange in the solvent could have this dramatic effect and make you even think that your catalyst wasn't active at all, what other kinds of effects might you see in these kinds of biomass relevant reactions in the liquid phase? So here's an example. This is the same benzophenyl ether hydrogenolysis reaction to give toluene and phenol. And the only difference is that the temperature is slightly elevated here to 175 degrees C. So same reaction in 2-propanol gives you a fast disappearance of benzophenyl ether, fast appearance at the same rate of toluene and phenol. But this time, because of this slightly higher temperature, you can see that the phenol is not completely stable. It slowly starts to disappear, and it is being converted to cyclohexanol. If you do this reaction in decane instead of 2-propanol, very different solvent, the initial reaction of benzophenyl ether and the formation of toluene are exactly the same. In other words, the rate of this ether hydrogenolysis reaction is entirely independent of the identity of the solvent. But the next step is not, because if you look at the phenol profile, it never goes as high as it did in 2-propanol, and it rapidly converts to cyclohexanol. So this subsequent step, the hydrogenation of the phenol, is an order of magnitude faster in decane compared to 2-propanol. It's a very solvent-sensitive reaction. And that's important because we like to preserve the phenolics that come from lignin. This hydrogenation is an undesirable reaction. So why is this going on? Well, the reaction itself, this hydrogenation of phenol, you can study independently, and you can study it in a lot of different solvents once you realize that this is important. And we did that. You can see some of the solvents that we looked at here. The reaction has a rate constant, which is an apparent rate constant. It's the product of the adsorption constant for phenol on the surface of the catalyst and the actual surface rate constant. So that product, little k times big K, is the pseudo first order rate constant. And you can see that those pseudo first order rate constants are very highly correlated with the equilibrium constants for adsorption of phenol, which can be measured independently. So the difference between adsorption of methanol on the surface of the catalyst, the adsorption of phenol from methanol and the adsorption of phenol from decane is about 2 orders of magnitude, and the difference in the rate constants for those two solvents is 2 orders of magnitude. If you want to hydrogenate phenol, you want to use decane. If you don't want to hydrogenate phenol, you want to use methanol. And so we can make predictions, and that they all you have to do is measure the adsorption of phenol, and I can tell you then how fast it will react from that solvent. Interestingly, though, there are 2 different correlations. One is a correlation for all of the alcohol solvents. The other is a correlation for the aprotic solvents. And we don't quite know yet why there's a big difference. Obviously, one of them has an intercept near the origin, suggesting no adsorption, no reaction. That makes sense. But the other one has a non-zero x-intercept, suggesting that you can have a lot of adsorption but no reaction. And one of the solvents which actually illustrates that very well is pyridine. So pyridine completely shuts off the reaction. If you try to hydrogenate phenol, nothing happens, and yet it doesn't prevent phenol from adsorbing on the surface. We don't understand that yet, but it's an intriguing difference between the alcoholic and the non-alcoholic solvents, and has yet to be explained. So we started thinking if you can correlate the reaction with the polarity of the solvent, maybe you can also correlate with the polarity of the surface. And we have actually a beautiful family of materials, these architectural silicas, I like to call them, that have ordered mesopores. And you can tune the diameter of the pores, you can tune their arrangement depending on how you synthesize them. So we're interested in looking at solvent effects inside the pores of these very well-defined materials. We make these materials by hydrolyzing silica materials around a block copolymer surfactant. And if you hydrolyze this one, tetraethyl orthosilicate, you get a purely inorganic silica, which is fairly polar. But you can also hydrolyze these organosilanes and make much more non-polar materials. Hydrolysis of any of these gives you a silica with the bridging groups in the framework being derived from the bridging groups in the original silane. You can also make materials of intermediate polarity by combining in different ratios the different silica precursors. So there's lots of variability here, and it's completely tunable. So the next question is, how would you measure polarity inside silica pores? And so my student Hyunjin did this by choosing an organic dye molecule whose fluorescence is highly polarity dependent. And if you take this molecule Prodan, dissolve it in different solvents, you can see it fluoresce different colors. So if we adsorb the Prodan into the pores of the organosilicas, you can see them fluoresce at different wavelengths. To make it more visual, you can take any of these silicas and suspend them in water so that you can actually see the fluorescence. So the solvent is identical for all of these colors, but the colors differ because the Prodan is actually still adsorbed inside the silicas. And so you can see here that the inorganic silica fluoresces a similar color to water. The biphenyline bridge silica fluoresces at a similar wavelength to 1-butanol, and you can actually correlate on the solvent scale and sort of get a sense of how polar or non-polar your materials are relative to various solvents. All right, so it turns out that we can modulate this adsorption, which is a key step, the first step in any Langmuir-Hinchelwood mechanism on a solid catalyst, using both the solvent and the surface polarity. And here's an example using those organosilicas. So each point here represents a different organosilica with a different surface polarity. And here's a probe molecule to adsorb. This is furfural. If you adsorb furfural onto the organosilicas from an aqueous solution, that aqueous solution has a relative polarity of 1, so it's more polar than any of the silicas. You get more adsorption of furfural, the more hydrophobic the organosilica. Okay, so the furfural being more hydrophobic than water prefers to adsorb onto the more hydrophobic silicas. But if you choose a solvent like benzene, which is more hydrophobic than furfural is less hydrophobic. Now furfural prefers the silica to the benzene, and it will adsorb more strongly onto the more hydrophilic organosilicas. If you choose a solvent whose polarity is almost identical to that of furfural, then there's very little selectivity for different organosilica surfaces. So we can tune adsorption by solvent selection in these different materials, or to turn it around, for a particular solvent, we can tune adsorption by changing the polarity of the surface. Now, if we want to apply this into catalysis, we need to install some active sites. We do this by adding palladium and reducing it to make palladium nanoparticles. And now if we look at phenol adsorption again, going back to phenolic hydrogenation over palladium, starting with the first step, phenol adsorption onto the organosilica from an aqueous solution. The inorganic silica adsorbs very little, but as you increase the hydrophobicity, you adsorb more and more phenol. Now you might expect if that adsorption is key for reaction, then phenol is going to react faster over the hydrophobic catalysts. So let's see if that is borne out. When you do palladium catalyzed phenol hydrogenation, you proceed through this intermediate cyclohexanone towards cyclohexanol. We use a C13 label in the C1 position so that we can follow the kinetics of the reaction using operando solid state magic angle spinning NMR. And what comes out of that is a series of kinetic profiles, and I'm showing them here for our most hydrophobic catalyst, palladium on the biphenyline bridged organosilica. So here's the phenol profile. It decreases over time. When you reach, after about 3.5 hours, no phenol left, the cyclohexanone, which is formed as the intermediate, abruptly starts to decline. So the conversion of cyclohexanone accelerates rapidly once phenol is no longer occupying the active sites. And of course, it's converted to cyclohexanol. Do the same reaction over a catalyst with the same amount of palladium and the same palladium dispersion, but a hydrophilic support, and the profile is different. One observation, obviously, is that the time scale is different. So at the same time, 3.5 hours where the phenol is completely consumed on the hydrophobic catalyst, it's only about 2/3 gone on the hydrophilic catalyst. The reaction is slower because less phenol is adsorbed, but it's also less selective for cyclohexanone. If that was what you cared about, to make that intermediate, you see here that the maximum concentration of cyclohexanone is much lower. And that's because it's retained on the surface more strongly on the hydrophilic material relative to the aqueous solution, and so presumably is more susceptible to hydrogenation. So you can tune both the rate and the selectivity by changing the polarity of the support. So we have two levers now, both the surface and the solvent. Here's the same data that I just showed you for phenol hydrogenation to cyclohexanone in water using a hydrophobic catalyst. Now, if we make the solvent hydrophobic as well, let's look at this in cyclohexane rather than in water. And the reaction, which used to take about 3.5 hours, is now done in under an hour. So the reaction in water was just getting started at that point. It's much, much faster in cyclohexane. And the maximum yield of cyclohexanone is higher. In fact, we've changed the temperature a little bit now, got this nearly to 100% selectivity for cyclohexanone. And I want to point out the most interesting part of this is that it's exactly the same catalyst. So there is no intrinsic cyclohexanone selectivity to the catalyst. It all has to do with your choice of solvent. And if you can choose a solvent to make the reaction work really well, you can imagine that you could also choose a solvent to make the reaction work really badly. Acetonitrile is one of those solvents. So if in a particular process you really cared about not hydrogenating the phenolics, acetonitrile would be a good choice, assuming that you had this kind of appropriate selection of the catalyst. So I'll wrap up here and say that what we've learned about this is that the polarity of the solvent and the surface together are what control reactivity and selectivity at solid-liquid interfaces. In the cases I've shown today, it's not an intrinsic property of the active sites. It has to do with other factors involving adsorption and how that's controlled. Solvent molecules obviously do compete with reacting molecules for access to the active sites. And in the case of protic solvents, there are even more opportunities for participation in reactions like proton transfer and hydrogen exchange. The partitioning between the liquid phase and the solid liquid interface can lead to very significant compositional differences, and those I think can promote adsorption and promote reaction in that. So I'll wrap up here by saying my group at Santa Barbara, I'm very grateful to their contributions. It's been a long, hard 2 years. All of these people have done a marvelous job, and we're just very glad that period seems to be coming to an end now. And I'll end also by saying congratulations, Madi. We're very, very proud of you, and I'm glad to be your colleague. Thank you.
Well, thanks, of course, to Susanna for finding a way. Yes, she'll take questions via email. Okay. Okay, let's make sure this appears. Good. That's not the first slide, though, right? There we go. Okay. It's my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Marcus Foston of the Washington University of St. Louis, who's going to give us some more lignin talks, reductive conversion of lignin. Marcus, thank you for being here.
Thank you again. My name is Marcus Foston. I'm associate professor at Washington University in St. Louis in the Department of Energy, Environmental, and Chemical Engineering. Congratulations on this award. Madi is well deserved. Made a huge contribution in this field. Madi's always been a great mentor of mine. Following Susanna is always a tough job. Susanna's been a great mentor, and so has Peter Ford here. So Santa Barbara has done a lot to University of UC Santa Barbara has done a lot for my career. So a lot of the work that I'll be showing here today, yes, it's related to this idea of lignin valorization, conversion of lignin into chemicals, thinking about ways in which to both analyze that process and understand it in some more fundamental ways. So part of this study is about a story that collaboration with Peter, using some of his copper porous metal oxide catalysts to depolymerize lignin. Part of it's an old story and part of it's a new story, and so hopefully put something together that is of interest to the room. Okay, so I won't spend a lot of time trying to really motivate the work around lignin. I think Ian did a great job of talking about why it's important. I just say really quickly is that, lignin represents this large component of lignocellulosic biomass. And so we need to figure out something to do with it. In this world where we're thinking about using a lot of the carbohydrates for biofuels, there's going to be large amounts of residual waste lignin. And so then being able to convert that into these electron-rich aromatic compounds is going to be really important, right? And this idea that lignin is really, really difficult to convert, it's in part because it's very heterogeneous, right? It was designed by nature to protect the carbohydrates, to protect the plant biomass. Part of that design was to make it very heterogeneous so that nature couldn't evolve really effective enzymes for it, right? So it has multiple monomers, it has multiple interunit linkages. Some of those interunit linkages have carbon-carbon bonds primarily. Some have carbon-oxygen bonds. And so these carbon-oxygen bonds are these aero-ether linkages. These are the things that chemists and chemical engineers can start to develop maybe ways to try to attack, right? So the idea is that these aero-ether linkages, if you count alpha-4, beta-4, 405 linkages, make up something between 50 and 70% of the linkages in lignin. If we can come up, and they represent kind of these, what I would call weak links, they have weak links in the chain, then we could potentially develop catalysts that could then try to selectively cleave those bonds without putting in so much extra energy that then we cause all these secondary and tertiary reactions that are pretty typical in something like pyrolysis that essentially generates, hundreds, if not thousands of compounds, right? One way to do this is to think about then doing some type of reductive cleavage, hydrogenolysis, very similar to what some of the things that Susanna was just talking about. In this particular case, we're using some catalysts that Peter have been using, which are these copper-doped hydrocalcides. That once you calcine them, they become quite porous. And we found that they are really good at breaking arrow ether linkages in alcohols at high temperatures. In this particular case, we've been using methanol in these 20% copper doped systems. What we end up using were these kind of little small batch reactors where we could then depolymerize what we call organosolved poplar lignin. It's not really industrial, a practical way of extracting lignin, but it gives you these really nice clean lignins that have reasonable beta 4 linkages. So it's a low temperature organosolved extraction. You don't get out a ton of yield, but you get this really nice kind of small fraction, small molecular weight fraction of lignin. Using these calcined catalysts, deploying a methanol dimethyl carbonate solvent system. I'll explain that a little bit. Reaction temperatures are about 300 degrees. And so routinely through this talk, you'll see me talk about untreated lignin. This is this OPL lignin, just to summarize, R0 times 0 lignin. Then we have some lignin that we just treated in methanol, no catalyst, right? Then we add in our catalyst. And then we also have our methanol dimethyl carbonate co-solvent system and our catalyst. And I refer to that as DMC. So there's a bunch of work that we've done that kind of a little bit before this to try to understand how this catalyst, how this DMC solvent system would affect the lignin, trying to use lignin model compounds. Again, very similar to some of the work that Susanna was showing. And these are a couple of lessons that we learned through those model compounds experiments, and then a couple of previous experiments that both myself and that Peter's group had done previous to this. So the first thing that we learned is that lignin must undergo some type of non-catalytic solvolysis. Often the lignin that we're using, at least, is not soluble at room temperature, and likely as we heat up, it's not very soluble at all. Either it's a large macromolecule. A lot of the catalysts that we're using is these heterogeneous porous catalysts. And so it's likely that this solubilization is occurring through this non-catalytic solvolysis, right? So this first step happens typically even without any interaction with our catalyst. One of the really nice things about the copper porous metal oxide system is that it will interact with our alcohol solvent, reforming to produce hydrogen in situ. So our reducing equivalents of hydrogen come from our solvent. Then as these dissolve, slightly broken down lignin fragments start to float around in our solvent. They start to interact with our catalyst. That catalyst is also interacting with this hydrogen, and it can start to do hydrogenolysis, breaking these kind of arrow ether linkages, these beta 4, alpha 4 linkages to generate phenolic compounds. Some of them are monomeric. Some of them want to end up being in groups on oligomers of lignin. But what we also noticed is that this copper was actually really good at reducing aromatic rings as well. So we'll see the formation of these kind of cyclohexanol fragments as well. I think there's something very similar to what Susanna was showing in the reaction networks that she was seeing from her in situ NMR. So to be able to do this, to stop this, Jacob, one of Peter's students, noticed through a bunch of model compound studies that when he was looking at anisole on these catalysts in methanol, that it didn't reduce the aromatic rings didn't reduce. And so the thought process was like, well, as we're generating these phenolic fragments, these phenolic monomers, if we can O-methylate that phenolic, maybe we can also prevent this reduction of the aromatic ring. And so by adding in this DMC, we were able to then prevent this hydrogenation reaction. And then the catalyst itself forms a lot of different functions, but one of the functions that's not quite understood as well as we would like is that it does prevent char formation as well. So I like to kind of just demonstrate this really quickly, is that you have this OPL that we've generated. We want to expose it to our copper porous metal oxide and methanol at 3 hours at 300 degrees. And what I'm showing here is a GPC curve here. So with this GPC curve, we have at the bottom our OPL. So this is our starting material. And then as we go in higher retention times, we're seeing decreasing molecular weights. And so what we'll see here is that our methanol sample that's undergoing just purely solvolysis, we see some depolymerization occurring. If we add in our catalyst, we see even more depolymerization occurring. This is a system where we had our co-solvent DMC, methanol, and we see similar solvolysis that's occurring, maybe some additional peaks here for something. And then when we have our DMC and our catalyst, again, we see a smaller depolymerization than the system without catalyst, right? If we check our char formation, the systems where we have our without catalyst here and here, we form about 35% char by weight. In the systems with catalyst, we don't see any char, right? So these kind of large, higher molecular weight species, they likely could be due to some repolymerization that's evident in our char formation, but it also could just be because it's less effective depolymerization. All right, we start looking at our GCMS curves, things, chromatograms, there's stuff everywhere, essentially. A lot of these are kind of aromatics. And so we see this in our 3-hour system. This is without any catalyst present. Then if we add our catalyst here, in this system, we see a lot less number of peaks down. And so it seems like our catalyst is directing more of our products, more of our carbon towards these monomeric species, which we identified here. And then when we have our system with our DMC, you can see even less peaks start to form and slightly better yields for a few monomeric components here. If we then extend out our time, a little bit, what we see here is the system with our copper quaternary oxide, we get this kind of reduction of these aromatic rings, and we get a lot of little aliphatic peaks come up. So we see, again, we just lose all our selectivity, but in the system with our DMC and our catalyst, even at this longer time, we prevent this kind of hydrogenation of these aromatic rings. So we wanted to try to look at this even further using some high resolution mass spec, in this particular case, Fourier transform ion cyclotron resonance mass spectrometry. It allows us to get at chemical formulas because we can get such a high mass to charge ratio resolution at the mass to charge ratio that without even using liquid chromatography, we should be able to get decent chemical formula assignments, right? And so this is just kind of a thing where you look at just a high-res kind of TOF spectra versus FTICR. I think this is at 15 Tesla, something like that. You can see where you're getting a lot more resolution here, right? You still have to use our ionization techniques. And so we, in this case, have a standard ionization technique of electron spray ionization and atmospheric pressure photoionization, APPI or ESI. And these kind of have a different detection window, right? So you have this ESI can typically get higher molecular weight and higher polarities. APPI is going to be lower polarities and lower molecular weights, right? And so, you know, if you think about this whole space as being the ligands that we may want to detect or the compounds we may want to detect, we end up using multiple ionization techniques to try to look at these species. You say, why would you even want to look at some of use this kind of mass spec? Well, our GCMS is really good at telling us about things that are involved, right? But we can't get at those higher molecular weight species, those oligomers. Right, we can do some bulk analysis like NMR, which we've done, but that tells us something about the aggregate of our sample and doesn't give us any kind of resolution along this M to Z value. So this is just a negative ESI spectra. This one is of the sample without catalyst. This is with catalyst and DMC, right? So first, what we want to then look at is just kind of try to understand something about the ionization detection window that we have available, right? So what we've done here, we just simply counted peaks, right? So we have these peaks that form. We run them through some filters. We try to identify their compound formula, right? Their molecular formula. And so the ones that are in solids, that's where we were able to assign them. There were some peaks that we simply weren't able to assign for whatever reason, right? And then we can look at this for a positive and negative APPI, positive and negative ESR. And we can look at this as a function of sample. What I would kind of point you to through all of this kind of stuff that you're looking at, right? We can see that consistently we're counting more peaks with ESI. So that seems to be capturing more of the sample for us. And there's something about the untreated where we're just not capturing a lot of chemical assignments. We're not even seeing a lot of peaks. And this is going to end up being something that we're going to see throughout the sample that's going to seem to somewhat bias our sample data a little bit. So there's a couple of ways we can try to then start to look at some of this chemical formula data. One of the ways is using these Van Kuren plots, where essentially we calculate for each chemical formula that we were able to assign an O to C ratio and an H to C ratio. And what's typically done is that they just usually draw some general circles around some areas that they say, okay, this is where we think these types of things are going to come. It's very kind of ad hoc. So what we did was we say, okay, let's just go to our GCMS. Let's then kind of categorize compounds as aliphatics, oxygenates, aromatics, oxygenated aromatics, things that we call our lignin oligomers. And we did this using some kind of automated processes around like defining smiles and doing some other things just so we could be more quantitative. So this wasn't just a subjective analysis, but we were able to kind of define what we thought for these kind of compounds, what the solid bar is the mean, and then this is a top quartile, this is a bottom quartile, essentially. So this gives us kind of ranges for H to C ratios and O to C ratios. And so we use that to then redefine these regions where we thought aliphatics might come, aromatics might come, oxygenated aliphatics, oxygenated aromatics, what we would call lignin oligomers and tannins. So now we have what we feel a little bit more comfortable about defining these regions. So now we can apply these to some of our actual data sets. So this is for our untreated sample. And again, I just want to kind of show you kind of what this detection window might look like through the lens of our Van Kuren plots. And what you can see here is that APPI positive is really good at picking up these aliphatics and aromatics. And most of these are fairly lower molecular weights. What we get here with APPI negative, if we start to look more into the lignin and oxygenated aromatic regions, but we're picking up a slightly higher molecular weights. When we do our ESI, you can see the number of peaks start to really go up here. We're picking up a lot of oxygenated aliphatics, that's what's over here. And we're getting decently high molecular weights off of that. And then we're getting another subset of samples that are much more close to being aliphatics over here from the ESI negative. So this tells us a little bit about like, kind of like, I think about this as kind of like what our glasses are being able to see, right? Like this is telling us something about what we're being able to see from our sample. So then we did this for our untreated sample now. Oops. So we did this for our untreated sample. What you can see here is as the intensity goes up to red, this is just the density of peaks. So just kind of like there's more peaks in this general area, right? And then this just gives you a little bit of reference. So we put a couple of different compounds, benzene, cyclohexanol, a couple of other things here, right? And so you can see how the aromaticity seems to go down with H to C ratio, all right? And so these are some of the things that you might be able to kind of like reference yourself. And so then you want to look at this across different samples. What I would note here, right, is like the density of these peaks start to shift towards these oxygenated aromatics in the case with the methanol. When we go to copper porous milk oxide, we see this to start to shift even further towards this oxygenated aromatic region, towards these more condensed aromatic regions or aliphatic regions. It actually shifts up in H to C as well, shifting up towards aliphatics. And then when we look at our DMC, we see a similar shift in the red, but we can see it's a much more packed, much more dense here. And this dense area seems to be a little bit wider, and so here, right? So we start to learn something about our samples through looking at this kind of analysis. Then we can do things like hierarchical cluster analysis, where we can start to group our samples. This hierarchical cluster analysis is done by a function of M to Z. right? One of the things that you'll notice here is that we don't seem to have a lot of high molecular weight stuff in our untreated samples. But through our GPC curves, we know we have a lot more high molecular weight stuff here. So this is just telling us something that our lens, our glasses aren't able to see our untreated sample in this high molecular weight regime. But when we start doing these reactions, there's something about the chemical changes that are occurring that are allowing us to pick up more higher molecular weight stuff as we go towards these DMC samples. We can also do principal component analysis to try to analyze some of these samples and start to group them. You can see that the DMC and methanol samples seem to group together really nicely in both the PC1 and PC2 dimensions. But here that the copper porcelain oxide samples seem to separate in PC1 dimension. And we are able to kind of sort out what this is by looking at the PC loading clocks. So then we can do things like carbon-13 NMR. We can see how the gross change in the chemistry changes with aromatic carbons and aliphatic carbons. We can even split this up some more. We can even do things like phosphorus NMR to look at N groups and see how that changes across our samples. And so our hope is we can take all of this information from our NMR and from this high-res mass spec. We can integrate this to try to understand more about what's going on in our system. And like I said, this is kind of an old study and it's studying a new study. And so we're trying to figure out how to integrate this all together. So with that, I'll stop. Again, congratulations, Marty, and I'll take any questions.
That was amazing. We're real proud when we can identify one side product in our reactions. It's amazing.
Nice, Marcus. Thank you. This made me think, seeing your approach to lignanomics, right? Maybe I'm pronouncing it wrong. Made me think, what about field desorption mass spectrometry? And the only reason I thought about that is we haven't done it with lignin, but with this polyolefin depolymerization that we've been doing, field desorption has been very successful in identifying aromatics, isoparaffins, branched hydrocarbons that are usually very difficult to ionize, like very difficult to get them in the gas phase. And you get patterns that can give you molecular weights and discriminate aromatics from isoparaffins, et cetera. So I just wanted to, sort of say, what about field desorption? We usually don't think of FD mass spec.
Right, yeah. So I know you guys have been working in that area, and I don't know as much about field desorption, so I won't say, but what I do know about these kind of techniques, they're fairly soft ionization methods, right? They won't get you really high molecular weights because like something like a MALDI would do, but these are really good for keeping these kind of molecules from kind of breaking apart. So I don't know if field absorption has the same kind of capabilities, but I know that's why we focused on these.
I was curious, you mentioned when you look at your analysis of what compounds you can find, you say there's some peaks you can't identify. And when I was looking at those mass specs, like it's overwhelming looking. And I'm just wondering, are they so crowded that that the isotopic patterns get obscured, or can you see those clearly enough to identify most of them, or are you actually throwing most of them out? Like what percentage of those peaks can you figure out?
Yeah, so what we're essentially doing is just too many to do it manually. So we have an automated system that's sitting there that's going through this. And basically what it's looking for is we have to tell it. Yeah, we have to tell the computer essentially what we think are the elements that are present. And so then it starts to go sort through what those possibilities are, matching them to the isotopic peaks that come. And if it can't get that within a certain error, it won't assign that peak. Now we can adjust that and we can say, okay, well, if it's off by a little bit, you can still assign this by X, right? And so, we can actually, by fiddling with it, we could actually probably assign everything, but some of them wouldn't be correct. Yeah, there will be some percentage of them that wouldn't be correct. So what we've done is we set a threshold where we're certain about all of these. And now why there's some that aren't assigned, there's other things that get in there. There's other ions that get in there. There's potentially some nitrogen and some phosphorus that potentially gets in some of our products, and we're telling it that there's no nitrogen or phosphorus, right?
This is a much more general question, and I think Ian may want to get in here too. When I look at these structures of lignin that people write, which of course are pigments of our imagination, basically, but they always show a certain amount of cross-linking, and we know from our own experience that at least none of our catalysts break those cross links. In fact, we have a hard enough time even breaking a bond between two phenyl group, ether with two phenyl groups. So where do they come in? I mean, what percentage of these products that we're going to get are going to be the dimers or trimers that are essentially impossible under normal chemical methods to convert into monomers?
Yeah, so what we know is that at least in native lignin, there's not a tremendous amount of like cross-linking that occurs, right? It's relatively linear. And there are going to be some linkages that are carbon-carbon based, right? That are going to be harder to break if we are targeting carbon-oxygen linkages. However, we also know during the extraction process, depending on what you're doing, so if you're using craft lignin, that is nothing like a real lignin that you're going to get, right? It's completely been broken down and repolymerized in some kind of non-native fashion, right? Or again, on sol, we're still going to see some of this kind of repolymerization that's occurring as well. And so if you have something that's a native lignin, they've done these kinds of modeling where you can say, okay, based off the number of beta-4 linkages or arrow-ether linkages, what's the highest possible monomer yield that you can get? And so they have that information. You can compare, that kind of simulation to the data that we're getting here. And then they're really good at also characterizing these oligomers. So people have been able to functionalize them and then do GCMS on them. And you can get a feel for what this kind of a diameric fraction looks like as well. I honestly think where we really want to go is like people like Yuri have made these really cool models where they can build like a library of possible structures. And so the question is, can we do something like that to start to actually assign these beyond just chemical formulas?
Following up on the real lignin structure, I was surprised that the copper has such activity in the presence of all the sulfur in your real lignin. Is that because there's so much hydrogen?
So in this particular case, it's organosolid lignin. There's likely not much sulfur present in the system. So that's likely a thing. We use some other type of lignin like a craft or sulfite lignin, and you would totally see the idea.
Okay, I think in the interest of time, let's thank Marcus one more time for an excellent talk. Let's record. I'm going to shift this over.
Very slow.
Here's Phil Christopher, who's going to be giving our next talk. And we've got the presenter view.
Yeah. You can see all my notes.
Oh, there we go. All right. Thank you. Importance of oxide support in metal catalyzed reactants of biomass-derived species. Phil.
All right. Thanks for the invitation, and thanks, Marty, for including me in this. I wanted to start with the congratulations at the beginning instead of ending with them. So this is I looked on my phone. I have one picture of Marty that I can include up there. That's one that I was personally sent. So I felt that it's probably one of the best pictures he's taken in a long time. So I thought I would put this out here because you look really slick there. I think James Bond was the comment. So. Congratulations, Madi, on this well-deserved award. I've only gotten to know Madi about the last 4 years or so since I moved to Santa Barbara as well, and it's been a real pleasure and an honor. I think I'm super impressed by the breadth that Madi works on, from extremely fundamental to applied side of things, and so really honored by it to be a part of this and to learn from you. But the other side is, I am just your excitement is infectious, and we can be sitting in a meeting and talking about research, and the excitement is there. Or the other side, Madi spilled the beans the other day and said sometimes we play golf together. One of my favorite moments is when Madi makes a putt to beat me. He goes, "Yeah, baby!" Gets so excited. It's beautiful. So. You've probably seen this in many different places. So anyways, it's a pleasure to work with you. Madi and I have a few co-advised students right now. And so I'm excited to see where these projects go on a few different topics. And anyways, congratulations, Madi. Very well deserved. I'm sure you said, "Yeah, baby," when you got it. So thinking about what to talk about today, we haven't worked very much on biomass, but I felt we had to come up with something in the realm of biomass conversion chemistry, just based on the topics that would be talked about today. And I really wanted to talk about the work we're doing with one of my students, or one of our co-advised students, Justin Marlowe, but it's not quite there, I think, to present. So I'll talk about work that I don't think I ever presented. It was with a student that Madi ended up knowing for a little while at Sparrow. And so I'll give some thoughts on what we did here. Actually, this was related to some, originally the idea was related to some ethanol to ethyl acetate conversion chemistry. This was just the first step in starting to understand it. The idea here was to understand how copper interacts with an acidic support to drive ethanol conversion chemistries, ethanol being derived from biomass. So this was a motivation that's been put up a few times, that a non-oxidative dehydrogenation of alcohols has some potential to separate water in processes like this, like I've shown up here. This is in the case where you can't do directly ethylene conversion to something like acetaldehyde. This was the first step in going from ethanol to ethyl acetate. It was what we started as a first step. In this case, this obviously makes it much harder if you have a competition like the Wacker process making acetaldehyde. And so I won't argue this would be the green chemistry comparative to it, but this was our first step in what we were going to study on the way to studying what active sites were participating in ethyl acetate production chemistry from ethanol. And so we'll talk a bit about that because we didn't get far enough on the other side. If you look to literature on just this simple reaction of ethanol to acetaldehyde, there was actually more arguments than I was expecting to see, given how much it's been studied. Here was a paper put out from Dave Flaherty's group where they argued this can all happen over copper sites. It happens by ethanol adsorption, first OH bond rupture. The second step of the CH bond cleavage was the rate limiting step. And then the following steps of hydrogen evolution and acetaldehyde evolution were quite fast. And this was argued was the case. If you look to DFT studies around the same time that we were playing with this, people have mapped out the energetics of ethanol conversion to acetaldehyde on copper surfaces. And the DFT study proposed that OH bond cleavage was the rate limiting step. So, okay, a simple difference there between the two. And then there was around almost the exact same time, there were some surface science studies, and I won't go through the details of what this means, who had agreed with the supported catalyst work that said CH bond cleavage was the rate limiting step. So as we were thinking about how we were going to continue to more complex chemistry, we wanted to understand these first steps to start. We also had another question is almost always you're taking copper and you're putting it on something like alumina. Alumina has some acidity. And if you feed ethanol to alumina, it also can do some chemistry. So here plotted on the same diagram are the energy barriers, so the energy landscape for ethanol conversion to acetaldehyde on copper, and also calculated by Diavlako's group on gamma alumina, where you can see the first step they argue for ethanol activation, OH cleavage on alumina is super fast. Whereas on copper, there's a higher barrier associated with this. And then the second step of CH bond cleavage is really slow on Lewis acids, which is why you don't make acetaldehyde. You instead make ethylene and diethyl ether going that pathway. However, it is faster on copper. So we thought perhaps some of the things that were taking place were at the copper alumina interface, and maybe each site was doing parts of the chemistry, and we wanted to figure out if that was playing a role in what controls the overall rate of this reaction. So that was the idea. Let's differentiate both whether acidic sites on oxide supports and copper can work together to drive this chemistry. And let's understand if they're just modifying copper or they're directly participating in the chemistry was the general goal of what we were trying to do. And so we set out to design prepare a series of metal oxide supports with different acid strengths, and then also vary the copper domain size so that you vary the amount of interfacial sites with respect to copper sites away from the metal oxide support, and thereby see if we can tease out some of these effects. We then plan to conduct some kinetic experiments and understand the role of these different things. So first thing that we did, we started with just titanium zirconia. We started with these as kind of model supports with similar surface areas that we could buy. They have a similar number of acid sites, but different strength acid sites. Here I'm just showing this as measured by ammonia TPD, where the higher temperature desorption from titania suggests some stronger acid sites that exist there as compared to those on zirconia. And we wanted to make a series of materials that interpolated in between these two. And Jim Domestic had done some work a while back showing that if you added, there's a number of different ways you can add a small amount of compounds on top of silica to get it so that you can add Lewis acidity to the silica. We wanted to do the same thing to add Lewis acidity to zirconia by just impregnating aluminum nitrate, calcining it, and basically starting to build up alumina overlayers on zirconia and see if we can interpolate between these two. So we took copper, we loaded it at different loadings, we pre-treated it different ways, we put it on zirconia, titania, and this alumina doped zirconia, and we wanted to understand how the acid strength changed, acid site strength changed this ethanol dehydrogenation chemistry. So first thing we looked at, pretty simple pyridine adsorption on the oxide supports that we had, where here the increasing Lewis acid strength comes from stretches that move in higher wave numbers here. For zirconia, we have an infrared spectra that looks like this. And then we start to build up close to a monolayer of alumina on the surface. So you put just a little bit of alumina on, you put a little more alumina on, we see more acidity, and you put a lot of alumina on where you really have contiguous sites and you start to see new features showing up from much stronger Lewis acid adsorption sites. So we've taken zirconia and we've effectively made it more acidic. And now we're going to put copper on these and see if that extra acidity influenced this ethanol dehydration chemistry or this ethanol to acetaldehyde chemistry. And ultimately, if we can understand what the mechanism of that was. So first thing I'll show, these are all just plug flow reactions that are done at steady state. Here we're working at about 0.1 bar of ethanol or so, reasonable temperatures, and we're well below equilibrium conversions here. This is that we didn't try to push this towards equilibrium in this case. So if you just take copper and put it on titania, copper and put it on zirconia, the rates are different by about 15-fold. So clearly the support significantly influences these things, and this is measured on per copper surface sites or so. For all these experiments, we were running low enough that we only saw acetaldehyde being produced. When you start to add alumina to your zirconia and then put copper on top of it, you can see a pretty significant increase in the turnover frequencies that we saw here. And very specifically, what you see is once you get to this high coverage where we saw those stronger Lewis acid sites show up in the pyridine IR, you see turnover frequencies that are now commensurate with TiO2 just by adding a little bit of alumina in there. So we saw 15-fold increase in turnover frequency just by doping the zirconia a little bit before we put copper on. We saw some changes in barriers that were statistically significant, suggesting again that the acid support is somehow participating in this chemistry, but the selectivity still must be dictated by copper because we're not making ethylene, we're not making diethyl ether. So what we wanted to do is this technique where you take particles and you make copper particles of a bunch of different sizes. You make a series. As you make this series, you put a higher fraction of your exposed copper sites right at the interface where maybe there's some special properties taking place. One thing that's hard when people do this sort of chemistry or do this sort of analysis is there are multiple different factors that change with the same dependence on particle diameter. So for example, if I plot the number of undercoordinated copper sites as a function of particle size, it goes as about 1 over the diameter. If I plot the number of interfacial sites, it also goes about 1 over the diameter. So what you have to do is you have to use 2 different supports when you do this sort of analysis to tease out whether you get the same answer because of this, or you get a different answer because the support's actually playing a role there. Okay, so messy data that was less than convincing, but we'll get to more convincing work. So one of the things we found, I don't know if anybody's tried, you probably tried to do N2O titration of copper. That's the way you count surface sites in copper. It's supposed to be a stoichiometric self-limiting reaction, but as you get to very small particle sizes, it is not stoichiometric or self-limiting. So we think that we actually overcount surface sites at smaller particle sizes and thus underestimate turnover frequencies at small particle sizes. Regardless, here's what we saw. Making excuses before I share the data. Here's what we saw. So if we put copper on just the zirconia and we vary the particle size, what you could see was very little trend, maybe a slight positive trend, but certainly it wasn't as if we did better as we went to small particle size, as you would expect if something was happening at the interface. And so it kind of suggests that all copper sites are close to equal activity. On the other hand, once we did this on the alumina doped material, maybe we saw a slight negative trend. Again, we actually think these turnover frequencies are underestimated. So I think the trends would look closer to right if we had the characterization a little bit more dialed in. You do see these two things going away from each other. So here the reactivities are closer with big particles. Here they're diverging as you make smaller particles. It suggested that there's something happening when you have acid sites near copper doing this chemistry. Where we really saw interesting stuff is when we varied the partial pressures and tried to learn from this. So what I'm showing you here is turnover frequencies for acid aldehyde formation. On the more acidic materials, it's on the left. So these are about an order of magnitude higher. The less acidic material, there's copper on zirconia on the right. What you can see is as you increase partial pressure of ethanol, you reach a saturation regime. You're poisoning some sites where this chemistry is happening, and you're populating them all. In the case of these more acidic materials, you have to go to much higher pressures to reach the same saturation that you would get here. And in the same way, you have higher rates here or higher turnover frequencies here, but you have much higher turnover frequencies when you're at higher pressure. And so somehow the poisoning that's happening, likely of copper, is alleviated somewhat by having more acid sites right at that perimeter. So we wanted to see, is this acid sites doing these things? How is it participating? And so what you can do is we took the data right at these conditions here, the highest ethanol partial pressures we worked at here, and we started to systematically co-feed pyridine in. And as you co-feed pyridine in, what you can see is that the turnover frequencies on the acidic materials drop about 50-fold. In that same region, the turnover frequencies on the less acidic materials drop about 13-fold. And so there's more of an influence on the reactivity of the more acidic catalyst when you co-feed pyridine, which is our poison. And so it's being fed in all the while. So while things are coming on, they're coming back off, but they're at steady state poisoning some active acid sites. Interestingly, if we then pick the highest pyridine pressure that we have and we retune down the pressure of ethanol, we can get to the point where these two catalysts act exactly the same. So in the limit of low concentrations of species on copper and in the limit of poisoning all of our acid sites, these two catalysts are doing the same thing. So the acid sites must be playing a role in the chemistry, somehow doing some of the steps and not just indirectly influencing the chemistry. So our picture was the following. We think that maybe when you're at very low ethanol partial pressures, which is where a lot of the DFT calculations were done, other calculations that suggested OH activation was the rate limiting step. This may be the slowest step, this OH activation on a clean copper surface. And in that case, the rates aren't all that different between this and the pure zirconia material. They're still a little bit different. So there's still some participation from the interface, but not nearly as much. However, once you go to high pressures, you poison all the copper sites. Now things can only happen at the interface, and now you get significantly more benefit from your acid-containing support or more acidic support, where we think the chemistry may start on the alumina or the alumina sites next to copper and then move over to copper. We don't know how far those are. We don't know if it's right at that interface, but there's clearly some bond activation steps happening on alumina. So we put together a mechanism. And we said, okay, let's assume that ethanol activation happens on acid sites, and let's assume that there's a transfer of these ethoxy species and hydrogen over to our copper sites because our selectivity is still copper-like, but the reactivity seems to be benefited by acid sites. And let's say that one of these two steps could be the rate-limiting step. Let's assume the rest are quasi-equilibrated and assume only that ethanol and ethoxy are on the surface, which is reasonable in this sort of chemistry, occupying significant surface sites. So now we can take all of our data, and what we found is that the mechanism where CH bond activation was the slowest step fit best the highest pressure data, whereas the mechanism where OH activation fit best the lower pressure data. And you can see here, if we compare the slowest rate constant that comes from these two different surfaces for your alumina supported system and zirconia supported system, it's 180-fold enhanced for the acidic sites, meaning you really do have some direct participation of the acid in driving probably that slowest step. This gets smaller if you do it in the limit of low pressure. And if you even fit it lower, this gets even smaller ratio, suggesting that you're making these species more and more similar to each other. So here in this case, it seemed like the discrepancy in literature was just people studying them under different conditions and arguing with each other, one under the limit of low coverages, one under the limit of high coverages. And then another interesting aspect being that at high coverages, the acid site is key for doing the initial bond activation steps in this sort of chemistry. And actually, I think probably similar things exist in the ethyl acetate version of this chemistry. So we can put together our whole kinetic model and we can fit our data and say over broad orders of range, we get a good fit between the data that we collect and the predictions from our kinetic models if we have an assumption that there's a switch in rate limiting step induced by when copper becomes completely or mostly poisoned by ethoxy intermediates. So I think I just summarized all of that to say that the support seems to directly participate in the chemistry. We don't know how far. We don't know if the ethoxies can travel very much. We don't know if it's right at this interface. Even when we do go to low pressures, we still see some enhancement on having acidic sites on the support. So even at the limits of low pressure, there must be some chemistry happening on the sites that are right at that interface. And interestingly, the rate limiting step probably switched, kind of unsurprisingly after we went through the work, as you change the coverage of ethoxy species on copper. So with that, I want to thank, I originally got into this working with Charlie Wyman and Ian Wheeldon, one who does biological catalysis and was interested in making ethyl acetate using biological processes and then converting it on to other things. And Charlie Wyman, who is broadly interested in using ethanol, encouraged me to work in this area. And so this was one of my couple projects that's done anything related to biomass. So with that, and then Sergey, who did work for a short time with Sparrow until recently. And so with that, I just want to say again, congratulations, Madi. I would rather leave the picture of you looking like James Bond up here than anything else. And thanks again for.
All right, questions for Phil?
My question, Phil, is more just one of nomenclature. You talk about poisoning, but this must be reversible, right? It's not irreversible. It's just the ethoxy groups or just ethanol groups, ethanol on the surface.
Yes. And the same with the pyridine. As soon as we turn it off, everything returns. So it's just that your equilibrium at the pressures we're at builds up a very high coverage of ethanol or ethoxy.
And this prevents breaking the OH bond. Is that what it is?
That's what the argument is. Yeah.
Yeah, baby. You asked for it. So, I mean, obviously at the higher pressure, you see saturation kinetics. So that's pretty convincing that your rate determining step works. So the OH cleavage is not as important. But what about the kinetic isotope effect?
I should have mentioned
if you deuterated that site.
I should have mentioned that. A year after we published this work, people did the kinetic isotope effect. They labeled the two different hydrogens, and they said we were essentially right.
Okay.
We didn't do it because
you didn't do it.
I was like, I'm done. I'm convinced. Let's move on. You spent too long proving this point, and so we moved on. And someone else 1 year later published something that said, yes, this was consistent. Yeah, I meant to say that.
I was wondering, so on the copper catalyst, you're not pre-activating it with hydrogen or anything else. Oh, you are?
Yeah. We do
so it's a copper zero catalyst.
Yeah, it's a copper zero catalyst. I mean, the hard part here though is really, and we have a whole story that's almost done. on counting surface sites on copper, like supported copper, where if you're below 3 nanometers or so, you get much more than the stoichiometric N2O reaction that you think you get. And the support also influences that. So when you're on either reducible supports or more acidic supports, you are more often prone to overcounting sites on those chemistries. So yes, it's all reduced. Whether it stays all reduced at very high pressures of ethanol, I don't know. We didn't study, but when it starts, we pre-reduce it.
Right. Okay.
Thank you. Just a question out of curiosity about the stability of the catalysts when you had them on different supports. Did you see that? Do they deactivate fast? And
so in this case, we're running at like 200 C. We're not pressurized here. We don't have contaminants, which were just asked about. So we didn't see any stability issues over, the couple of days we would use to make these partial pressure dependent measurements. After each one, we'd always come back and we'd be fine. And so, especially on the acidic supports, copper is pretty stable at these conditions. You bump up the pressures, you bump up the temperatures, or you include anything else, it's harder. But here they were stable.
Any other questions? If not, let's thank Phil once more. So we are up to intermission. There should be coffee coming, scheduled to be here in -1 minutes. So hopefully by the time we resume, so we're going to pick up again at 50 after. I would like to encourage you all to resist any temptation to flee before the end. There's a surprise coming you don't want to miss at the end of the symposium. So please come back and enjoy the rest of the science and what's to come. Thank you.
Yeah, no. Good on you.
coffee?
Oh, I wasn't asking you to, but they're 10 minutes late. Intermission's almost over. And for what they charge for, it's like $75 for a gallon of coffee. After lunch.
Traffic violation. Oh my God, stop.
Dangerous driving, huh? Yeah. Just pay the ticket. No, it sounds like it's like recklessly driving and like the traffic laws indicate they'll actually arrest you and go and take you for it.
It's not much of that.
Yeah, he'll be fine. And this is an Ireland getting cleared away. Yeah, no, it won't impact the bill. I think it's pretty cool. We're good there. Belarus, it's like an Eastern European country. So it's just like, I'm out of here.
That's on Costa Rica expat.
Where did Marty go? Yeah. He probably realized he had to go to the bathroom. Is that you, Marty? Yeah, me. Okay. It's good. You came. It's good to have you here.
I wouldn't want to miss you, Shannon, for the world.
Well, I can start my little introduction. Can I start?
He's just 1 second. We're just getting Neil on the screen here.
Well, mostly I'm just talking to Monty. So this goes back, to 1999. I kind of remember 99, maybe ish, plus or minus 6 months or so. But then we were sitting in a hot tub with all the Espenson students. At the Inorganic Reaction Mechanisms Gordon Conference.
They want you to use it, Mike.
So you remember
1997.
Was it 97? Oh, I was still in grad school. That's right. It was 97. I was just finishing grad school. That's right. It was 2 years earlier. That's right. I knew it was before I started. That's right. And then we.
One second. So you give me the comment.
Oh, I have to wait. All right. All right. Now they said I can talk.
I thought it was 87, but he said it was 97.
Anyway, we overlapped at Caltech. That was a wonderful time, and just crossing paths so many times. It's just great. And then, as I told you earlier, my kids still remember the ride in the convertible on our visit to Santa Barbara. So that was great. This is anyway special to be part of the symposium. Yeah, well, they were here. If I knew that you had a new convertible, I would have looked you up.
I have it in the garage.
Okay. And let's see. And well, now it's lignin. Now we have this lignin thing in common. And so that's what I wanted to talk about a little bit. I gave a talk. There's like 3 lignin symposia this session. I declined one, but I spoke in 2, so I can't give the full story. But I'll touch on some of the things that I talked about. So I'm live, but they're not live. So I guess I can. Jeff Coates offered to do a chalk talk. I don't know.
I think are we on? Oh, okay.
I could have used my Mac. If we were going to have this trouble anyway, I could have just used my Mac.
Amen.
Well, now we got to go back to full screen. Well, there you are, Marty. This is why you're here. This is why we're here. It's this reductive catalytic fractionation, which wasn't what you called it then. Uh-oh.
There's a little like, there's 5 different ways to do it, but the easiest is the
Back.
electron that looks like a tripod.
Yeah. So this lignin first process. So it was very inspiring because this came just after we had published some very fundamental work. I'll mention it. Why don't I just get started? So what I want to share is essentially, there's this lignin depolymerization that we've been part of for a while. You've been so successful. You got the company. We got the little snippet earlier from Ian earlier today. I'm going to share. Ours is more fundamental. Okay, so we're not ready to go commercial yet. Although we'd like to think that some of our molecules that we're making could be interesting for reasons I'll elaborate. And I just want, again, because of the fundamental nature, I want to talk about some of this electrochemistry. It's taking advantage of mediated electrochemical concepts that we've been developing, but specifically we've been focusing on oxidation. So you've been doing reduction. A lot of people do reduction. There's many reasons to do reduction. Certainly the motivations by DOE to make biofuels has driven a lot of that because you want to remove oxygen. We heard about that from Susanna. We don't mind the oxygen. We actually see the oxygen as actually a valuable component for 2 reasons. One is that if you're one of the models in our funding, the Great Lakes Bioenergy Research Center is interested in biological upgrading. And there, if you want to deliver molecules, food to microbes, you want them to be soluble because you want to increase your titer, right? So you want to basically have molecules that get into water, and having oxygen actually can be a good thing. And so that's one of the motives for using oxygen. But also a lot of these molecules that we might want to make, oxygen is not a problem. They're actually intrinsic to the types of materials that you might want to consider. And so that's been the context for what we're doing. There you are. This is your reductive process. Essentially, this idea that you could actually work on biomass directly. Obviously, this concept goes back many decades. But I think some of the beautiful work that you and your colleagues at Sparrow are now doing as well as others in the community, really has taken this to a completely new level, right? And to the point where people now see commercial value from this. We started in this field with just a very fundamental organic chemistry concept, okay? When I looked at this molecule, in fact, I got into it right as we were developing a selective alcohol oxidation process using O2. And so I looked at lignin, and we've heard about this beta-O4 linkage, and that's just a secondary benzylic and a primary aliphatic alcohol. I just asked the question, can we just do chemoselective chemistry on lignin? So that was the basic question that got us motivated, whether we can make this ketone or that aldehyde or acid, both of which should be amenable to cleavage of that process. And that's been borne out, as I'll try to show you. Just briefly in this slide, what you see is the aerobic process that we developed. It goes after this ketone, the alcohol to make the ketone. And then it turns out that a formic acid formate mixture actually depolymerizes that. We have this electrochemical process. I'll spend a few slides mentioning this, that selectively goes after the primary aliphatic. And it actually, just empirically, I didn't anticipate this, also undergoes depolymerization with the same formic acid formate mixture. We have other acid mixtures that will depolymerize, but you get reasonably good yield. So approaching 30%, we were getting, this is 60%, it includes dimers and trimers. So it was more in the high 40s to low 50s in terms of actual aromatic monomers with this process. And obviously the untold feature here is that it really matters what lignin, Marcus, wherever Marcus, if he's here, mentioned, the nature of the lignin matters, in terms of these yields. So, we're working with a poplar, which is a hardwood. So that is going to differ from softwood. Softwood doesn't have as many of the beta-4s. And so you don't get as good a yields. Plus you only have G or the monomethoxy derivatives when you have pine, for example. And so there's all of these features, I take the numbers, for us, let's just say that anything above 15 to 20, is starting to get into an interesting range because, you can get higher yields if you use a more pristine lignin. And ultimately, we want to kind of go back to how much lignin was actually present in the plant and how many aromatics we're getting from that. And with the idea that at least the monomers in some contexts are the valuable component potentially. Okay, so there's a lot of people, of course, yourself included, who are actually finding good ways of utilizing the polymers or these oligomers that you generate as well. But this two-step process, oxidation, depolymerization, has kind of caught on. You can see a whole range now of different oxidation processes that do one of these oxidation steps. And then it turns out, as just like we learned in the early days, people have found other ways of depolymerizing than once you do the oxidation. So this is, I don't know that this will ever be a commercialized process, but it certainly shows that once you do the oxidation, and in fact, in our first paper, one of the things that we did is we showed a control experiment using non-oxidized lignin, and it does not undergo the same cleavage without having the ketone. In fact, the mechanism is intrinsic to the acidification of that alpha position of that ketone. We know a little bit less about kind of the depolymerization when you make the carboxylic acid here. Obviously, the aldehyde is nice because it's a direct retroaldol, so that's the beautiful step. Both of our processes actually are based on a tempo process. And so I didn't show tempo in here, but it's basically this oxymonium hydroxylamine redox cycle. So it's a 2-electron redox cycle. And it's long been known, this is not new to us, that under acidic conditions, you get this intermolecular hydride transfer that favors the better hydride donor. And so that's going to be the benzylic site. It's not asterically sensitive. Whereas under basic conditions, it's thought that you make this adduct at nitrogen, and so that is very sterically sensitive, and so that goes after the primary. Okay, so even though the primary aliphatic is less activated, and we could show this, this is basically a nice comparison of a benzylic versus an aliphatic. These are the electrochemical waves in the presence, there's tempo, in the presence of a tempo derivative. And you can see that the activity for the primary is much, much higher than it is for the secondary benzylic. And then we can record turnover frequencies using CV analysis. And that's exactly what you see is when you have the primary, you get the high bars. When you have only secondary, you get the low bars. And these are some of the features that are intrinsic to the tempo-based chemistry. This is essentially walking through the different types of conditions. This is just showing that you get very selective. So almost all recovery of the starting material, when you take a mixture of the secondary and primary, you get almost all of the primary oxidation. Then you start putting them in the same molecule. You see the same kind of thing where you get the carboxylic acid. These are working with small molecules, so you can actually clearly identify what you have. It turns out that when you have this carbon-based, you have this beta-1 linkage, you actually get direct cleavage. We understand that. I don't remember if I kept the slide that explains that mechanistically. Under more basic conditions, even the one with the oxygen, so if you go from pH 9 to pH 12, this also undergoes direct cleavage in this retroaldol sense. Yes, here's the slide. So the idea is that this retroaldol, it turns out that under basic conditions, the retroaldol actually outcompetes the second oxidation. So you can actually get a direct cleavage kind of through this retroaldol further. And so the acid here arises from the aldehyde oxidation after the retroaldol, because once you make the carboxylic acid, it actually doesn't undergo further cleavage. So it's essentially the added base facilitates the cleavage. So, and showing that this works on actual lignin, right? So the idea, and this is, a key point of the mediated approach, is that your mediator actually falls in a window that it tolerates the phenols, okay? And so this is the point of this kind of lower overpotential using mediated electrochemistry is really what allows you to achieve this chemistry on this lignin to get the yields of these monomers. Okay, and then just briefly, just a brief summary of what I talked about in the symposium yesterday. There's two different ways of going after lignin. And of course, there's this reductive catalytic fractionation, Madi, that you and your team have developed, is more akin to this lignin first approach, or so-called reductive catalytic fractionation. And what we've basically done is ask the question whether you can come up with an oxidative complement using basically replacing hydrogen with O2 to essentially achieve these aromatics and carbohydrates in a direct fractionation. The appeal there is even as Marcus was talking about, and I mentioned as well, these pretreatment methods damage the lignin. Okay, and so the idea is that if you can do the catalytic chemistry directly on lignin, or on biomass, then you can bypass all the problems that arise in the lignin upon the pretreatment. Whether you can do that cost effectively at the same time as keeping your carbohydrates pristine, that's kind of the value question right here in this space, and whether this can actually start to become competitive versus just taking this what I'll call processed lignin essentially, and then converting that to aromatics. It turns out that depending on the process, of course, you can get some relatively good lignins, and some of those are actually also good at generating the carbohydrates. So I think there will be growth in this field that still uses the so-called processed lignins. This is one example of using a processed lignin that we're really quite pleased with. And I spent more time elaborating on the process yesterday, but I just want to highlight it because this is one of the things that came out of this two-step process was that we were having trouble scaling. These are all batch processes and often involve a slightly different solvent in the first step and the second step. And it was just a quagmire. And we said, if we're going to scale this, we've got to come up with something better. This is actually more akin to the conventional kind of what I'll call the Beauregard lignotech process that makes vanillin, which is alkaline, copper mediated, odd oxidation. The key advance here is that when you're dealing with processed lignins, especially certain flavors of processed lignin, these will dissolve. These will dissolve in base, and you can actually get really good yields of the monomers in a continuous flow process. And what I would say here is even in this very simple, you see this Teflon tubing is essentially our flow tube reactor. It's basically in a shell where the oxygen is delivered through the Teflon. So you're just delivering a liquid stream through. We project that even with this simple little model you see here is 2 kilograms a day. And so there's no effort to, process intensify, scale up or anything. This is basically projecting at about 2 kilograms a day process to make these kinds of oxygenated monomers. So that's, the kind of thing that we'd love to now engage with collaborators and or companies who would like to play with these kinds of molecules. And so we've got a couple of people showing some interest in these kinds of molecules because we're now, for the first time, really equipped now to deliver. It used to be somebody would say, well, how much do you need? Well, you need 5 grams. Well, yeah, that'll take us 2 months. Okay, just to make that. And that's just like if you had a technician just doing that nonstop, where this is literally something that my graduate student just can quickly do in a couple hours on the side to make a couple grams of material. Here's Hal. You sent Hal to me. He only stayed a year, but he did some really nice things. And now he's at Archer Daniels Middle, doing some other cool chemistry. But, he came up with this so-called oxidative catalytic fractionation, which is essentially the variant where you just replace hydrogen with oxygen. Of course, the catalyst is different and other things, but essentially we now have a single stream process that starts with biomass, treats under oxygen with our catalyst, and makes these same types of monomers. Okay. And so seems to be doing a decent job, kind of in the 80+% yield of sugars, non-optimized. We haven't optimized the sugars yet, but this was basically to validate that we could get good streams of monomers coming out of an oxidative catalytic fractionation. One other thing that I'll just briefly touch on, this is still in development, but I'm pretty excited about it. It's essentially an oxidative pretreatment, essentially using electrochemistry, where you essentially, I don't know if you know Jeremy Luderbacher's process, where he basically uses aldehydes, snaps on the two alcohols to protect them, right? Because the whole problem is this very labile benzylic alcohol. If you could oxidize that, it turns out that you also protect it. And so it has the same basic function. And so we can basically send a mediator through raw biomass, electrochemical regeneration, to essentially just kind of kiss that alcohol so it doesn't touch sugars. Actually, so the mediator is too weak a reagent to actually oxidize the sugar alcohols and will only touch the lignin, it appears. And we can then subject that to, again, a depolymerization to make these kinds of aromatics. So that's something we're working on right now. But we make this mixture, in some respects, it could be an ugly mixture, depends on the species. So typically 5, and sometimes you get a mixture of this kind of the aceto group and the aldehyde come out together. But the key advance here is the ability to use liquid extraction, essentially as a means of isolating these materials. I won't go through the kind of history of this liquid extraction, but these things are now coming on scale. And so you can do ton scale processing with this type of liquid extraction, whether it's going to be feasible techno-economically and such remains to be seen. And I think we need a process to really vet that. But, essentially it's just, you have this drum, and I showed it back here. There's all these little vessels where you have liquid essentially percolating through another liquid. There's a stationary phase liquid, but there's no solid phase, right? So it's just a liquid extraction process that allows you to then isolate the monomers. And so that's what we did. We just recently published kind of the first iteration of this. The first iteration was a little cumbersome. It was a 2-stage process where we first isolate these 2 monomers here, one a syringic acid and vanillin. So we get those out in reasonable recoveries and purities. And then we would subject the mixture then to a second phase. I've got a new student kind of on this project, and he's developed just a single phase process. And what you get, the recoveries are kind of modest, I would say. You get about half of your aromatics back, but we basically were pushing it to basically aim for 90% purities on all the compounds that we would get. But basically, this is a way of now delivering individual monomers to collaborators. And I still say this is academic, right? This is not something we can commercialize as in its current formulation, although I think it may set the stage for that direction. But I think what it means is that we can now deliver scalable quantities of aromatics from lignin to individuals who want to test these in various, whether polymer or materials type applications. Let me close. I forget how much time I have. I'm probably almost done. But let me briefly close with this effort. In addition to essentially processing to generate monomers, the question is, what can we do with those monomers? Are they of value? And so one of those that we kind of seized upon, you can see this is 2020, ExxonMobil is looking at biphenyl dicarboxylic acids.